Prologue. The vast lands rested on a huge plateau, stretching from the Sea of the Covenant to the mountain range rising in the north. They were not divided into states or countries, only rivers divided them into huge slices. The peoples who settled here from time immemorial lived in peace and harmony. They respected each other's traditions and customs. Dwarves, elves, orcs, humans, werewolves, and other intricate creatures built cities together, worked the land together, and conducted trade together. They had one problem: the mountain goblins. These vile, bloodthirsty creatures who inhabited the dark mountains in countless numbers often raided peaceful people. Greedy for other people's goods, they burned and killed, knowing no mercy or pity. Their devastating raids on the borderlands did not allow people to live in peace and instilled fear in the people. To protect themselves from this misfortune, guard castles were erected. They stretched along the mountain range like stones in a precious necklace. Werewolves, the best in military affairs, populated them with their packs. Thousands of warriors guarded the safety of this land. Everything collapsed not so long ago. Perhaps 200 years have passed. The Red Plague first blossomed in the west, in a castle inhabited by the singing Skypack. It was located at the highest point of the guard cordon, separating the wide lands from the goblins. One by one, the werewolves who did not know what the disease was collapsed with a bloody cough that tore their lungs apart. In a matter of hours, the bodies of the Two-Faces were covered in blisters filled with red juice, and the temperature was such that you could heat water on the unfortunate ones. Regeneration saved them from total extinction. Not all of them. Almost every other female died. The infection did not stop at one fortress. It moved on like an avalanche. Cloud spears, thunder clouds, heavenly fogs, impregnable strongholds surrendered under the onslaught of the new infection, one after another. And then the werewolves seemed to go mad. They abandoned their fortresses and moved into the valley, destroying all human settlements along the way, burning their houses and fields, killing cattle. Those who had always been protected suddenly became a deadly enemy, knowing no pity or mercy. It was a disaster. No one could understand what was happening. Rumors, one more terrible than the other, reached distant cities inhabited by elves. Humanity faced war and famine, reported the arriving caravans. A mass exodus began. Panicked people gathered everything they could carry and crossed a nameless river. Why? Asked the elven leaders. There lay uninhabited, deserted lands where only mountain goblins roamed. This is because there are no guard castles there to protect against their raids. And there are no werewolves there, they gathered a peacekeeping force and moved toward the Dark Ridge. In the lowland, near the crossing, it became clear that they were too late with peace. The shore, as far as the eye could see, was covered with the debris of wolfish feud. The area was filled with the cries of the dying, pleas for help, and the clash of weapons. Stop! In the heat of battle, the attackers did not notice the huge motley detachment that had arrived from the south. It had everyone: orcs, trolls, gnomes. It was led by elves, as the longest lived and wisest. Mind your own business, snapped the half-transformed werewolf, struggling on the edge. His entire clothing was covered in blood. It even dripped from the elongated fangs sticking out of his mouth. While killing, the wolf tore out the throats of his enemies. Immediately, forgetting about the uninvited guests, he turned sharply and drove his sword into the chest of the man standing next to him. The fallen man rolled his eyes and fell. The wolf swung again. Enough. The elf's voice, enhanced by magic, rang out between the fighters, deafening and stopping. Enough. Now everyone noticed the arrivals and, obeying the magical command, froze.
Negotiations!
The elf shouted again to the entire shore.
I demand! Get lost in the abyss!
Someone advised him in response. A blue lightning bolt shot from the elf's fingers and flew between the retreating warriors, striking somewhere in the thick of the battle. The flames engulfed a large werewolf, dressed in copper chainmail. He screamed in pain and fell, rolling on the ground. Get out of here, pointy-eared one! Mind your own business! Among the Two-Faced, there were some who were not cooled by this exemplary punishment. 2 more bolts of lightning shot from the elf's fingertips and struck the brave men. The combatants stood and watched in confusion. After waiting a couple of minutes, the elf snapped his fingers. The fire went out. I said enough! The charred werewolves were alive, but they were moaning in pain. Their limbs were burned down to the bone, and their black skin was peeling off in chunks. A foul smoke was coming from their bodies. It stank of burnt meat and fur. Who is leading you? The elf asked the Two-Faced ones. The werewolf, raising his sword into the air, stood at the very edge of the river, where the remains of overturned carts had been thrown into the water. "State your name." "First, identify yourself," shouted the werewolf. "I am Radariel, son of Garabeth, from the Misty Forest, and I am Darion, son of Manwort, Alpha of the Singing Skypack. And I want to know, by what right do you interfere with the justice that I administer?" "Justice? Isn't that too much of a big word to use for the murder of women and children?" "The most appropriate word for the extermination of this rotten tribe," the werewolf shouted back. The entire conversation was conducted across the battlefield. The dead lay all around, the wounded groaned, women and children cried. "What is our fault?" screamed the woman sitting on the ground. A dead man lay on her knees. "For what?" They all went crazy. Voices were heard from people who had grown a little bolder. "For betrayal, for the Red Plague," the werewolf shouted back. His face became vicious, and his fangs protruded from his mouth again. "In your words, there is a riddle for us." The gnome with a mournful face and a huge mace on his shoulder joins the conversation. "Let's arrange a truce and talk. There will be no more peace between werewolves and humans." Darian was furious. "Those who have betrayed once must die." "Then let's call it a break," the dwarf said wearily. He was a husband and a warrior, not a nanny. It was his first time talking to werewolves like they were little children, but the accusations Two-Face had made were too serious.
That would explain it all.
Maybe he wouldn't have to fight the wolves to stop this senseless slaughter. "Your warriors will rest, and you will tell us all your story. If you are right, none of us will stop you from doing justice." People began to look around in fear. They saw salvation in the detachment that had arrived, and now they were going to be judged for an unknown sin. Agreed, just for the sake of truth. "I want everyone to know how it is and not think of werewolves as crazy fools." "A break!" Darion shouted and waved his warriors onto the road. A rumble of voices was heard over the field. People retreated with joy and relief. Werewolves lowered their weapons reluctantly. The thirst for blood was still seething in them, and their yellow eyes, lit by the battle, still frightened with their longitudinal pupils. The disorderly line of Two-Face Ones parted with the human army and retreated to the forest. The warriors who had arrived also headed there. The clan leaders dismounted and gathered in a separate circle. Darion approached them, accompanied by the alphas of the other packs. The people retreated to the water. Loaded cars of various sizes were crowded in the shallows. Women, old people and children hid behind them as if behind a wall. Now they looked out of their hiding place with fear, not knowing what to expect from the silence that had fallen. The men waved their hands, signaling them to run. While other nations would decide their fate, the people needed to be as far away from here as possible. A respite was the best time to retreat. The carts parted and the first ones moved to the other bank. A thick layer of sand and stones washed up in this place, creating a crossing. The huge number of killed and wounded colored the water crimson, and it seemed that streams of blood were flowing along the wide riverbed. But this was the shallowest place in the area, where the depth reached only up to the waist of people. The wheels of the carts were completely hidden in the waves. The goods loaded on top were flooded, but their owners remained safe. Darion watched this hasty flight with grim determination. There was no doubt that he would continue the pursuit further. "We are all gathered," said the dwarf as the last of the leaders stood in the circle. "You can speak." The elf nodded to Darion. "I don't need your permission to speak." The alpha snapped, but shifted from foot to foot, cleared his throat and continued. "It was humans who brought us the plague." "How did you know?" asked the troll, standing next to the dwarf. On his head was a half-helmet with a short nose guard. They admitted it themselves. Darion walked over to the fallen tree, threw the bloody sword into the grass and sat down. "People brought us convoys with provisions. We knew them all, were friends, trusted them. When 5 of those who arrived at once collapsed with a bloody cough, I went to see them myself." The werewolf rubbed his head tiredly. Before his death, he apparently decided to repent. He probably thought that after this his rotten soul would not fall into hell. The werewolf spoke quietly, and all those present surrounded him in a tight ring. "A bucket of diamonds. That's what our skins were worth to them. They agreed to bring us the plague for a bucket of diamonds. But the world is fair. The dust settled on their shoulders too." "Could you speak more clearly?" asked Radariel calmly. Otherwise, we continue to think that you all simply went mad with grief and started a massacre at your nearest neighbors. Is it clear? Okay, I'll tell you in all the details. People brought us carts with food. We bought vegetables, flour, meat from them. Humans were left to spend the night in the guest house. In the morning, they did not show up for breakfast. Merija, my sister, went to them. The news was alarming. Everyone was lying in a heap and spitting out their lungs with bloody foam. A day, two. We have no healers. If we are sick, then from love. The werewolf smiled bitterly. When 3 of them died, I went to see what was going on. It was necessary to send news to their families. And the eldest of them began to confess. Maybe the fever loosened his tongue? We were hired to bring you a cursed flower. From its pollen all your daughters will die before they are born. That's what his cracked lips whispered. Did you believe the words of a delirious man? I remembered them. And then the cough spread to us, the whole fortress. In one day, the sick werewolves lay all over the place. There was no one to even bring fresh water. I myself don't remember even half of that black day. One day? Yes, just a day, and I was relieved, because I am the alpha, the strongest in the pack. True, I coughed for another week, and my skin healed even longer. The others recovered more slowly. The first werewolf died by lunchtime on the second day. I couldn't believe it. We were defending. Then some human cold, but the females kept dying, and my Tariona, my mate. Darion covered his eyes with his palms and cried. It was painful to see the mighty warrior wiping away his tears. Those around him looked down. Please accept our condolences. Keep them for yourself, elf. The wolf raised his head. My heart wants revenge. She won't save you from pain. She'll definitely dull it, the alpha smiled bloodthirstily. Do you want to destroy an entire nation just because of a couple of phrases from a dying man? The gnome stood up for the people. What if he imagined it all? And did I imagine this too? Darion pulled a black stone out of his pocket and threw it to the shorty. Take it now, I have plenty of this stuff. What is this? The dwarf turned the piece with jagged edges over in his hand in bewilderment and handed it to the elf. Flower of Karoidomus. The werewolf and the elf said it at the same time. Dark mountains full of secrets. The world, which has never seen the light, keeps many secrets in its depths. Bottomless dungeons are deadly dangerous, and only goblins, children of darkness, feel safe there. They say they grow at the bottom of the deepest rift, Radariel began to tell thoughtfully. All the walls there are covered with strange veins. They are black as coal and hard as stone. Not everyone will understand that the shiny lines weaving along the walls are alive. According to legend, once every few years the flower comes to life and grows. The budstones swell and release pollen into the air. Red plague spores, Darion explained, killing everyone they touch. But dust dies in the sun, objected Radariel. To become infected, you need to descend into the very mouth of the Dark Ridge, and the border is protected by elven sorcery. Not a single goblin could carry the disease across it. That's how it was before. Now the goblins have put a curse on the red dust, and it was people, not goblins, who brought the pot of Karoidomus across the border. Your security didn't work on them? Are you saying that people themselves voluntarily infected themselves with the plague in order to bring it to you? I claim that they are greedy fools. When the little men were dragging their present, the lid of the pot moved, and the damned dust landed on their shoulders. They didn't notice it right away. Then they thought it would be okay. But even when they realized that they themselves were sick, they didn't come to their senses, but scattered these stones all over my castle. And then the wind did its job. But no one except people and werewolves gets sick. The curse has fallen on those who were touched on the first night. Now our two species are like marked targets. The infection, having met us, will recognize and strike. How would you know? The little man who brought the red plague to my house told me this. Remember? I told you so. The warriors stood around in silence. Each one pondered what they had heard and tried to calculate the consequences in their heads. How the goblins learned about the destructive power of red pollen, one can only guess, but they learned. And in order to once and for all destroy the barrier separating them from a well-fed life, they hired people. Everyone knew that despite the ban, some little people made their way into the mountains. Greed pushed them to this cry. Cave monsters exchanged the precious stones they found in the mountains for weapons. You are talking about unborn daughters? Asked the elf. But the adult werewolves died. They were all pregnant. Each of them had a girl in their womb. The she-wolf's body could protect itself from the disease, but when it had to fight for the life of her daughter at the same time, regeneration failed. How did you know? Asked the dwarf, already guessing what the answer would be. Cut them. The werewolf covered his face with his hands. I had to make sure, he groaned in a dead voice. The others remained alive and are happily giving birth to sons. But it's over, Radriel said uncertainly. Everyone else recovered. And those who died? The blood you've already spilled is enough for revenge. And you remember that humans punish themselves? They have no regeneration. They die out in whole settlements. Radriel looked the werewolf in the eyes. We need to make peace. Peace? The werewolf jumped up. Didn't you? He looked around. Didn't you all understand? We're finished. He pulled out a few more black stones from his pocket, which glittered ominously in the sun, and shook them. A red haze formed in the air, which immediately dissipated. It's forever. Nothing will cleanse the air of the Red Plague. I know some packs have gone to the sea. They hope that the clean winds will keep their females from the plague. But no matter what we do now, our kind is doomed. The one who has recovered from the disease will only give birth to dead daughters. Always. In 100 years or two, we will die out. We do not give birth to half-breeds. I hope you're wrong. And even if it's true, the culprits are no longer alive. This senseless slaughter must be stopped. It makes sense to me. We all swore to destroy the human race throughout the wide lands. The elf was silent and looked at Darian appraisingly. The wolf had his own truth, for which he was ready to die. But there were already too many deaths on this shore. You will keep your oath, I promise. And we will not interfere. Those standing around began to whisper in amazement. But I have one condition. I smell a rat, elf. Give them a chance. Beyond this river, the wide lands end. Let those who want to save their lives go beyond it. Do you want me to just stand there and watch? Darian grinned angrily. We will call this the Dissolution Treaty. The humans will be driven from our land for their betrayal. Radriel tried to speak roughly, so that the wolf would like the terms of the deal better. Let them get away from this river. What is it called, Kuto? He asked the dwarf. Nameless, Crimson. This name suits her better now. Let them live on that bank, the right bank. People, suggested the gnome. He just came up with the name. Liudojit, Doja. Well, the Liudojit shore is suitable for people to live in. Let them go there. And you give them time to leave. That would be fair. A month? Okay. The werewolf reluctantly agreed. He himself was tired of blood. But the oath made him raise his sword again and again. But in a month I will kill every man I meet in the wide lands, and no one will stop me. Be it your way. But that shore will be forbidden to you, do you hear? What, are you going to guard him? I will put guards along the entire coast. I will personally chop off the head of every werewolf who comes near the little people. The elf spoke calmly, not raising his voice. But how much metal was in his words? No one doubted what he said for a second. A new law was written there, and endless streams of people flowed across the river. They were grief-stricken, leaving their homes and lands, but life was more precious. They were met by a wild place, unplowed, with groups of goblins scurrying about every now and then. Everything had to start from scratch. The werewolves split up. Those who had recovered remained in their fortresses, continuing to serve on the border. Sometimes they combed the settlements and, if they found people, killed them. As Darian had said, their recovered females gave birth to stillborn girls, and unions with other species did not produce offspring. They disappeared first. The werewolves who had escaped the first wave of the plague left. They settled by the cherished sea and built new homes for themselves. But the pollen had reached there too. Fewer and fewer beautiful werewolves were born each year. The age of the last ones had arrived. The age in which only males were born. The last generation of werewolves. Meanwhile, every few years, outbreaks of the disease occurred. No one knew where and when a new epidemic would begin and how many lives it would take this time. The goblins' terrible plan succeeded. The formidable Watchtowers stood abandoned ever since. The glow of the fire, which had been darting in the window all night, was gradually dying down. The neighboring house had collapsed and was almost burnt out. The only thing that now gave light in the spacious room was the lamp burning under the images of the gods. Dark boards with crudely painted faces hung, as expected, in the southern corner. The wise faces looked thoughtfully at the woman kneeling before them and were silent, not giving answers to her questions. "What should I do?" the unfortunate woman asked for the umpteenth time. She clutched her head in her hands and rocked back and forth like a sleepwalker. "Why has not..." The woman was no longer crying. She was just sobbing, her whole body shaking. Perhaps she was shivering from the cold, because the house had not been heated for 2 days. Winter was coming to an end, but a light frost had crept through the walls and had already completely chilled the rooms. "For what?" whispered her grey lips. The past year was like a punishment for them. A dry, cold spring and an unusually scorching summer ruined almost the entire harvest in the fields. Grass did not grow even on the flooded meadow. The heat caused the cattle to lose milk and many young animals died. But the people endured. They economized, cut back, and believed. Autumn gave a respite and a modest harvest from the gardens. The people breathed a sigh of relief. There was enough food. But winter came so hard that summer seemed like a fairy tale. The red plague fell on the outer yards and moved toward the middle of the village, taking almost every other person. "Give an answer." Exhaling a cloud of steam, the pilgrim stuttered, as if choking on the last word, and burst into a fit of violent coughing. The woman covered her mouth with her palms, and blood immediately appeared through her fingers, flying out of her lungs along with phlegm. The attack was long, and it seemed that she would push out her insides along with the air. "Mom?" called the girl who had woken up in the kitchen. Her thin, childish voice sounded unnaturally loud in the dead silence of the rooms. "Right now," the woman answered, catching her breath a little, wiping her mouth with her sleeve and slowly getting up. She was staggering from weakness. The unfortunate woman's face, thickly covered with abscesses, was unusually pale and resembled the belly of a dead fish. "Mom, I'm scared." In the darkness of the second room, the child spoke in a whisper, as if afraid to wake up those who had fallen asleep forever. "I'm already on my way." Grabbing chairs and tripping over floorboards, the mother moved into the small kitchen. By touch, she found the child sitting in a pile of blankets. "Why am I sleeping here and not in my bed?" the girl also asked in a whisper. "Your sister was coughing a lot and I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep." Holding her daughter tightly to her, the woman moved the scarf on her head and kissed the top of her head. "Is she better?" The child asked this question hesitantly, as if he knew what he would hear in response and was afraid of it. "Kelly is no longer with us." Mother sobbed and coughed again. "Kelly's gone. It's so strange when you say that a loved one is gone, and he continues to lie on his bed. Only he no longer speaks to you and does not move." But this girl already understood the meaning of the said phrase. For the last week, everyone around her did nothing but die. Even in her own home, life has already thoroughly demonstrated the explanation to her, for the third time. "I so hoped that she would recover like you," the mother sobbed. "Andina said no one would survive," the child whispered. She saw a crazy old woman running between the courtyards. In one thin dress with disheveled hair and all engulfed in flames, she looked like a scary witch from old fairy tales. "You will all die!" she screamed and knocked on the locked gates. "Cowards, locks and bolts will not save you. The red plague will find you everywhere." Like a living torch, she rushed around the street and you could see her skin becoming covered in blisters. "She is wrong." The mother wanted to add that the neighbor had gone crazy, but a cough interrupted her. "Why did they set their house on fire?" the girl asked. She heard snatches of her parents' conversation, her mother's heated words and her father's barely audible answers, but she had a fever then, and she didn't really understand what was happening around her. After Aunt Dina, several more houses burned down, and every night was lit up like a funeral pyre. People decided that everyone there had died. This is how the infection must not spread further. Everything that could have touched the sick person must be burned, and the bodies, nothing must go out into the street. "Is that why our doors were boarded up? Yes, we are contagious. Me? You are not anymore. Can I go out?" The girl perked up happily. The second day she felt well, and she was tired of sitting in the house all the time. If she did not pose a threat, she could go for a walk with friends outside, as before. They won't let you out, but you say I'm not contagious. Listen to me, my dear. The woman spoke to her 5-year-old daughter as if she were an adult. The world is cruel. No one will risk themselves and their family for the sake of one little girl, because people are essentially dark and cowardly creatures, and also selfish. They will burn us as soon as the lamp goes out. There will be no one willing to check if there is anyone alive here or not. Did they know that Aunt Dina was alive? The girl suddenly realized. She felt sorry for her neighbor. She was a kind and friendly old woman who often treated her to pies. First, she lost her entire family, and then, trying to save herself, she got out of a burning house set on fire by her neighbors. Loudly cursing the entire human race, she died in the middle of the street, like a homeless dog. They didn't care, the mother answered in a lost voice, and no one cares about the damned either. Damned? Those who survived are called the damned. So not everyone dies from the plague? Not all, rarely, but they recover. Girls or young women. They remain sterile and disfigured, but live. You can recognize them by their bright signs. The bodies of the damned are covered with scars left by abscesses, but I've never met anyone like that. There is a law that prohibits the damned from living among healthy people. I always send them away. The woman spoke haltingly and quietly, as if repeating a text she had read a long time ago. Her angry voice scared the daughter, and she shivered, pressing closer to her mother's side. But where? And why? Out of sight, so that they don't remind you of the constant threat. People think the damned are contagious. No matter how doctors prove it, the fear of the cripples doesn't go away, and the law isn't repealed. What kind of law is this? The girl didn't really understand what her mother was saying, but she listened attentively, as if it were another fairy tale. A very scary fairy tale, in which the main role was given to her. By law, the damned are taken to special monasteries. There they must live out the rest of their days in prayer and labor. Now you are one of them. Cursed? I was hoping that Kelly would survive too, and that you would go to them together. The woman began to cough again, and her wheezing was mixed with sobs. Mom, I don't know what to do next. If it were summer, they would take you to the monastery, but now, all the roads are covered in snow. They will burn us, and I am too weak. She fell on the blanket and cried bitterly. Her daughter stroked her hair, and, trying to calm her down, kept saying, "My mother is the smartest. My mother is the strongest." The child did not know what else to say. She was terrified of her mother's helplessness. They were the only ones still breathing in this house, and there was no one to turn to for help. The rest of her family had ceased to exist, even though their bodies lay in the next room, covered with sheets up to their heads. That's right, the mother perked up. That's right, I'm strong, I can do it. She got up from the chest where the girl had slept that night and, groping in the darkness, lit a candle. She was swaying as if she were drunk. All movements were difficult for her. So exhausted was she by the fever. It seemed that she was about to fall and not get up again. The woman put a jacket on over her thick sweater, tied a scarf on her head. Then she straightened her daughter's clothes. Because of the cold, she slept fully dressed in boots and a hair fur coat. The child's face was not as pale as the mother's. A slight blush had returned to her cheeks, showing that the illness had indeed receded. The scabs from the abscesses had dried up and were covered with a dark crust. In a week they would fall off, leaving red craters of scars on the skin. "To the abode of the damned I will take you myself," said the mother, and pulled the child into the entryway. "How are we going to walk since you're sick?" the girl asked, confused. Even she understood that every step was difficult for her mother. "There is no one else. I can handle it." There was little confidence in her voice, but there was plenty of determination. "But the doors and windows are closed. How will we get out?" the girl worried. The window openings from the street were boarded up crosswise, and the doors were simply nailed shut. No one was to leave the house until death. They were deprived of the opportunity to go out even for firewood and water. The wooden trap was supposed to be a reliable barrier to the disease, will escape through the attic. In the entryway stood an old staircase, polished by the years, with a hatch in the ceiling above it. The mother climbed slowly, resting on each step. The girl followed, nimble as a weasel. The roof smelled of dried fruit and herbs hanging in bunches on the beams. Garlands of onions, braided into braids, hung from the crossbars. A draught plate in the cold darkness, shaking the cobwebs in the corners and rustling onion skins. A disturbed mouse flashed along the wall. People didn't often come up here, and the place seemed empty and abandoned. Through the window, she pushed her mother towards the spot of light. A dormer window was cut into the end face of the roof, small but sufficient for escape. It hung on 2 hinges and opened with a single mica-covered sash. It's high up there. The girl was frightened, looking down. The grey pre-dawn haze had washed away all the contours, and it seemed that there was no land beneath them at all. Don't be afraid. There are big snowdrifts on the other side and will jump as if onto a featherbed. The woman was the first to step over the frame and put her feet on the thin cornice. The board creaked in protest, reminding us that it was not installed here for this purpose. Give me your hand. The girl trustingly grabbed the sleeve of her mother's jacket and fell out of the window after her when the woman released the windowsill. A whole haystack of hay had indeed drifted under this side. Having fallen onto the slope covered with a thin crust, they slid down it like on a sled. The girl managed to squeal, but her mother immediately covered her mouth. Be quiet, they might hear us. They will chase us. I don't know, no. Having picked up her daughter, she shook the snow off her and, stepping heavily through the snowdrift, made her way out onto the road between the yards. But it's better to be quiet. Only now did she remember that she had not even taken the remains of stale bread with her to refresh herself. In the sleeping village, no one stopped them, and going beyond the outskirts, the fugitives met the sun rising over a white field. We'll succeed, the woman whispered. We just need to keep going toward the swamps, where the mountains are visible. Are we going to the Dand? Yes. When we find them, will we stay to live with them? The girl perceived their escape as an interesting adventure. The whole meaning of what was happening did not reach the child's consciousness. You will live with them. And you? Where will you be? Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Orc. Stenos walked as fast as his wounded knee and the shifting surface of the swamp would allow, but too slowly to outrun his fears. He glanced back often, and his sharp, tattered ears twitched constantly, listening to the howling of the wind. Many days had passed since his escape, but the orc still feared pursuit. The swampy wasteland across which his trail ran diagonally was a lifeless and inhospitable place, exposed to the wind on all sides. It was shaped like a snow-dusted plate, huge and flat, merging into the dark mountains at its northern edge. A lone wanderer was visible from afar, and if the goblins decided to track him down, it would be quite easy. The swamp mud did not freeze even in the cold, but only became covered with a thin, icy crust. When the orc stepped on it, the ice broke, and he fell through, getting firmly stuck in the quagmire up to his ankles. The swamp reluctantly released its captive, making a nasty squelching sound, and a large, dirty oval with edges sunken inward remained on the snow blanket. This slowed him down considerably. Sometimes it seemed to Stenos that he was marking time in one place, and even the pale, almost white sun of winter overtook him, quickly rolling into the sunset. By nightfall, we need to reach the forest and find a place to spend the night, the orc repeated to himself for the umpteenth time. If I fall asleep in the mud, I'll freeze to death. It was true. The damp surface would immediately wet and cool his body, and he had nothing to lay down under himself. The only things the orc had on were a deerskin wrapped around his shoulders and a piece of rag that served as pants. The orc couldn't even start a fire. He didn't have any flint. Stenos sighed heavily, releasing streams of steam from his wide nostrils and, gathering his remaining strength, leaned on his sore leg. Something in his knee cracked unpleasantly, and a sharp pain shot through his leg, reminding him that the callus he had twisted in battle had never fully healed. Grinding his fangs protruding upward from his lower jaw in pain, Stenos stubbornly pressed his lips together and, wiping the sweat that had appeared on his forehead, continued on his way. He was no stranger to pain. 7 years of slavery had taught him to steadfastly endure exams, and worse. It would be bad if he were caught and sent back. The thought made the orc shudder in fear, and glance back nervously. The wind, blowing at his back, seemed to have been waiting for just that. It angrily threw a whole handful of small ice floes into his eyes, causing Sven's eyes to water, and everything around him became blurred, as if in a fog. In the creaking of the thin trees, growing here and there in the swamp, he again seemed to hear the voices of his pursuers, and in their shadows he seemed to see the figures of mountain goblins. The orc was overcome by a fit of panic. His body seemed to scream, demanding that he run, crawl, hide. With a huge effort of will, Sven forced himself to stay in place. It's all a lie, he repeated to himself. Memory is playing with me again. I'm free. He rubbed his eyes, which were surrounded by deep wrinkles, and his vision returned to him in its former clarity. Well, look, said Stinos to himself. Only emptiness and these unfortunate trees. What was there to be afraid of? Convincing himself, he turned on his axis, now covering his eyes with his palm. The swamp was still white around him. No one moved on it except the shadows cast by the twisted branches. Only they, as if animated by the ground blizzard, stretched out their grey fingers towards him, reminiscent of the tentacles of sea monsters. But only streams of icy sand, flowing between frozen hummocks, caught up with and touched Svinos. Like a child, the orc, who had never known what fear was, shamed himself. Or a cowardly old woman. A woman, that's what you are now, Sven. The fear gradually receded, allowing him to breathe deeply, but his skinny body, reminiscent of a robe put on a hanger, was taut like a string, and the orc continued to listen attentively to every sound. The swamp's song was monotonous and boring. The howling of the wind, the crunch of branches, the crunch of snow crumbs on ice. Over and over, the same tune repeated itself, soothing the tired orc. Whew, silk click, shork. These sounds, like a lullaby, rocked Svenos. When he was ready to continue on his way, an almost imperceptible meow wedged itself into this quiet song. His right ear, missing its tip, twitched. Deep-set eyes darted intently across the wide field, searching for the source. The sound was so weak that at first Svenos decided that he imagined it. But no, it repeated itself over and over again. Now that the orc's head was turned to the east, it could be distinguished more clearly. The sound, reminiscent of a kitten's meowing, repeated itself, forming a melody. Alive, the orc whispered, overcome with excitement. His fear was completely forgotten and his soul was tormented by interest. Such sounds could not be made by goblins, the only creatures that Stinos feared. Their throats could only roar raggedly. No, not a goblin. It was something else. Small, possibly edible. During the entire journey, the orc ate only once. He accidentally came across the remains of a deer at the foothills. Apparently the poor fellow had fallen from a steep ledge and broken his neck. One man's misfortune is another man's gain. First, Stenos stripped him of his skin, which now served as his cloak, and then he got to the meat, which he ate raw, on the go, without even stopping for a rest. The venison had run out a couple of days ago and he had been searching in vain for anything edible along the way. Stinos shifted from foot to foot, not knowing what to do, but after thinking for a minute he slowly, stealthily walked towards the sound. Its source was not far from the intended path. He had only deviated a little to the east, but he continued to walk towards the edge of the endless bog. Dusk was falling quickly, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to see anything. But the melody did not stop, and as it approached, it became louder and clearer. The orc walked. Time flowed, the melodies changed, and now it became clear that the creature producing them was intelligent. He found the trail at the very edge of the swamp. A thin chain, almost covered with snow, stretched from the forest and ended near a shapeless hummock. Before approaching closer, Stinos looked around. Perhaps this was a trap or an ambush? The cold penetrated to the bones, getting under the skin. No movement was visible around. Who needs you, Stenos finally decided. Freeze in this forgotten wasteland because of one orc? He snorted, gathering courage, and nevertheless approached the source of the sound. At first the orc decided that he was seeing just a pile of rags thrown onto the snow, and only after stopping 2 steps away did he make out the body. The little person was lying on her stomach, turned onto her side, and her head slightly thrown back. Her entire face was covered in pustules and unhealed scabs. Her mouth was wide open, as if screaming. Before her death, she had apparently coughed up blood. The snow around her was thickly spattered with drops that the twilight had painted black. Only one eye was visible, wide open, with a glassy expressionless gaze. The snowfly circling around her, touching her clouded sclera, froze, stuck to it but did not melt. The death of even an unfamiliar creature, unless it was a goblin, was always unpleasant and painfully disturbing to Stenos. He looked longingly at the wanderer who had ended her journey like this, without reaching her goal, and now he stepped even closer, without fear. There was a lump lying by the side of the deadling. Compared to the orc, it was tiny, and Sven could have crushed it with one foot if he wanted to. The cocoon was humming another melody and shivering. It was wrapped in clothes like a cabbage head, and it took a while to see where the hood that covered its face began. Only by the fur trim and the trickle of steam did he understand which side the face was on, and he threw the hood aside. She slowly, without fear, raised her head and looked at Svenus with her huge blue eyes. Only children can look so openly, simply, with pure curiosity, because they do not yet know about the dangers and troubles of the world around them. The child was very small, thin and pale, like any little person, and his whole face was covered with red sores, like his mother's. The orc somehow immediately understood that this was a girl. There was already this deliberately feminine look in her gaze, confident and condescending. Yes, this is how all women look at strong representatives of their races, be their skin white, green or brown. They don't even need to talk about the long-eared ones. And this one, who probably only recently learned to walk, is already staring at him with her impudent eyes and thinking that she is smarter than everyone else. Stenos sighed heavily, as if he was about to be forced to take out someone's latrine bucket. Without saying a word, he gathered the fine into a bundle and carefully, so as not to crush it, tucked it into his bosom. Looking at the dead woman, he wondered if he should take something from her. But her jacket was small, and he did not see a bag or a bundle. Stenos took a large step and, stepping over the body, followed her tracks towards the forest, thinking as he went, why did he reward himself with this squeaky burden? At first, the cold bundle in his bosom made him feel uneasy. Snow remained on the little man's clothes, and melting, the moisture chilled his skin. Sven quickened his pace. The swamp was over, and now it was easier to walk. After the frozen mess, the hard ground under his feet seemed to pick up speed, and the orc felt as if he was racing at the speed of a horse. He quickly warmed up from the movement, and his thoughts returned to the foundling. Sven took her without thinking, simply instinctively saving the child from death. Then, having set foot on the trail of the dead man, the orc thought about it and decided the best thing would be to take her to her relatives. Whatever the mad mother was guided by, heading out with her brood to the swamps in winter, this is definitely not the place for her. For a while, the baby sitting in the bosom did not move and simply snored quietly. The orc walked silently, pretending that he did not care at all what was happening under the cloak. Then she relaxed. Stenos clearly sensed this moment and touched him with her pants. Under the deer skin, the orc was wearing only a rough cloth shirt, gaping with holes, and he felt how icy her tiny fingers were against his skin. Apparently, the girl had been sitting there for more than 1 hour, next to her dead mother. Then she moved again and pressed her head to him. "Nox," she said in a thin, childish voice, lisping a little. The orc became interested. He stopped and looked into his bosom. The girl, pushing aside the scarf tied on her head, pressed her ear to his chest and listened attentively to his heartbeat. She looked into his eyes, with her blue eyes, like forest lakes, and lightly hitting him in the chest with her fist, repeated, "Knocking." The orc winced. How stupid. She's mispronouncing the orcish greeting. He pounded his chest where she had indicated and introduced himself in the orcish manner. Stenos. He pronounced his name short and choppy, his vocal cords unaccustomed to working, making his voice sound like the croak of a raven. The girl made an "oh" with her lips and nodded her head, as if to say, Okay, that's what I thought. Then she smiled happily and called out, "Stenos." The orc nodded condescendingly. Repeating his movements, she proudly poked herself in the chest, about to say her name. Burke interrupted the giant. He was going to dump the child into other hands at the first opportunity, so he didn't want to remember her name. Why make extra efforts? He would call her whatever he liked. The little girl shook her head, disagreeing with him, and was about to give her real name again. "Burke," the orc interrupted her again. At the little one's displeased look, Sven sternly drew his brows together. The child's face changed its emotion from not happy to, "Well, big green pretzel, we'll see who's who." She pursed her lip and literally pouted, resembling a small, disheveled jackdaw sitting in a nest. The orc sighed and, wrapping his skin tighter, stomped on. The relationship with the passenger promised to be difficult, but for the first time in many years, the dry grass surrounding his heart cracked, and young shoots of juicy emotions began to grow wildly in Sven's soul. All the way before this, he had simply wandered aimlessly, driven by the instinct of self-preservation, but as soon as he pressed a small, living bundle to his chest, everything he feared suddenly changed. He felt needed. As if in response to his thoughts, a soft singing sound came from inside the bosom. The melody was different, not the same as the one that sounded over the swamp when he found her. Now, with the singer pressed against his chest, Stenos could clearly make out the words. It was a song about a greedy man who offended his neighbors. Stenos had no idea that if the girl knew a song about a greedy or evil orc, she would of course sing it. But, alas, there was no such song in her small repertoire. So she sang about a bad man. She learned the songs from her mother, who sang them while doing housework, and the girl easily remembered and picked up the melodies. Also, in the evenings before bed, her mother told her fairy tales. Among them was one that described in detail a green, slow-witted giant. She remembered the plot poorly, but when she saw Svenos, she immediately realized that he was an orc. Warming herself in his bosom, the little one wondered if she should be afraid of him. Was he evil or kind? She was especially interested in what he ate. She knew for sure about werewolves. If you met one, run. There were many fairy tales about them, and all of them were scary. Even if you wanted to forget one, you couldn't. But orcs... But just in case she didn't argue with him, so as not to anger him once again. The trail led into the forest. After passing through the sparse undergrowth, the orc came out onto a snow-covered road running along the river. Sheltered from the wind, it retained the distinct tracks of the only traveler who had passed through here all winter. Good, Stenos decided. He wouldn't have to get lost among these prickly fir trees. The village was felt first and only then peeked out from behind the branches. It smelled thickly of smoke and burnt rags. In the descending night, not a single light was visible. Only the barking of dogs that met him at the first gate made him believe that the village was inhabited. The courtyards, surrounded by high fences, stood at a great distance from each other and hid behind carved gates, firmly locked from the inside. No one responded to the loud knocking. Did they die out or something? Stenos scratched his head and went to another yard. If there were people in these fortresses, they were clearly not happy with the uninvited guests. "Masters!" he yelled in his broken voice. "Someone come out! I have important business with you." The dogs, not just one but a whole pack, barked incessantly and drowned out his words. The dogs scratched the boughs in the yard and, not fearing the orcish spirit, rushed into battle. What to do? Stenos shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Maybe these people have a habit of not showing up at night? After wandering a little more between the wooden castles, which were replaced by burnt-out bald patches, he came to the edge of the village. There were several dilapidated huts, long abandoned as unnecessary, common sheds, and haystacks covered with snow. The moon had already risen above the trees and brightly illuminated the bare field that began immediately behind the village. Sven had little choice. To sleep in the snow or among the ruins. The orc, groaning and cursing the white-skinned, crawled under the wall of a small house that had fallen on its side. He took a sizable armful of hay with him and built something like a nest in the rotten straw that once covered the roof. Here he could hide from the wind and snow, and in the morning he would try his luck again and get rid of his burden. After tossing and turning in the grass pile, he compacted the walls of the small hole and fell asleep, crossing his arms over his chest. With this protective gesture, Stenos guarded the great treasure that had suddenly appeared in his life. His sleep was restless. Instead of switching off completely, the orc's brain began to scroll through images of the bitter events of the past years. Svenos was captured when his camp was attacked by mountain goblins. They rolled in the evening mist like a sea wave, dark and merciless. With their huge numbers, the goblins did not give the orcs even a small chance to win. The caravan was destroyed, the wagons and houses were burned, and the wounded were captured. Svenos' only child and wife died despite the fact that he tried to protect his family to the last. The orc was first seriously wounded and then stunned, depriving him of the ability to resist. He came to his senses from the loud mooing of oxen harnessed to cages with thick forged bars, in which prisoners were being transported. The naturally calm animals were stupefied by the smell of blood. They mooed loudly, shaking their horned heads, and stamped their hooves. It was all over. He and several other orcs were being transported towards the cursed Black Mountains. The goblins made a nest for themselves in a border castle abandoned by werewolves. Its walls were crumbling in places. Time had not spared this place. The stonework was overgrown with grass and young trees. The proud wolf banner had not fluttered over the pointed roofs for a long time. In the middle of the fortress courtyard, the slaves dug a huge pit, 3 orc heights deep, into which they threw prisoners. After another raid, the well-fed and contented goblins amused themselves by letting wild predators into the pit. In his sleep, a spasm ran through the orc's body. His eyeballs began to move under his clenched eyelids. In his ears, as if in reality, the death cries of dying captives began to sound. Unarmed, they tried to defend themselves and died, and the fortress was filled with victorious animal roars. Along the edge of the pit, cave creatures were jumping and running on all fours, drooling with excitement. Sphenos escaped this terrible fate. In the battle, his knee was crushed, and the orc's movements were limited. The goblins did not spare the strong giant for meat, and found him a job. Chained by a collar to the wall of the castle, he turned a wooden lifting wheel on the well, filling water troughs for the lizard-like creatures that replaced horses for the goblins. Gradually, the cave creatures moved deeper into the continent, devouring everything in their path like swamp rot. Many years later, the bulk of the long-eared ones moved on. The fortress was now simply a place to spend the night, passing through new hordes of creatures and gradually emptied. The guards weakened. No sentries were posted. Of the captives, only Stenos remained alive. New ones were no longer brought here. Apparently, somewhere in the depths of the Widelands, the goblins founded a new nest. Years passed, but he did not resign himself. He did not abandon the hope of salvation. He constantly thought about escape. At first, Sven tried to tear the chain holding him from the wall with his hands. At night, he did not sleep and put all his strength into swinging the damned iron. But the ring to which it was chained was built into the wall conscientiously. All attempts were unsuccessful. When they completely stopped paying attention to him, the orc picked up 2 stones knocked out of the paving stones near the well and hid them in his rags. When the castle was covered with snow, the orc put 1 cobblestone to the rusty lock, hit it with the other, trying to knock it off. It was not right away, but he was lucky, and the collar flew off his neck, badly torn by unsuccessful blows. That same night, he escaped through a gap in the wall, and a strong blizzard, which broke out for him, hid his tracks. Chapter 3. People Dweller. He didn't want to wake up, but the morning sun made its way through the tufts of straw. It shone right on his face, so brightly that tears rolled from his closed eyes. Stenos tried to turn over to the other side to hide from the persistent beam, but heard an indignant squeak in his bosom. The orc gasped in fear, remembering the little man hiding in his bosom. He had to quickly get out of the warm lair. There was no other way to get the girl, and curiosity got to him. He had never been to this shore before, and he had never seen white-skinned people up close. There was nothing here that attracted the orcs who roamed the Widelands. Ludogit was heavily overgrown with forests, and in many places people had plowed up the free land into fields. Free wanderers like Sven, who bred huge buffalo and lived off them, needed space. Why bother with extra problems like a trampled field or a vegetable garden eaten by oxen? It was much simpler in the land of the dwarves. There, if there were herds or settlements along the way, they had long been surrounded by high walls. Of course, sometimes caravans would stumble upon dwarven property, but there not a single cow would cause harm. In a mine or a shaft, what harm could cattle do? Just keep an eye out so that the oxen don't break their legs in the holes dug by the short ones. Descending from the dark mountains, Stenos deliberately went to the side. The goblins went down in a straight line, and the orc decided to go around their favorite route in an arc. To do this, it was necessary to cross the river and follow the human bank for several days. The Crimson River, which began somewhere in the Great Forest, carried its restless waters across the entire plateau. A dark ridge partially blocked its course. The riverbed had to make a sharp turn, and having rounded the obstacle, continued to run along it. At this point, the current slowed down significantly. The river spilled in all directions and became shallow. The lowland on the side of the people was flooded, and turned the flood meadows into a real swamp. As a true nomad, Svenos easily remembered maps. He only had to glance at the parchment with the drawings once, and it would forever be imprinted in his head. And now, from somewhere in the past, forgotten names emerged. Hopeless Swamp, Brocade Forest. There was some lake or pond called Burke. The letters next to the blue spots on the map fit the found person very well. And now for Svenos, this word was firmly stuck to the girl. Sphene stood up to his full height and, rummaging around in his bosom, pulled out a sleepy young thing. Holding her by the scruff of the neck, like a cat carries her kitten, he lifted the girl up to his very eyes. Overnight she had looked even more pitiful than she had the night before. Her scarf had slipped down to her neck, revealing her light hair. Her braid had come undone, and unruly strands stuck out to the sides like dandelion fluff. Her jacket had come unbuttoned at the top and had ridden up, showing a woolen skirt. Sven had left her boots in his bosom, and now she was kicking with her striped socks, tied with large loops. She clearly didn't like being suspended, but Dior didn't pay attention to her displeasantly twisted lips and murderous gaze. Studying the find, he turned it over from all sides and even sniffed it, dousing it with a rich, orcish scent. Ew. The little man wrinkled his small, button-like nose in displeasure. The orc smelled strong, especially in the mornings, especially from the mouth. "What's wrong, baby? You stink." Children rarely grasp the line between truth and insult. Don't like it? Sven chuckled. He wasn't embarrassed. The thick smell was as natural to an orc as green skin. No, feeling as that's how my grandfather's goat smelled. Children are fearless. The girl was not afraid of the orc's enormous height and his fierce, scarred face. "Now you two stink like your grandfather's goat." Stinus, following the girl, decided to tell the truth, no matter how bitter it was. "You're lying." She brought her sleeve to her nose. Not that much, but the night in the orc's bosom had soaked her clothes with the special spirit of Sven. The girl's spotted face seemed to turn sour from the realization of this. "Let go," she asked, offended. Sven did not object. He took the boots that had fallen off from his bosom and handed them to the girl. "Don't be afraid, you won't have to endure my smell for long. I'll take you to your relatives now, you'll wash off quickly there." "So you won't eat me," the girl clarified. "I don't eat people who talk," Stinos said cheerfully. "They make my stomach bloat." The ground was covered with loose snow, and the girl put on her shoes right in the air, comically bending towards her feet. "That's it, now you can put me in." During his time as a slave, the orc had gotten used to obeying any commands without question, so her orders did not cause any protest in him. Her squeaky voice did not frighten him, and the way she lisped her words like a child even amused him. Stenos was curious to watch the child. Some strange forgotten warmth awoke in him. He experienced such feelings only when rocking his son in his arms. The heart was stirred by something forgotten. Family. Having lowered the girl into the snow, the orc straightened her jacket. Looking down at his shaggy charge, Stinos took off her scarf, smoothed her hair as best he could, and tied it back. In response to this action, his soul became even warmer. It was as if spring had touched his heart. The child took the care for granted, and without even saying thank you, the girl ran around the corner of the collapsed barn. Stinos followed like a mother hen, rubbing his pleasantly aching chest. "Hey!" the little one squeaked indignantly. "Don't follow me. It could be dangerous there." Stinos was confused, not understanding why she was driving him away. "But I need..." She crouched down eloquently, squeezing her knees together. "The call of nature. Got it. Just wait, let me make sure there's no one here." The orc looked around the corner, and having made sure that there were no evil spirits there, left the child alone. He also had urgent business behind the neighboring haystack they met near their overnight stay. Sven silently sat the girl in his bosom. She cuddled up into a ball, as if she had been sitting there all her life. Through the deerskin, the orc heard her stomach rumble loudly. "Now you will be fed," and he patted the place where her head was supposedly located. The settlement that seemed deserted yesterday was waking up. Around you could hear cows mooing in the barns, roosters crowing. Sensing an orc, dogs began to bark, but in the general hubbub, no one paid attention to them. The village, by its general appearance, was not rich. Simple log houses, roofed with straw, iron and grey tiles, were rarely visible. The courtyards, surrounded by high fences, stood at a great distance from each other, which seemed strange to Stinos until he glanced at the slightly snow-covered ashes. "They are probably built this way so that in the event of a fire, they don't all burn to death," the orc decided, and moved towards the first courtyard. There was a beautiful gate, decorated with a bright picture. In broad strokes, an unknown artist had painted two swans on the leashes. They were swimming towards each other and meeting with their noses in the center. Movement was visible through the cracks in the boards, and the orc joyfully pounded on the gate. Hurried footsteps were heard, a bolt rattled behind the fence, and a large, roughly forged latch turned downwards. The door swung open. A woman appeared in the doorway. Not yet old, plump and rosy-cheeked, she had apparently just milked a cow and was holding a heavy bucket full of milk. It was steaming and smelled wonderfully of a delicate creamy taste. The orc's mouth filled with saliva. He had not drunk milk for 100 years. The aunt opened the door with joy, probably expecting to see acquaintances. At the sight of the orc, her face lengthened in surprise, and she hesitantly said, apparently not knowing what to say. At this sound, a girl picked out from behind Svenos's bosom. The orc was about to hand a child to the little man and ask him to take care of her, but the woman's eyes widened sharply, and then her features were distorted by horror. The bucket fell from her hands, and she screamed loudly, squeezing all the air out of her lungs. With a heartbreak, like someone screaming before death, the aunt's shriek tore at the orc's eardrums, and, pressing his head into his shoulders, he backed away, not understanding what was happening.
She couldn't be so scared of him, could she? Humans and orcs had never been enemies, and were not enemies.
From different parts of the village, in response to the scream, the slamming of doors and the clatter of feet running along the icy road were heard. "Damn it," the woman screamed. "He's brought us an infection." A memory flashed and rolled through the orc's head like ball lightning. Of course, cursed was the name given to people who had recovered from the disease and survived. They were considered contagious for life.
Stenos turned and ran towards the forest, accelerating as fast as his injured leg would allow. Curses followed. Men and women cursed and waved pitchforks from their gates.
The people shouted all at once, and the individual words were inaudible. The only clear words were, "Damn it." Stones rained down on his back. Once a thrown torch scorched him. The skin covering his shoulders began to smoke. The orc put out the fire with his hand. Someone let a dog loose. Its teeth clicked near the orc's bare legs. Sven bent down and grabbed a thick piece of board sticking out of the fresh ashes they were just running past. He hit the vicious dog with all his might. The dog yelped piteously and recoiled. Continuing to bark, it ran after him, but not as briskly as before, and after the village, it still fell behind. The stick was no longer needed, and the giant threw it into the snow, not even suspecting that he was holding in his hand a piece of the house in which the girl was born and raised. A day ago, life had still flickered in it. Stenos ran to the forest, breathing hoarsely. Like a run-down horse, he hadn't run for a long time. Looking around, he found a tall stump, on which he sat down heavily and thought. "And what should I do with you?" he asked, more to himself than to the girl. From behind the collar, through a narrow gap between the edges of the skin, tear-stained blue eyes looked at the orc. She understood what had happened, and she was scared. People she had known all her life suddenly became enemies who wanted her dead. She trustingly pressed herself against the green giant and discreetly wiped her tear-stained cheeks on her dirty shirt. Stenos sighed heavily. He too became afraid. He was afraid not of the attack that had already taken place, but of the joyless future that awaited him. How would his life change if a human child remained with him? The girl was weak, small. She needed to be fed and warmed so that she would not freeze. There would be plenty of other troubles with her too. The orc caught his breath and began to calmly think about what had happened. A child. Why would the mind need such a burden when it itself did not know what it would do next? But what to do with her? He could leave her here, the easiest option. Just wait until darkness and leave her in the nest where they spent the night. And she would die. For sure. This thought caused a wave of bitterness to rise up inside the orc. The soul protested violently. Sven did not resist for long, and almost immediately rejected this option. Food. He made a decision. We need food. Where can you get food in winter? Only in settlements. Running away, they jumped out on the other side of the village, and now an unfamiliar forest stood before the travelers. 2 clearings, as if specially planted with tall linden trees, went into the bowl. Now the roads were covered with snow, but they were used in the summer. "Let's look for a more welcoming place," announced Stenos to his fellow traveler, and rose from the stump. The snow on the road, worn by the sun, was compacted, and it was easy to walk on it. The orc stopped only twice during the entire day to catch his breath and recover. By evening, he saw dark buildings between the bare branches. Not a settlement, a guardhouse, or a small farm. There were no fences here. A couple of small houses stood nearby, surrounded only by forest and low sheds. Now Sven did not knock on the door. he hid behind the thick raspberry bushes and began to wait patiently. During the hour that he froze his feet in the bushes, no movement was visible. Night had already descended on the earth, but the windows remained dark. Sven made up his mind. Finally, he walked around the farmstead in a circle. No traces were visible except his own. The houses are not inhabited. He confidently informed the girl who was looking out of the collar of the skin. "I'm scared. Maybe we should get away from here." She stuck out of her hiding place only up to her eyes. Everything was visible and warm. "If there is someone there," Stenos clenched his fist, "then we will defeat him." There's not much room for people to hide in a house like that. Even if there are people there, Sven will stay here. There was nowhere else to go in this wilderness. They would simply freeze to death in the forest at night. And food. The thresholds creaked underfoot, surprised by the orc's weight. The wooden, unpainted door was unlocked. Stenos opened it halfway and listened. Ugh, it stinks. How sensitive she is when it comes to smells. It smells good. Why? This means, Sven wanted to say, everyone died, but he didn't want to scare the girl. That no one lives here. Are we staying here tonight? The girl asked, sticking her head out of the skin further. If we're lucky, we'll stay here for the winter, Sven answered wearily. The crossing had exhausted him, and more than anything the orc wanted to warm himself by the hot stove. Is there anyone in the house? He shouted at the door just in case, and without waiting for an answer, stepped over the threshold. It was darker in the house than outside, but fortunately there was a table with a candle stub right by the threshold. It was no longer than a little finger and was firmly fused into the clay shard in which it had been placed. Sit here. Stenos pulled the child out from under his bosom and lowered him onto a chair. He struck a tinderbox, lit the wick, and the light in the room flickered. There was only one room in the house, but the far corner was separated by a greasy curtain. Stenos pulled back the curtain and looked in. There was a bed hidden there, and the owner of the house, who had been dead for at least a week. The old man looked like a dried-out mummy, and lay with his arms folded peacefully across his chest. The orc threw a blanket over him and rolled him up along with the bed linen and mattress like a carpet. "Sorry, friend, but you won't need a bed now." Throwing the deceased owner over his shoulder, he carried the find outside and hid it in one of the sheds. Stenos returned with an armful of firewood. "Now, we'll warm up." The house in the forest turned out to be an apiary. Its dead owner lived here alone. The orc found no other people, living or dead. In one of the sheds, 2 pigs, barely alive from hunger, greeted him with joyful squeals. In another, beekeeper's tools and several cans with old, dried-out and darkened honey were stored. In the residential house, to the joy of Burke and Sfinos, a cellar with a supply of food was discovered. Potatoes, carrots and turnips were piled up in wooden boxes. Berries with sauerkraut, cucumbers and mushrooms were arranged on neat shelves. The deceased owner was a provident man. The provisions were more than enough for one person to survive until warmer weather. Not enough for an adult, starving orc and a growing girl, but they were glad to have this lodger as a priceless treasure. Having slept, looked around and thought carefully, the orc decided to stay at the apiary until the food ran out. He had no one to rush to, and the most chilly months of the year were looming ahead. He was not worried about uninvited guests. The beekeeper had obviously sold his entire honey harvest in the fall, and no one would come to him to buy anything. Especially since in the midst of the Red Plague, people do not stick their noses out beyond their own gates. A month passed, then another, and winter began to retreat. The nights grew shorter, and the orc's thoughts grew longer. Stenos constantly pondered their future. Now he no longer separated the human cub from himself, and had managed to become attached to her with all his soul. The orc put together different options like a mosaic. He twisted it this way and that, but the picture did not come together. The fate of the little one did not fit with the ludosite. The world of people, having painfully kicked the sick cub in the ass, pushed her into the cold nowhere and slammed the doors behind her. Now they had only one way left, to the other side of the Crimson River. There no one would throw stones at the damned one, unless they met a werewolf, and living there. Where would they come from? The orc argued with himself. They've probably all run out of breath by now. He looked sadly at the girl digging around near the stove. She was carefully knitting a figurine out of scraps.
It was a pity, of course, that it wasn't an orc. Although she looked very similar, mischievous, persistent, and those bumps on her skin were definitely orc warts. Only the color... If her skin were green, then she could easily pass for his cub. While pondering this problem, the orc sorted through the things in the chest. Mostly broken junk was stored there, but there were also seeds for the garden in carefully labeled packages and some grains for soup. Untying a small bundle, the orc saw green powder. He sniffed it, licked it. Emerald algae. Identified the substance. Sphenos. Quite a rare thing, very much loved by women of all races. People eager to earn money collected it from river backwaters. The long stems were dried and then ground into powder. If a piece of fabric or some ready-made clothes were boiled in its infusion, it acquired a pleasant grassy color. Fabric dyed in this manner did not fade or discolor in the sun. Orc women were very fond of such clothes, and each had a small bundle of powder hidden away. But people used it with caution. If you stain your skin, it would be a big problem to wipe it off. Sphenos rubbed a pinch of powder between his fingers, and his already green fingers darkened even more. Interesting. He approached a girl playing with homemade dolls on the floor. The rags, twisted at an angle, were now talking to each other as if they were alive.
Let's go eat potatoes.
He asked for a bigger fig.
No, the little red one answered. I want some porridge.
Sphenos ran a dirty finger across the baby's forehead, and the skin from the hair to the bridge of the nose turned green. It's funny. The orc licked his other, clean finger and tried to rub off the strip. The human resisted, squealing indignantly and pushing away Stenos' paw. The paint could not be washed off. The skin around it had already turned red, but the green pigment which had eaten into the skin remained. Then Stenos scooped up more from the bundle and, ignoring the insults pouring out of the child, rubbed the powder all over her face. The green softened the bright spots of the scars and made the little man, in the orc's eyes, much more beautiful. He even shed a few tears from affection. But the little man's face did not remain green for long, and all her love for bathing, in 3 days she washed herself white. The failure did not stop Sphenos, and with donkey stubbornness he began to conduct experiments on her. Orc tried to dye it in different ways. First, he brewed seaweed in boiling water and made Burke wash herself with this decoction. The green lasted no more than 4 days. He also rubbed it with powder mixed with honey. Not the best option, it washed off almost immediately. There were other attempts. Each time, Sven meticulously counted the days it took for the skin to clear up and made notes on the wall of the house. The best option turned out to be an oil mash. Orc mixed the powder with heated sunflower oil left over from fried potatoes. The mixture thickened and acquired the consistency of thick sour cream. The substance was pleasant and silky to the touch, laying softly on the child's skin. It was well absorbed and did not wash off for more than a week. The girl perceived all these manipulations as a game. She was interested in looking into the small mirror and finding a copy of Stenos there. She made faces and stuck out her tongue with pleasure. Along the way, Stenos accustomed her to the new name and instilled in her orcish habits. Having boiled a full pot of potatoes, which he did not even consider necessary to peel, the orc placed it on the table. Next to it, he placed bowls with cabbage and mushrooms.
Having taken out one potato, Sven placed it in front of himself.
"This is for Stenos," the orc announced loudly. "And this..." Sven took out a smaller tuber and froze as if deep in thought. "Burke." The girl pronounced the new name with displeasure and reached out her hand for food. She was quite persistent, and the first few days she preferred to starve rather than respond to this insulting Burke. But then she got used to it and gave in. After all, she was a small child, quickly forgot the past, and did not understand the full meaning of what was happening. The orc chuckled contentedly and handed her a potato, and then moved other plates closer. "Burke." He stroked her head and smiled. The smile was more like a grin, but the child was used to it, and the green muzzle now seemed familiar and very sweet to her. Even the orcish greeting that Stenos displayed every morning was no longer frightening. Stenos. The orc screamed sharply at dawn and hit himself in the chest with his fist. Then he would growl briefly, showing his fangs.
A classic orc greeting, something like "Good morning" or "I present my respects." Burke, she had become comfortable with her new name, would repeat his actions exactly and receive
An approving nod from the giant.
"But before you can become a real orc, you must stop being human." Every morning, the little person combed her long light hair. She importantly took out of her pocket a beautiful comb with a skillfully carved pattern on it, and told about her little sister, to whom it belonged.
Putting on knitted, warm socks, she remembered her mother, who wove them for her.
There was also a bright belt. Burke explained to Stenos that she was going to give it to her little brother when he grew up. One morning the comb disappeared. The girl carefully searched the entire bed, then the entire small house, but the loss was not found. Rats. Stenos shook his head. There really were rats under the floor of the house, which often rustled at night. The little girl grieved over the loss for several days and then forgot. Without a thing reminder, the image of her sister was quickly erased from the memory of a small child. Then the socks disappeared, without a trace. Then the belt. Gradually, all the girl's personal belongings, clothes, jewelry, toys, disappeared from the house. Everything that she had with her when Stenos found her. They replaced the missing ones with others found in the house. Of course, everything was big. Something had to be sewn, something had to be tucked in. But fortunately, the little girl knew how to sew very well, and there was no need for clothes. The last thing Stenos threw into the fire was the small wooden pendant that Burke wore around her neck. He carefully cut the tightly woven cord of horsehair so as not to wake the girl. On the thin braid hung a lovingly carved amulet, a woman's face with large eyes. Pulling the edge, he carefully pulled it out from the bosom of the sleeping child. It had been carved by her father, and before going to sleep, she had apparently prayed to her gods, clutching the oval image in her fist. "You are no longer human," Stenos whispered quietly, stroking his tangled hair. The next morning, he persuaded her to get a haircut. Burke even cried over the braids burning in the stove, and the house filled with the unpleasant smell of burnt chicken. The girl ran her hand over the unusually bare crown of her head, feeling her new hairstyle. Now on her head was a short, uneven mohawk, carefully cut by Stenos. He handed her a mirror. Green skin and a hedgehog of dark hair, almost green from the dye. A real orc, Sven proudly declared and pounded his chest with his fist. Orc. The girl repeated and also hit herself in the chest. She definitely liked this game. They left the apiary in the spring, after all the snow had melted and the days had become warm. Without waiting for the food they had carefully saved to run out, the lodgers packed up their belongings and set off. The orc was carrying a heavy knapsack on his shoulders, and Burke was sitting in his bosom as before. The girl stuck her head out and, looking at the house that had sheltered them, waved her hand. "Goodbye," she shouted to human habitation. "Goodbye," the orc corrected her, and quickly glancing over her shoulder, walked towards the Crimson River. Chapter 4. Burke, several years later. The morning promised to be kind. There were no clouds or wind outside the window, and the sun was already sending bunnies around the room. Burke threw off the blanket and stretched sweetly. Getting up early was a habit for her. The girl parted with her bed quickly, especially in winter, when it was cold in the house in the mornings. Yawning and scratching her belly like a true orc, Burke walked into the front room, where there was a bucket of water and a chipped basin that served as a washstand. She filled 2 ladles and stuck her hands in them. The water was cool and quickly washed away the remnants of drowsiness. Snorting and shaking her head like a dog, the girl washed herself. Scooping up some wood ash from a small bowl, she brushed her teeth with her finger and blew her nose loudly, as Stenos had taught her. Burke splashed some viscous green liquid from a pot-bellied jar onto her palm and carefully rubbed it over her arms all the way to her elbows. Then, looking into a shard of mirror, she smeared the paint over her face, not forgetting her ears and neck. She renewed her paint about once a week. Her skin, already green, became a pleasant shade of young grass. The morning toilet was completed by a meticulous combing of her hair. The braid was not particularly thick, but the girl did not want to cut it off, no matter how much Svenus insisted on it. As a child, she, like a real orc, wore a mohawk on her head. Svenus shaved her temples twice a year. But after they settled among the dwarves, the hairstyle began to seem irrelevant to Burke. The locals went around with hair all the way to their eyebrows. Both men and women wore braids and did not shave at all. After long arguments, during which Burke shed tears more than once, her father allowed her to grow a grey braid, more like a mouse's tail in thickness. Now Burke lovingly wove into it a blue ribbon given to Polly on the spring equinox.
The front door slammed. "Good morning," boomed Stenos, stepping over the threshold.
Without taking off his shoes, he walked to the table and sat down on a wide bench near the wall.
As soon as the frosts outside subsided, my father would move to the stable to spend the night. He loved the coolness and often complained that the house was stuffy.
In the warm season, he would only come home in the mornings, and they would have breakfast together.
"Where's that damn sock?" Burke cursed, shaking the blanket. She had already taken off her nightgown and was now crawling on the floor in her panties, looking under the low bed. She was not ashamed of her nakedness at all.
Since childhood,
Burke had bathed and changed clothes in front of her father, and even as an adult, she had not changed her habit.
Sven broke a crust of stale bread brought from the tavern yesterday and looked around the room. The girl was always very tired in the evening, and when undressing, she could scatter her things all over the house.
On the stove, Stenos nodded towards a pile of rags twisted into a knot. Burke quickly stuck her head into the shirt and darted to the firebox, covered with an old blanket.
Sure enough, there were the pants and the missing sock, and the trampled boots of cracked leather were waiting on the floor. "I didn't light a candle yesterday," she explained, pulling the missing item onto her leg and sitting down at the table. "You pass by the shop with a lighted candle?" The orc scolded his daughter good-naturedly.
"But I finished washing everything," the girl answered, taking a copper coin out of her pants pocket.
Here, a whole copper coin.
And she probably thrust it under her father's nose.
Stenos nodded approvingly and ran his huge calloused hand through the girl's hair as encouragement. Burke was the only one earning money in their family. Stenos worked for food and the worn-out clothes that the innkeeper gave him from time to time. "2 more and we'll order you new boots," Burke muttered through a mouthful of bread. "You needed more," Stenos objected, sipping the dark kvass. He was ashamed of his failure, and when it came to new clothes for him, he always tried to refuse them. "Don't start," the girl objected. "We've said it 100 times already. First, boots will cost you more, and in the spring, you were already walking barefoot, I'm not cold. And by winter, I'll earn enough money to buy myself boots." Burke tried to speak firmly, although she did not feel confident in her words. Shoes for an orc were expensive. The size of Svenus's feet was simply enormous compared to the feet of dwarves. Much more leather was needed for such boots, and the price corresponded. They have been saving for half a year, not allowing themselves to spend a single coin. The season is ending. 3 more weeks and everyone will leave. Burke made her living washing clothes for miners who came to the wilderness for the summer to dig coal in the mines here. As soon as the autumn rains began, the quarries flooded and the workers ran home. "Then we'll buy it next year." Her boots had been bought 4 winters ago. The leather was excellent quality and probably could have been worn for a long time, but in that time the girl had grown, and the only shoes she had were mercilessly pinching her feet. And it was already too cold to walk barefoot. Burke's poor toes had not had time to heal from the calluses. "Then your legs will turn into crooked hooves," Sven chuckled. "They won't transform. Next summer you'll be clopping along the roads like Polly the goat." Burke presented this picture and objected, wrinkling her nose like an angry green cat. "This will not happen." Me, Sven continued to tease her with a laugh. "Well, you..." Burke jumped up from her chair offended. She brushed the crumbs from the table and poured them into her mouth. Noisily squeezing the last drops of kvass from the mug into her mouth, she ran out into the street like an arrow. "We'll buy you boots anyway," Stenos heard before the door slammed shut. It didn't work, Sven sighed sadly. He had so hoped to anger her. Theo was slow on ideas and couldn't think of any other way to control the wayward girl. It worked a few times, and in a fit of anger she did as Stenos wanted. But it didn't help with the boots, which cost as much as a good piglet. The daughter harnessed herself to this idea like a stubborn mule, and he could walk on snow. Just by wrapping his feet in pieces of felt, Burke rounded the corner of the house and picked up a large willow basket that stood by the door and walked down the path past rows of yellowing onions. Across the backyard, clothes of all sorts were strung on lines that ran from a huge old oak tree to a barn. Miners' shirts from elderly neighbors who didn't want to do their laundry, and bed linens from the inn flapped in the wind. In the summer, washing was almost a pleasure. Rinse in the river, hang out in the street. Not like in the winter when the lines in the house made the rooms look like a maze. The girl felt at the outer shirt with a half-torn sleeve. The thick wool was still damp, a bit damp.
I'll tick it off by lunchtime. Burke slipped easily under the rag sails and headed for the road. Their small farmstead, scattered as if by a storm along the gently sloping bank of the river, was a very picturesque place. The ground here was uneven, as if dug up by huge moles, and each house had not just a yard but a kind of earthen hole in which the house was hidden. For privacy, there was no need to put up a fence or a front garden, because in order to see a neighbor, you had to go into his personal nook. From the bank, you could only see bright red-tiled roofs, similar to fly agarics, sticking out between the trees. There were a little less than 20 houses. On the outskirts, they stood far apart, and closer to the center of the farmstead, they converged more densely, as if looking into the windows of a two-story hotel, which was the time and door heart of this place. Birkin's Venus hut was not far from the river. The house was so low, slightly lopsided, with walls covered with darkened shingles and a creaky threshold and only 2 windows. Behind it was a small vegetable garden planted with vegetables and corn. A big plus of this place was the road that led to the watermill past their yard. People often drove along it, and the rolled strip always remained clean. In winter it was cleared of snow, and in summer Burke did not have to walk on grass wet with dew. Lightly kicking a gaping chicken, the girl stepped onto the packed clay track. She turned over the laundry basket that she always took with her, and for convenience, put it on her head like a huge hat. The willow twigs were loosely woven, and Burke could see the road through the cracks. Despite the sun, the morning was cool. Autumn had already gilded the leaves on the trees. The house closest to them had long been abandoned, and its yard was thickly overgrown with burdock and hawthorn. Now 2 skinny, long-eared pigs were rummaging through them, looking more like stray dogs. From the road, their owner, Mr. Adular Gurt, a retired city teacher who had come to the farm to live out his days, was watching them. On his head, covered with grey fluff, the skinny short man wore a cap with a gold tassel all year round, and on his feet were funny shoes with long upturned toes. The old man was their closest neighbor, and every morning Burke was sure to bump into him. The cunning gnome always pretended that it was an accident. "Good morning, Mr. Gurt!" The orc woman shouted loudly and waved her hand at him. The old man was hard of hearing, and it was not known whether it was because he had lived as long as a sandbank, or because of the thick vegetation that grew out of his ears. The dwarf squinted at Burke, as if he had just seen her, and shifted from one foot to the other with a grunt. His hands were crossed on a tall, stocky staff that reached up to his chin. "Burke?" the dwarf asked in surprise, as if he hadn't expected to meet her here. "Indeed, who else could be passing by here at such an early hour?" "Yes, it is I, Mr. Adular," Burke answered as she walked. She tried to speak to the old man as little as possible, using short, meaningless sentences. The lonely dwarf was bored, and often amused himself by talking to passer-by on various topics. An innocent phrase could evoke lengthy memories in Adular, and the conversation could drag on for an hour or even longer. "Where are you going?" the old teacher asked unceremoniously. To work. The dwarf creaked and grimaced, as if she earned her living by fornication and not by washing. "Yes."
Wash, mend, alter.
Burke repeated her advertising slogan. "Do you need anything washed?" she asked politely, although she already knew the answer. "No." The dwarf lovingly ran his hand over his greasy waistcoat, half hidden by his long beard that had grown to his knees. Aduliria, like any decent dwarf, was rather stingy, and in order to save money, washed his clothes himself. Judging by the old stains, not often enough. Too bad. "But if you ever need it..." "Why so early? Where can't you sleep?" the old man interrupted, and squinting his eyes stared at her as if she were a criminal. She was like that as a child, but now she has almost reformed. Berg thought about it. How could she explain to Grandpa briefly that she wasn't up to no good? There were no grapes on the road, the carrots had already been picked, and she and her father had plenty of apples themselves this year. The pigs, not interested in the conversation, abandoned their occupation and trotted to the river. Apparently after the roots, they were tormented by thirst. Adularia looked after the animal with longing. He would have to let go of his victim. In anger, he hit the ground with the staff on which he was leaning, and Burke jerked. She still remembered how the old man beat her with his stick when he did not hear her answer. In class or when it was wrong. "I'm changing all the bedding in the inn today," Burke shouted. The old man didn't answer. He just hit the ground with his staff again, annoyed at the lop-eared pigs, and comically hobbling in his shoes, he began to go down to the river. Having walked around the old man who was passing by, you never know, he might decide to hit her. Burke almost ran to the hotel. Mentally, she thanked the grunting farm of Adular, who had spared her from the morning interrogation. She swept through the back door into the kitchen like a gale. The delicious aromas of spices and baked goods hit her nose from the threshold.
Whitewashed walls, wooden floors scrubbed to a shine, linen curtains, and bushes of small hot peppers decorating the windowsills. The spacious room with wide windows was homely and warm.
In the center stood a stove with pots in which the brew was boiling. Half of the room was taken up by a long cutting table on which fresh greens from the garden were piled up. Ooh.
You scared me! Polly the Incook jerked. Her right arm was elbow deep in a tub of dough. Are you being chased by a shishiga? The gnome asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her apron. Adularia, I don't believe it, the cook laughed. That an old stump would chase after someone.
The gnome was generously endowed by nature. Her body with soft curves constantly attracted men's glances.
Today, Polly's high chest was emphasized by a bright pink chintz, generously trimmed with flounces. Due to the abundance of admirers and her capricious nature, Polly was niti da meris, pikalo de silo. Sarawe embistyrse uroshnižre.
Burke set her wide basket down by the door and scooped up some icy water, freshly drawn from the well. The iron bucket was damp, as if sweating.
Again, made him tell the calculation table? The gnome snatched the ladle from Burke with a clean hand and nodded at the clay jug standing on the table. Milk. The orchanka grimaced, already tasting goat's milk on her tongue, but knowing that it was useless to deny it, she poured a full mug.
No, I just wanted to know what I was planning at such an hour.
Fat, Polly demanded.
But you are good.
Fat, the fat woman demanded again in a tone that brooked no objection.
Goose fat, disgusting in appearance and smell, stood on the top shelf in a jar, carefully covered with a burlap sack.
Burke scooped up the yellowish mass with a spoon and bared her teeth, lifting her upper lip. That was what Stenos did when he was displeased.
On him it looked terrifying because of his large fangs, but on Burke's face it looked like a funny grimace. Who the hell thought that this nasty stuff is healthy?
And the girl broke a spoonful of fat into warm milk. Trying to drink as quickly as possible, she drained the mug in large gulps with a yellow film floating on the surface. The healers, putting away the dough, answered Polly. Fools, Burke growled angrily and wiped the remains of the unpleasant swill from her lips.
Yes, they'll be smarter than you, Polly grinned as she washed her hands.
You had to think of swimming in the river in such cold weather, and in a thunderstorm too. I was swimming the nets. How many times do I have to repeat this? Burke didn't like making excuses, especially when she was truly innocent. And what is the boat for?
Apparently, so that smart people don't get into the water and catch a cold in their frail health.
The net got caught on some snags and there was a fallen tree there, so it was impossible to get there by boat. And you are so smart that you jumped into the icy water. The cook clicked her tongue. And what should I have done? I would throw away these nets. They cost money and fish. And now there is chest inflammation. Who could have known? Someone who suffers from a cough for 6 months from every draft. Burke snorted in annoyance. A month ago, she had caught a cold while taking down nets at a distant dam. She had been feverish for a whole week, and the cough was still breaking out.
For a long time, her father had been stuffing her with all sorts of potions so vile that they seemed to only make things worse.
Having gotten a little stronger, Burke began pouring the stinking tinctures out the window, feigning humility and submission before Stenos. But Polly was much harder to fool. She had to take the medicine under the cook's watchful eye. She had seen through the girl long ago and did not trust her roguish character one bit. For some reason, the gnome decided that goose fat with milk was a miracle cure, and she forced Burke not only to drink and eat this nasty stuff, but also to rub it on her back before going to bed. Orcs were generally very healthy. Her father, as far back as Burke could remember, had never suffered from heartburn. But she, Burke, was a special orc. Too special even for this farm. An albino. All orcs had bumpy green skin, but Burke's was white with pink spots. Her skin was light, like that of dwarves, and only uneven spots, like small scars, stained it like a quail's egg. Why is this so? She asked Svena. An exception, the father replied, shrugging his shoulders.
Could this tricky word explain her? So that she would not differ too much from her parent and would not raise unnecessary questions, Sven came up with the idea of painting her, and now the girl periodically rubbed herself with a chatterbox made from emerald algae. But poor health cannot be hidden under paint, and the girl constantly caught colds. "I'll go change my underwear," Burke said. "There's no need for the fourth room, there's no one there," Polly warned, sitting down on a low bench and pulling a basket of vegetables towards her. "I know." Glancing at the cook, Burke quietly stole a pancake from the plate prepared for the guests and popped it into her mouth as payment for the disgusting stuff she had been forced to drink. "Then you can help me with the turnip," said Polly, and brushed the top of a yellow tuber.
"Are you going to bake it?" "No, I boil it as a side dish for the rabbit." "Oh."
Burke perked up happily. The leftovers from the tables were always given to her and Sven. All the pieces have been divided between the guests. There won't be any extra ones today. "Oh," Burke said sadly, and trudged toward the stairs. Chapter 5. Werewolves. A line of horsemen stretched out along the road in a long caterpillar. 2 large carts, covered with canvas canopies, rolled behind them. The wooden axles of the wheels creaked peacefully, and occasionally the armor on the strong bodies of the riders jingled. A red flag with a wolf's head embroidered on it fluttered on the long shaft of a spear stuck into the front of the main cart. Remembering the peaceful times, the black beast was depicted not grinning, but proudly looking forward. The flexible movements and predatory features of the riders immediately recognized the wolf breed. Werewolves. Rare guests in these parts. Their horses walked at a soft gait, the large hooves of the heavy draft horses raised clouds of dust, and the massive and muscular horses were a match for the warriors who saddled their backs. The two-faced preferred this breed to others because of their strength and endurance. Of course, the draft horses were inferior to the thin-legged racehorses in agility and speed, but their gentle nature and soft gait more than compensated for their clumsiness. The 2 riders riding in front resembled their horses not only in strength, but also in color. On the black horse rode a brunette with curly hair, Heliodor Vaft, the last of the distant pack of the Wild Wind, and it was immediately obvious that he was the alpha here. The werewolf seemed to be imbued with the strength of his entire people. Proud posture, majestic turn of the shoulders, serious brown eyes so dark that from afar they seemed black. A distant look with innate arrogance and a bit of haughtiness. The clothes were not bright, sewn simply, but the quality of the material and good sewing spoke of high prices and wealth. People with wealth buy such things not for show but for convenience. A sorrel horse with a pale yellow mane rode a red werewolf with green eyes. Tumidset, Beta, right hand, and named brother of the Alpha, his complete opposite. His jacket was embroidered with gold braid. His boots attracted glances with their rich red color. It was immediately clear that he loved everyone's attention. On his face was an ironic half-smile, in his eyes the thirst for adventure. Tumit lazily looked around the surroundings, turning his shaggy head, and from the side it might seem that the werewolf was doing this out of boredom. Only the pack knew that Tumit was serving his turn as a lookout. Both riders were almost the same age. One was 28 years old, the other a little younger. This age they had met when they were young puppies, and had ridden the wide lands together ever since. Other outcasts had joined their company, and now the whole gang proudly called themselves the Pack of the Black Beast. Heliodor was drowsy in the autumn daytime warmth, and he, lulled by the smooth gait of his black horse, dozed off carelessly. The horse felt a weakening and did not fail to take advantage of it. Slowing down a little, the coal-black giant led the stallion on the right go-ahead. Arching his neck like a snake, he sharply bit his neighbor on the hind leg. "Ah!" The rider cried out in surprise, almost flying out of the saddle on his horse, after the vile attack, suddenly reared up and jerked to the side, forgetting about the rider. Heliodorus woke up immediately. "What a lousy beast!" he shouted at his horse and yanked on the reins. "He did it again," Tumit said resentfully, returning to the road. "What can you do? That's just his character," sighed Heliodorus. His horse was different from his fellows. Along with his impeccably beautiful appearance came a vicious and vengeful temperament. It's all because other horses were born from mares, but yours was spat out by the abyss itself. The raven glared at Tumit with his shining eyes and snorted as if to make it clear that he remembered both the offensive words and the offender. Storm simply has an overdeveloped sense of justice. Gel stood up for his cattle. What's fair about sneak bites? Your colors didn't let him through when entering the city, remember? And what? Storm is the leader's horse and must always go first. Tumit spat angrily into the road dust. He's already bitten the whole herd.
Are you going to insist that everyone has heard him? He must have had his reasons. Storm, as the main one, keeps order, and the pack?
Each of us at least once bore marks from his teeth on our skin. But you all have respect for him. Fear. Respect him. We hate. And love.
Timmy chuckled, making it clear that the Alpha was saying absurd things. In his own way, of course.
But it's impossible not to love such a handsome man.
The werewolf gently patted the stallion's forelock and gently ran his hand over the blue-black skin that shimmered in the sun. The horse was truly beautiful,
Even in color, without a single blemish. A thick mane and tail that matched his body, reaching to the ground. And how good he was to ride, responsive and sensitive, like a taut bowstring. He cost Heliodorus a huge amount of money, and his pack brothers paid for his proximity with eternal wariness.
You don't know how to choose, either horses or women. Tum shook his head. They cost you too much. But they are worth it, Gel squinted slyly. His brother envied him. It was evident in his tone and the glance he cast over his shoulder.
The Alpha's last love was stormy and all-encompassing.
Like a true werewolf, he gave himself completely to hunting the chosen female, and won, having spent a whole bunch of gold. I'm not sure I'd want an elf in my bed.
But I didn't know that wolves can be hypocritical. Heliodor flashed his large fangs. No, seriously, to me they're colder than icicles. You are wrong. Eliridanna is not like that.
What a name. Just hearing it would make me turn back. I agree, it's not as easy with her as with the gnome and the goblin.
And both, like conspirators, turned around and looked at Speller. Werewolves have unusually sensitive hearing, and the whole pack heard every word, not on purpose. Schvel grimaced.
In the summer he had once drunk dwarven rum to the point of stupefaction and had slept with the goblin who ran the pub. She was one of the steppe goblins, who was strikingly different from the mountain goblins. The steppe goblins were good traders and not at all keen on slaughter. To everyone's surprise, it had not been a one-time affair, and Svel had visited the innkeeper until his very departure. How she had cried at the city gates, seeing the pack off on their journey. According to the werewolf, she was passionate and obliging in bed, always providing him with free drinks and even paying him money. The relationship was convenient from all sides. But her appearance, a hunched figure covered in wrinkled skin of a green-brown hue, sparse hair, crooked teeth. How did Speller manage to pour so much into himself? Now the poor fellow became a byword, and everyone, talking about a night with another lady, compared her to the goblin of Svela. The pack seemed to have its own scale of female attractiveness, where the lowest mark was the goblin and the highest was the elf Heliodora.
But you saw that silky hair, and the eyes, like grass in spring, skin, satin would seem like burlap next to it, a voice like spicy honey, and laughter. Wow, can she really laugh?
I thought she was always acting like a porcelain statue. And smart? Yes, nature did not deprive her of intelligence. To extract so much gold from a werewolf, you need to shake his brains properly. Or roast him well in bed. But this is not about Seller. Eliridannu. After all, it doesn't warm you up in bed, am I right? He was right. Illyria, who walked the streets of the city with an arrogant expression on her pretty face, was patient in bed. She tolerated the Alpha's kisses, caresses, and conversations. So it turned out that admiring her body was a pleasure and possessing it was like having a marble statue. Even in bed, she behaves with dignity. Hearing this phrase, Tumit laughed irreverently. Behind him, his brothers chuckled in support. I knew it, she's not worth it. You wasted your money. Every millimeter of her body is worth gold. Literally. We've already figured that out. Tumit glanced back at the smiling brothers. Tell me this, Alpha. After we're done, are you going to go back to her? Yes, Heliodor said confidently. He already missed the luxurious curves of his elf. The hope of melting her heart still glimmered in him. And she will wait for me. She will remain faithful to me. Of course, by that time you'll have received the second half of the payment and will be in the money again. It's not just about coins. Well, yes, there won't be any fools in that city who would covet the werewolf's goods. Neither a dwarf nor an elf would risk having an affair with a werewolf woman. The wolf's nature is selfish and possessive. He will not share and the rival is threatened with death. Speaking of business,
Heliodorus seized on the opportunity to change the subject. Now, tell me the details of this scam again. Why a scam right away? It's a common thing.
It's a common thing to hire yourself out as a city guard for a season. And we're dragging ourselves to the very border. And we'll have to team up with another pack.
So this is Maraga's pack, and the Sharptooths are almost our brothers. Together with the Sharptooth pack, they had stood through the winter before last in Zhargorod.
There were few werewolves left, and small groups of the last were always happy to meet their own kind. Joint drinking parties and carousing were common. In addition, the two-faced exchanged clan news and passed on messages to their relatives. Anyway, 2 alphas are bad. We'll have to compare plans, come to an agreement.
I don't like that.
But the customer said we couldn't handle it alone, Toom reminded. They were hired by a guild of dwarves who mine diamonds and iron ore.
They honestly described the dangers of the upcoming battle. He knows a lot about military affairs, snapped the angry Heliodorus. The short ones can only sow turnips.
I think he's right. This is the foothills, Gel. Even orc caravans go there. Hundreds of them. Why did the dwarves even need to retake that land if it was inhabited by goblins?
Aren't fortified cities enough for them?
Diamond ore, fist-sized stones, they say is the most powerful vein in the Wildlands. And not so long ago, the miners settled there. They say the mine was still working at full capacity last summer. The pointy-ears crawl in there in the winter, when everything was at a standstill. The underground caves probably reminded them a lot of their home. What a job you've picked up, Heliodor sighed. A fight in a mine with an enemy whose numbers are unknown? The outlook seemed bleak, but the contract had already been signed. The payment is appropriate. I remember, there are no complaints about the payment. Never earned so much at once.
And one more flock for safety, the friend encouraged.
Tumit only seemed like a reckless simpleton, but in fact he was calculating and cautious. Sometimes even too much so.
If he made a contract with someone, he would calculate all possible moves and options 100 times beforehand.
And now, feeling the seriousness of the undertaking, he demanded another pack to help. We can handle it, Tumit said confidently. I don't even doubt it. When have we not managed?
Heliodor chuckled.
But we'll waste a lot of time and we'll be stuck in this hole for who knows how long.
Smarag was finishing his last contract. His pack had signed up to escort a caravan of merchants to Zundalei and couldn't just give up.
The blacks agreed to wait for them at some dwarven farmstead on the edge of the devastated lands. At least we'll have a good rest before the fight.
Or we'll drink ourselves to death from boredom, Gel chuckled.
You, Alpha, will definitely not end up a drunk with your empty pockets. Would my brother lend me a glass of good mead? I promised that I wouldn't give you a copper if you spent it all on the ice beach. But you're not serious, are you? Heliodor made a frightened face. I'm more serious than ever. If your daddy knew how much you spent on a whore, he'd drown you when you were still a blind puppy. She is not a whore. Tumit chuckled expressively. Well, not quite.
Another offensive ha-ha from my brother.
Okay, a beast with you. Let it be a sellout. Toom chuckled triumphantly. But a very expensive sellout. A sellout lady. You might as well call her a queen. A sellout queen. How does it sound? Father, meet my queen. I just bought her yesterday. Expensive. And also the mockery started to get boring. I asked not to remind me about my father. It's a blow below the belt. Every time I remember or hear about him, I feel like a loser, a child disappointment. Especially when it comes to females. His father was also an alpha. His pack was dying out, and he demanded that his son marry a mature werewolf. Or rather, a she-wolf, old enough to be his mother. At that time, Gil did not yet fully understand the value of family. Youthful maximalism was creeping through all the cracks, and he rebelled. Heliodor dreamed of freedom, adventure, love. Why would he get involved with some woman and try to have offspring? He ran away. Come on, brother. It's high time to forget that insult. I never saw him again. He died without ever forgiving me. Sorry. Tumit rarely reminded the alpha about his family, and everyone in the pack avoided this topic. He wasn't the only one who had a bad time. He wanted the continuation of the family line and I wanted freedom. Heliodorus threw back the hair that had fallen over his face with a wide hand. It's no one's fault that your desires differed. But as the son of the leader, I had to think about the pack. The revival of the two-faced, that was supposed to be my life's goal. There's someone there to hit that target. Your brother can think better than this one, who was given intelligence by Mother Luna. So stop cringing every time I sneeze in the direction of the Great Forest.
Consider the wild winds lucky to get rid of such a blockhead. If you'd stayed in the alphas, you'd have squandered the entire treasury on pointy-eared women. I spent it on just one. Heliodorus went from melancholy to indignation. A lady for sale. Yes, all last year I was practically tearing fresh gnomes for nothing. I got by with only affection and feeding. But in this one he spent all his gold reserves on the queen. I'm surprised that the family rarity didn't remain in Prodavana's bottomless casket. Why would Eliridanna need my dagger? Gel threw back his cloak and lovingly ran his hand over the weapon hanging at his belt. Its hilt, thickly decorated with silver embossing, was crowned with a large red stone. Oh. In her greedy paws, this thing would find a new life. I can just picture her, arm with a nail file, picking out the dragon's eye and then casting a spell to stick it on some brooch or pin. Let her try. The picture drawn by the beta was quite plausible. More than once Heliodor noticed the elf's greedy glance cast at the shining stone. I myself will never give it up. I'm not that stupid. The dagger in the sheath was an ancient family heirloom and was always passed down from father to eldest son. This was the only treasure that Heliodor dared to take with him from his native pack. The unusually large, blood-red garnet had its own name and history. According to legend, it was the eye of a dragon that was defeated by the founder and first alpha of the Wild Winds. The stone was believed to possess secret magic. And what if he steals it? Can you really trust these queens? Heliodor was amused by the idea of the proud elf as a thief and burst out laughing. The mood that had fallen rose to a serene level again. I'll catch you and punish you. You don't worry at all? You fall asleep peacefully in her bed, not afraid of waking up with an empty sheath.
The dragon's eye always returns to its owner, Gel shrugged.
Do you believe this legend? He came back to each of our family. This could be a lie. I saw with my own eyes how he returned to his father. He was brought in the body of a thief who had robbed our castle. And she returned to me too, remember? He drowned when our boat capsized. But the next day the fishermen caught him in their nets, and he was with me again. Then they urgently needed to get to the other bank. Despite the bad weather, the flock set off across the river swollen by the spring flood, and failed. It's just a coincidence. We had to really beat the skins of the little ones to get your belongings. The gnomes fishing in the bay flatly refused to give up their catch. I had to remind them who werewolves are. Everything in this life is fate, and therefore not by chance, Heliodorus said philosophically. Okay, let's have it your way. Let's check it out, just to be sure whether it's all true or not. Let's just throw it here, right here. Tumid deftly snatched the dagger from his careless friend. No, better over there, at the edge of the forest. Huh? And kicking his horse with his heels, he galloped towards the green edge. Stop! Shouted Heliodorus, and rushed to catch up. Chapter 6 5 Werewolves. A line of horsemen stretched out along the road in a long caterpillar. 2 large carts, covered with canvas canopies, rolled behind them. The wooden axles of the wheels creaked peacefully, and occasionally the armor on the strong bodies of the riders jingled. A red flag with a wolf's head embroidered on it fluttered on the long shaft of a spear stuck into the front of the main cart. Remembering the peaceful times, the black beast was depicted not grinning, but proudly looking forward. The flexible movements and predatory features of the riders immediately recognized the wolf breed. Werewolves. Rare guests in these parts. Their horses walked at a soft gait. The large hooves of the heavy draft horses raised clouds of dust. Massive and muscular horses were a match for the warriors who saddled their backs. The two-faced preferred this breed to others because of their strength and endurance. Of course, the draft horses were inferior to the thin-legged race horses in agility and speed, but their gentle nature and soft gait more than compensated for their clumsiness. The 2 riders riding in front resembled their horses not only in strength but also in color. On the black horse rode a brunette with curly hair, Heliodor Vaft, the last of the distant pack of the Wild Wind. And it was immediately obvious that he was the alpha here. The werewolf seemed to be imbued with the strength of his entire people. Proud posture, majestic turn of the shoulders, serious brown eyes so dark that from afar they seem black.
A distant look with innate arrogance and a bit of haughtiness.
The clothes were not bright, sewn simply, but the quality of the material and good sewing spoke of high prices and wealth.
People with wealth buy such things not for show, but for convenience.
On a sorrel horse with a pale yellow mane rode a red werewolf with green eyes. Tumit Set, Beta, right hand, and named brother of the Alpha, his complete opposite. His jacket was embroidered with gold braid. His boots attracted glances with their rich red color. It was immediately clear that he loved everyone's attention.
On his face was an ironic half-smile, in his eyes a thirst for adventure.
Tumit lazily looked around the surroundings, turning his shaggy head, and from the side it might seem that the werewolf was doing this out of boredom.
Only the pack knew that Tumit was serving his turn as a lookout.
Both riders were almost the same age. One was 28 years old, the other a little younger.
They had met when they were young puppies, and had ridden the wide lands together ever since.
Other outcasts had joined their company, and now the whole gang proudly called themselves the Pack of the Black Beast.
Heliodor was drowsy in the autumn daytime warmth, and he, lulled by the smooth gait of his black horse, dozed off carelessly.
The horse felt a weakening and did not fail to take advantage of it. Slowing down a little, the coal-back giant let the stallion on the right go ahead.
Arching his neck like a snake,
He sharply bit his neighbor on the hind leg. "Ah!"
the rider cried out in surprise, almost flying out of the saddle when his horse, after the vile attack, suddenly reared up and jerked to the side, forgetting about the rider.
Heliodorus woke up immediately. "What a lousy beast!" he shouted at his horse, and yanked on the reins. He did it again, Tumit said resentfully, returning to the road.
"What can you do? That's just his character," sighed Heliodorus.
His horse was different from his fellows. Along with his impeccably beautiful appearance came a vicious and vengeful temperament. It's all because other horses were born from mares, but yours was spat out by the abyss itself.
The raven glared at Tumit with his shining eyes and snorted,
as if to make it clear that he remembered both the offensive words and the offender.
Storm simply has an overdeveloped sense of justice. Gel stood up for his cattle.
What's fair about snake bites? Your Kolos didn't let him through when entering the city, remember?
And what?
Storm is a leader's horse and must always go first. Tumit spat angrily into the road dust. He's already bitten the whole herd.
Are you going to insist that everyone has hurt him?
He must have had his reasons. Storm, as the main one, keeps order, and the pack?
Each of us at least once bore marks from his teeth on our skin. But you all have respect for him.
Fear. Respect him. We hate. And love.
Tumit chuckled,
making it clear that the Alpha was saying absurd things. In his own way, of course. But it's impossible not to love such a handsome man.
The werewolf gently patted the stallion's forelock
and gently ran his hand over the blue-black skin that shimmered in the sun. The horse was truly beautiful, even in color, without a single blemish. A thick mane and tail that matched his body, reaching to the ground. And how good he was to ride, responsive and sensitive like a taut bowstring. He cost Heliodorus a huge amount of money, and his pack brothers paid for his proximity with eternal wariness.
"You don't know how to choose either horses or women," Tom shook his head.
"They cost you too much." "But they are worth it," Gel squinted slyly. His brother envied him.
It was evident in his tone and the glance he cast over his shoulder.
The Alpha's last love was stormy and all-encompassing. Like a true werewolf, he gave himself completely to hunting the chosen female, and won, having spent a whole bunch of gold. I'm not sure I'd want an elf in my bed, but I didn't know that wolves can be hypocritical. Heliodor flashed his large fangs. No, seriously, to me they're colder than icicles. You are wrong. Eleridana is not like that.
What a name.
Just hearing it would make me turn back. I agree, it's not as easy with her as with the gnome and the goblin. And both, like conspirators, turned around and looked at Spela. Werewolves have unusually sensitive hearing, and the whole pack heard every word, not on purpose. Schwell grimaced. In the summer, he had once drunk dwarven rum to the point of stupefaction and had slept with the goblin who ran the pub.
She was one of the steppe goblins, who were strikingly different from the mountain goblins. The steppe goblins were good traders and not at all keen on slaughter. To everyone's surprise, it had not been a one-time affair, and Svel had visited the innkeeper until his very departure. How she had cried at the city gates, seeing the pack off on their journey. According to the werewolf, she was passionate and obliging in bed, always providing him with free drinks and even paying him money.
The relationship was convenient from all sides.
But her appearance, a hunched figure covered in wrinkled skin of a green-brown hue, sparse hair, crooked teeth. How did Spaler manage to pour so much into himself? Now the poor fellow became a byword, and everyone, talking about the night with another lady, compared her to the goblin of Sveller. The pack seemed to have its own scale of female attractiveness, where the lowest mark was the goblin, and the highest was the elf Heliodora. But you saw that silky hair, and the eyes, like grass in spring. Skin. Satin would seem like burlap next to it, a voice like spicy honey, and laughter. Wow. Can she really laugh?
I thought she was always acting like a porcelain statue. And smart? Yes. Nature did not deprive her of intelligence. To extract so much gold from a werewolf, you need to shake his brains properly, or roast him well in bed. But this is not about Seller. Eliri dannu. After all, it doesn't warm you up in bed. Am I right? He was right. Illyria, who walked the streets of the city with an arrogant expression on her pretty face, was patient in bed. She tolerated the alpha's kisses, caresses, and conversations. So it turned out that admiring her body was a pleasure, and possessing it was like having a marble statue. Even in bed, she behaves with dignity. Hearing this phrase, Tumit laughed irreverently. Behind him, his brothers chuckled in support. I knew it. She's not worth it. You wasted your money. Every millimeter of her body is worth gold. Literally, we've already figured that out. Tumit glanced back at the smiling brothers. Tell me this, Alpha. After we're done, are you gonna go back to her? Yes, Heliodor said confidently. He already missed the luxurious curves of his elf. The hope of melting her heart still glimmered in him. And she will wait for me. She will remain faithful to me. Of course. By that time, you'll have received the second half of the payment and will be in the money again. It's not just about coins. Well, yes, there won't be any fools in that city who would covet the werewolf's goods. Neither a dwarf nor an elf would risk having an affair with a werewolf woman. The wolf's nature is selfish and possessive. He will not share, and the rival is threatened with death. Speaking of business, Heliodorus seized on the opportunity to change the subject. Now tell me the details of this scam again. Why a scam right away? It's a common thing. It's a common thing to hire yourself out as a city guard for a season. And we're dragging ourselves to the very border. And we'll have to team up with another pack. So this is Smarga's pack, and the Sharptooths are almost our brothers. Together with the Sharptooth pack, they had stood through the winter before last in Jargorod. There were few werewolves left, and small groups of the last were always happy to meet their own kind. Joint drinking parties and carousing were common. In addition, the two-faced exchanged clan news and passed on messages to their relatives. Anyway, 2 alphas are bad. We'll have to compare plans, come to an agreement. I don't like that. But the customer said we couldn't handle it alone, Tu reminded. They were hired by a guild of dwarves who mine diamonds and iron ore. They honestly described the dangers of the upcoming battle. He knows a lot about military affairs, snapped the angry Heliodorus. The short ones can only sow turnips. I think he's right. This is the foothills, Gel. Even orc caravans go there, hundreds of them. Why did the dwarves even need to retake that land if it was inhabited by goblins? Aren't fortified cities enough for them? Diamond ore, fist-sized stones, they say is the most powerful vein in the wide lands. And not so long ago, the miners settled there. They say the mine was still working at full capacity last summer. The pointy ears crawled in there in the winter, when everything was at a standstill. The underground caves probably reminded them a lot of their home. What a job you've picked up, Heliodor sighed. A fight in a mine with an enemy whose numbers are unknown. And the outlook seemed bleak, but the contract had already been signed. The payment is appropriate. I remember, there are no complaints about the payment. Never earn so much at once. And one more flock for safety, the friend encouraged. Tumit only seemed like a reckless simpleton, but in fact he was calculating and cautious, sometimes even too much so. If he made a contract with someone, he would calculate all possible moves and options 100 times beforehand. And now, feeling the seriousness of the undertaking, he demanded another pack to help. We can handle it, Tumit said confidently. I don't even doubt it. When have we not managed? Heliodor chuckled. But we'll waste a lot of time and we'll be stuck in this hole for who knows how long. Smarag was finishing his last contract. His pack had signed up to escort a caravan of merchants to Zundale and couldn't just give up. The blacks agreed to wait for them at some dwarven farmstead on the edge of the devastated lands. At least we'll have a good rest before the fight. Or we'll drink ourselves to death from boredom, Gel chuckled. You, Alpha, will definitely not end up drunk with your empty pockets. Won't my brother lend me a glass of good mead? I promised that I wouldn't give you a copper if you spent it all on the ice beach. But you're not serious, are you? Heliodor made a frightened face. I'm more serious than ever. If your daddy knew how much you spent on a whore, he'd drown you when you were still a blind puppy. She is not a whore, Tumit chuckled expressively. Well, not quite. Another offensive haha from my brother. Okay, abyss with you. Let it be a sellout. Tum chuckled triumphantly. But a very expensive sellout. A sellout lady. You might as well call her a queen. A sellout queen. How does it sound? Father, meet my queen. I just bought her yesterday. Expensive. And also, the mockery started to get boring. I asked not to remind me about my father. It's a blow below the belt. Every time I remember or hear about him, I feel like a loser. A child disappointment. Especially when it comes to females. His father was also an alpha. His spec was dying out and he demanded that his son marry a mature werewolf, or rather a she-wolf old enough to be his mother. At that time, Gel did not yet fully understand the value of family. Youthful maximalism was creeping through all the cracks and he rebelled. Heliodor dreamed of freedom, adventure, love. Why would he get involved with some woman and try to have offspring? He ran away. Come on, brother, it's high time to forget that insult. I never saw him again. He died without ever forgiving me. Sorry. Tumit rarely reminded the Alpha about his family, and everyone in the pack avoided this topic. He wasn't the only one who had a bad time. He wanted the continuation of the family line and I wanted freedom. Heliodorus threw back the hair that had fallen over his face with a wide hand. It's no one's fault that your desires differed. But as the son of the leader, I had to think about the pack. The revival of the Two-Faced. That was supposed to be my life's goal. There's someone there to hit the target. Your brother can think better than this one, who was given intelligence by Mother Luna. So stop cringing every time I sneeze in the direction of the Great Forest. Consider the Wild Winds lucky to get rid of such a blockhead. If you'd stayed in the Alphas, you'd have squandered the entire treasury on pointy-eared women. I spent it on just one. Heliodorus went from melancholy to indignation. A lady for sale. Yes, all last year I was practically tearing fresh gnomes for nothing. I got by with only affection and feeding. But in this one, he spent all his gold reserves on the queen. I'm surprised that the family rarity didn't remain in Prodavana's bottomless casket. Why would Eliridana need my dagger? Gel threw back his cloak and lovingly ran his hand over the weapon hanging at his belt. Its hilt, thickly decorated with silver embossing, was crowned with a large red stone. Ho ho ho! In her greedy paws, this thing would find a new life. I can just picture her, armed with a nail file, picking out the dragon's eye, and then casting a spell to stick it on some brooch or pin. Let her try. The picture drawn by the beta was quite plausible. More than once, Heliodor noticed the Earl's greedy glance cast at the shining stone. I myself will never give it up. I'm not that stupid. The dagger in the sheath was an ancient family heirloom, and was always passed down from father to eldest son. This was the only treasure that Heliodor dared to take with him from his native pack. The unusually large, blood-red garnet had its own name and history. According to legend, it was the eye of a dragon that was defeated by the founder and first alpha of the Wild Winds. The stone was believed to possess secret magic. And what if he steals it? Can you really trust these queens? Heliodor was amused by the idea of the proud elf as a thief and burst out laughing. The mood that had fallen rose to a serene level again. I'll catch you and punish you, you don't worry at all. You fall asleep peacefully in her bed, not afraid of waking up with an empty sheath. The dragon's eye always returns to its owner, Gel shrugged. Do you believe this legend? He came back to each of our family. This could be a lie. I saw with my own eyes how he returned to his father. He was brought in the body of a thief who had robbed our castle. And he returned to me too, remember? He drowned when our boat capsized. But the next day the fishermen caught him in their nets and he was with me again. Then they urgently needed to get to the other bank. Despite the bad weather, the flock set off across the river swollen by the spring flood and failed. is just a coincidence. We had to really beat the skins of the little ones to get your belongings. The gnomes fishing in the bay flatly refused to give up their catch. I had to remind them who werewolves are. Everything in this life is fate, and therefore not by chance, Heliodorus said philosophically. Okay, let's have it your way. Let's check it out, just to be sure whether it's all true or not. Let's just throw it here, right here. Tumit deftly snatched the dagger from his careless friend. No, better over there at the edge of the forest, eh? And, kicking his horse with his heels, he galloped towards the green edge. Stop! Shouted Heliodorus and rushed to catch up.
Chapter 7. Chronic Diseases.
How annoying it is to be sick, especially when life on the farm suddenly began to seethe. Buck sighed heavily.
It's okay, you'll get better soon, promised her father and patted her ear. These words didn't make it any easier, and Burke turned away to the window sullenly.
The main thing is, don't get up and don't go anywhere, Stenos continued to instruct.
I'll be back early today and bring you a tasty lunch. The orc thoughtfully tugged at his torn lip, something he always did when he was nervous. His face was split by a scar that ran from his ear to the middle of his mouth. The edge of his upper lip had lifted over time, revealing his left fangs, and had begun to resemble a lopsided grin. And you've needed rest for a long time.
Sven shuffled around next to the bed, but
Without waiting for an answer, he went to the door. Rest, you need rest, the girl grumbled discontentedly when he left.
And I would also be happy to rest somewhere on the river with a fishing rod, or quietly having lunch with visitors in a tavern.
She was angry because she hated being sick. It was boring, and all because of that damned Fook. It was after his beating that she started having these ailments.
Burke hadn't really screwed up then. She'd only stolen a couple of apples from his basket. It was late autumn, about 5 years ago.
Almost all the locals had gathered in the tavern. A visiting card player was showing unprecedented skill, robbing everyone who wanted to play.
Half of the villagers tried to play, others came just to gawk. The step troll was obviously cheating, but fools like Fook still stuck their necks out and ended up without pants. The gnome, to tell the truth, ended up there almost by accident. He dragged a basket of late, bright red apples to the inn and placed it on the main threshold in the hope of making money by selling them. But excitement lured him into the warm trough and sucked him in up to his hair. Burke, who also happened to be near the juicy gifts of autumn, couldn't resist and stuffed a couple of them onto her collar. And everything would have been fine, but just before that, Fook lost his last bet and, angry as a wounded boar, jumped out onto the threshold. Seeing how he was being robbed for the second time, the gnome went berserk and attacked the little orc. Burke had often gotten punches from him before, for spilling soup on the road, for being slow, for saying too much. She didn't have the strength to fight back, and Burke didn't want to drag her father into every conflict, so she quietly hated the bastard and tried to stay away from him. But that time Fook got really furious. First, cursing her with the worst words, he dragged Burke by the hair, then slapping her, threw her to the ground, and started kicking her. The dwarf easily dealt with her. At that time she was equal in height to him, and half his weight. The Ushenka defended herself as best she could. She curled up into a ball and tried to cover her head with her hands. The defeated visitors left the inn, and some began to scold Fook. His anger had not yet subsided, and, abandoning Burke, he got into a verbal altercation with his neighbors. At that time, Svenos was in the stable that served as their home. Sitting by the wall, he was weaving a large basket for firewood. When Burke came out from around the corner with torn clothes and a broken head, he seemed to be thrown back into the past when he was a prisoner. Panic covered his mind. His body was thrown into a fever, as if the orc had plunged into boiling water. The fragile health of the little man always worried Svenos. He tried to protect Burke from misfortune, because she had become the only creature close to him, replaced his own children, his family. And now he saw her torn to pieces, with pink juice flowing from her nose, with a swollen lip and a bloody stain spreading on his pants between his legs. It so happened that on that day Burke began to bleed for the first time. But Stenos did not know this.
The orc women did not have such a misfortune. He decided that his adopted daughter had been abused. Who? He didn't ask, but roared like a bear. Burke was scared of this reaction. She thought her father would be upset, but to do so... Phew. Burke wanted to explain that she had stolen only 2 apples from him, but her father would not listen. He threw the basket aside and ran to the main entrance. Burke, forgetting about her wounds and pain, ran after him. It was good that Sven limped and did not run fast. "You've offended Burke," Stenos yelled at the gnome who was still stomping around in the yard. He turned around and spat at the orc's feet with a sly smile. Apparently after the fight he had time to drink and became brave. "Your brat deserves it," Fuchs replied, smiling. Sven grabbed Burke by the scruff of the neck and shook it in front of the dwarf as proof. Burke offended. The scream brought the visitors running out again and crowding on the hotel's threshold. Free shows were rare here. Stenos turned his daughter, who was hanging in the air, towards them and shook her like a rag doll. "Justice!" he announced to the spectators, and pushing Burke aside, he tore out a huge pole that supported the canopy over the porch. In his hands, the plain trunk of a young tree seemed like a real war club. The spectators retreated in fear, but they were of no interest to the enraged orc. With incredible agility, Svinas jumped up to the dwarf, who froze with a confused look and, like a sleepy autumn fly, swallowed him with one blow. It seemed that someone on the threshold even screamed when they saw the flattened body of the supposed rapist. Svinos, breathing heavily, sank to the ground. The flash of anger passed, having squeezed out all his strength, and the orc looked confused and defenseless. Tatimir came out of the door. During the quarrel he was counting bottles of rum in the cellar and did not see anything. Tatimir was always the boss on the farm, and if there were disputes, he acted as a judge between the parties. Well, he came up shaking his head. Well, what Tatim never expected from this orc was murder. In appearance and character, he was a sedate, good-natured fellow, naive as a child. The dwarf always managed to persuade or confuse him easily. He managed to save a lot on cheap labor in the form of Svenos. "Will someone tell me the details?" the gnome asked everyone at once. He, the orc, pointed his finger at the spreading pool of blood, offended Burke. Tatimir looked at a girl who was vomiting her breakfast by the fence. Nothing surprising, because she had only seen gnomes from the outside before, and Fudge's inner world seemed unsightly to her. The innkeeper looked closely at her torn clothes and disheveled appearance. The red stain on her pants did not escape his keen gaze. The place was unambiguous, and, as if checking his guess, Tatim asked the orc again. "Did Fuk offend her?" Stenos nodded meaningfully. "This is justice," he explained to the dwarf. Fuch was a real brute and no one liked him on the farm. He used to be a trader and traveled around the nearby towns in his own tent. He was always buying and selling something and never missed an opportunity to rip off a naive buyer. In recent years, the gnome had settled down in his little house on the outskirts and lived off his savings and his garden. Fuch was unpleasant to look at and somehow slippery, like a leech. A short man, even for a gnome, he wore greasy clothes and smelled bad. There were always some crumbs in his tangled beard, and the booger often hung on the hair, sticking out of his large nose. Even the cheerful girls who stopped their tents at their farm, having once brightened up his loneliness for a ringing coin, did not agree to a second date. Tatimir immediately believed the truth of the accusations. He had seen Fuch pick on the orc woman more than once. "Why did you take so long to bring me dinner?" the innkeeper heard one day, wiping a glass behind the counter. There were few people sitting at the tables, and Tatim immediately noticed Fuch. Catching Burke by the hand, the gnome twisted her fingers with a smile. "If you break her hand," the owner addressed the guest, "you yourself will become a waitress until her bones heal." Fuch immediately unclenched his hand and tried to turn everything into a joke, but Tatim dryly cut him off and stopped pouring on credit. After that time, Fuch quieted down, and if he nagged the girl, then on the sly. Tatimir was ashamed not to watch it all. He should have used his fists to explain to the bastard how to behave with his workers. Now it's too late for both Fuch and Burke. "This is what I found out," Tatim said to the assembled group. The crime had been committed. He pointed his finger at Burke. The damage had been done. Everyone nodded, agreeing with every word. Polly came running out of breath from the kitchen and threw herself into Burke's arms. The Orchanka looked as limp as boiled spinach and could barely stand by the fence, so that the girl's grief would not be so black, and for the sake of justice I decided to give all of Fuch's property to her family. The people perked up at this news, but no one raised any objections. The mean guy had no heirs, and fortunately he had not left any debts either. Therefore, the innkeeper's decision seemed fair to the villagers. But you will also bury him, Stenos. After these words, the innkeeper hurried away. The people followed. No one wanted to look at the sudden gnome. I will pour everyone a free mug of mead, Tatimir announced already on the threshold, for the repose of the soul of this sinner. Everyone perked up and began to chatter joyfully in anticipation. Only Polly, Burke and Svenos remained in the yard. "Wait for me there," the father ordered, pointing to the stable. "I better take her into the kitchen," the cook objected, and led Burke unsteadily on her feet to the back door. Sven dealt with the burial quickly. He dug a hole on the outskirts of the farm, 2 dwarf heights deep, rolled Fuchs' remains into burlap and disrespectfully dumped them into the grave. He quickly covered it with earth and stuck in a seat from an old outhouse as a marker. "Come on, Burke," the orc called from the door. The girl was just finishing the mint tea that the cook had poured for her to calm her down. "Where?" "Home," the father simply said. Until that day they had no home. In the summer they lived in the stable, and in the winter they spent the night in the hotel kitchen, where there was a small cage at the entrance reserved for firewood. There was little space, but it was warm. "Congratulations," Polly happily hugged the orc woman. At least she was lucky in something. Her own home. All their belongings fit into a large basket, so the move was not long. Fuchs' house turned out to be as unsightly as its late owner. The threshold had never been washed, the corners were overgrown with grass, the windows were cloudy, the chimney was slanted. But for the new residents, it seemed like a royal palace. Let's see what's inside. Stenos creaked on the steps. It was bare and dirty. A table, a white bench, a stove that had never been whitewashed, with a couple of moldy plates. There was also a saucepan with dried remains of some kind of brew. In the pantry, there was an old trough and an iron water tank. Stenos immediately lit the stove, and, having fetched water, arranged for his daughter to bathe. He decided that Burke would want to wash off traces of Fook from her body. Stenos watched his ward with concern. The bruises spreading over her skin looked frightening, and judging by the way she moved, a couple of ribs were broken. She only wanted to wash away the dust she had been covered in, and the blood smeared across her face. But she had to wash herself completely and thoroughly. She actually liked water, but not that day. Her whole body ached and she felt weak from the emotions she had experienced. She just wanted to curl up under a warm blanket and have everyone leave her alone. Once she was on the bed, she fell asleep right away. The body ate for a long time, and there was blood. It flowed from somewhere in the intestines, and I had to put pieces of towel under it, so as not to stain the whole bed. "Damn Fuch," cursed Stenos. He was seriously worried, and even called Polly, who was replacing the healer at the farm. She knew different herbs and brewed tea for all the sick. Tatimir also came to visit the new settlers with the cook. When the orc told the dwarves about the blood, Polly giggled strangely. Well, this is it. She immediately understood what kind of illness had overcome the girl. An internal wound, the dwarf interrupted her. Tatimir looked meaningfully at the cook, and she fell silent in confusion.
Injured?
Perk wondered. Yes, from the beatings, Tatimir stated confidently. He calmly stroked his protruding belly and prescribed treatment. You need rest, and everything will gradually pass. The orc breathed a sigh of relief. He could provide peace for his daughter. The guests did not stay long. Leaving a large bundle of pies on the table, they left. Right outside the door, Polly pounced on the host. What other injury have you come up with? The girl has just started having her usual lunar days. Do you think I'm so stupid that I didn't figure it out myself? So why did you lie? On the narrow road, Polly ran around him and stood in front of him to see the mysterious face of the gnome. So she continued walking backwards then. If I say, you must listen, and not goggle. I'm smarter than you and no more. Orcs do not have lunar days, yes? Polly even stopped in surprise. Yes? Tumit insultingly mimicked her. Now imagine what will happen if you tell Svenos the truth. As soon as Tumit first saw the strange couple entering the tavern, he immediately realized that they had no common blood. Others believed it, but not he. And then Polly examined the child's white skin and shared her observation with the owner. Is it really true? She asked Tumita. There was a nasty tale going around the farm that the mother had gotten a girl from a gnome and dumped her on Svena. That Burke was from a gnome? A lie, said Tom. It was too subtle and easy, but from a human it was quite possible. Polly was shocked. Where could the person come from here? And you think about what you heard. Don't let it all pass you by. He did say that he came from Ludogite. So you think she's a cross between an orc and a human? No. Stupid. Burke is just a man. If so, then everything matched. The short stature, the pale skin, and that painfully thin appearance for a dwarf. But did the orc know about it? And what would he do with Burke if he found out? After the recent incident, one could safely assume that he would kill her. Polly stepped back to the side of the road, letting Tumit go ahead. She followed the innkeeper, completely confused and gasping for air in surprise. The picture in her head didn't fit. And her skin? Her skin is... beaten by the red plague, Tum finished for her. What is this? How is this? I also thought, how and what?
Only now we are unlikely to find out the truth.
Stenos is silent. I approached him this way and that way to investigate. I am sure the orc simply does not know the truth, otherwise he would have told. But Stenos said that the child was from his wife. Orcs don't take good care of their children. They give birth, wrap them in a skin and carry them around without looking at them too closely.
What if the sick child was simply swapped for him?
They threw the baby in instead of an orc, and that's it. After all, that could have been the case. The mother died, and they wrapped the foundling in a bundle. Now be careful not to blab, and don't blurt out anything about the lunar days. The blood is flowing, and let it flow. Say, it happens, you need to lie down. And that's it. We reached the hotel in silence. But she can't come here, Polly remembered, to our shore.
Who should I be afraid of? Werewolves? They all left a long time ago.
Burke threw off the blanket and sat up in bed. Although the illness kept coming back, the girl eventually got used to it and stopped being afraid. The Orchanka had not been on bed rest for a long time, and in secret from her father, continued to do her own things during those days. She just had to wait until Sven left the yard. The blood stopped flowing on its own after about 5 days. Having seen how dropsy opened up after a burn, the orc woman came up with the idea that exactly the same bubbles were breaking through in her stomach. Shut up, she just needed to wait for the excess blood to come out. But that was not her main problem. After the beating, she stopped growing completely and remained the same height as Tatimir. And she wanted to look down on him like her father and scare all the offenders with one roar. But life forever made her a weak dwarf. The girl was absolutely convinced of her ugliness. A sick dwarf and an albino at that. She read the wise word in one of the books of teacher Adular. There are many stories about rare animals, and albinos were described as defective offspring, doomed to an early death. They wrote that such degenerates exist in every species and are distinguished by an atypical white color. That was definitely about me. Bert decided then and cried for a long time. Stenos calmed her down and said that he loved her no matter what, even if she was blue. She was still a teenager then. Now Burke had come to terms with her appearance and sometimes skillfully used it, pretending to be a cub. The Orchanka wandered around the room, biding her time. Then she peered carefully out the window. No one, she made sure, and quickly began to get dressed. Late morning was the best time for her idea, while the gnomes were either already working or still asleep. As soon as the news about the werewolves was confirmed, Burke was torn by curiosity. When else would they stop by their forgotten farm? Oh, come what may. So should... Secretly from everyone, she decided to at least look at the two-faced ones from afar. Burke didn't even try to ask her father for permission. It would have been useless. Having listened to Tumit's tales, her father forbade her to even talk about werewolves. Yesterday, while testing Svenos' mood, Burke casually asked, I wonder if you throw a stone at a werewolf on 2 legs, will it turn into a wolf? Stenos was taken aback. He was sure that he and the innkeeper had managed to intimidate the obstinate girl so much that she would not even stick her nose out of the house while the werewolves were circling around.
Upset by her curiosity, the orc, without further ado, pulled a willow twig from behind the stove.
It had been gathering dust for a long time without being used, and had managed to become ossified. Selfishly forgetting about his daughter's temporary illness, Stenos gave her a good spanking on the soft spot. I was just asking, Burke said indignantly, rubbing her butt.
Now you no longer feel like sniffing around about animals? She won't ask anymore. She'll go and watch without permission.
Chapter 8.
Heliodorus.
As he expected, the dwarven farm turned out to be a hole at the edge of the world, although even the word hole was too loud for this place.
Just a point on the coastline, resembling an orc's spit.
A dozen crumbling huts, a creaking mill on the river, and the cheap tavern. Peace and quiet.
A bleak landscape for a warrior accustomed to the bustle of the city. The werewolf was once again amazed. How did he end up here? How could he have agreed to this rotten adventure?
In a couple of days I'll die here from boredom, Gil said resignedly and sighed heavily. There was absolutely no entertainment here. A river, a sparse forest on one side, and a rundown hotel with 10 rooms, which they did not even check into.
There was not even a tent with cheerful girls, and there was enough of that on all the roads.
How could one live without letting off steam in bed?
And why the hell did the gnomes decide to build their huts in this place?
Gel left the stuffy feeding room through the back door and slammed the door loudly.
A nail appearing from nowhere immediately caught his jacket and tore a hole in it. What a disaster, spat the werewolf.
That's how it always was with him. If there was a failure, then another one would follow, as if glued to it.
The black streak began immediately upon arrival at this dead end of the wide lands.
First, the place where he decided to pitch a tent turned out to be an overgrown puddle. He had to remove it and move it higher.
Then the innkeeper refused to pour him a drink on credit, even on the werewolf's word of honor.
This was offensive to the alpha, and the excuse, "I don't know, you did not smooth the situation over."
After that, Gel foolishly sat down to play dice with a pompous elf staying at the inn.
In general, Gel considered all elves pompous turkeys, but this one was especially arrogant and lucky. He shook the dice and puffed himself up even more when he won.
Heliodor lost to him the only coin he had in his pocket.
Something else was missing to complete the bouquet.
As if hearing his thought, the jacket, which he had no money to repair, tore. Now he would have to wear rags.
Heliodor sighed sadly and pulled a linen bag, the kind that good tea is usually sold in, out of his pants pocket.
He untied the drawstring, stuck his hand in, and pulled out a large, round thing with a golden toasted side. Water poppy nuts are just what you need for consolation.
Tume shared sweet grain with him, generously pouring it from his reserves. Heliodorus asked him for money, but the friend refused.
Don't be offended, Alpha, but you do understand that I'm doing this for you, right?
Otherwise you'll spend all your future earnings and your sweetheart won't let you into bed or will run off with a richer guy.
Since when are you so concerned about my personal life?
Heliodorus bristled. Ever since you started complaining about her to me.
Do you think it's nice to discuss women's infidelity with you over a mug of mead instead of remembering our glorious battles?
Heliodorus chided his brother a little more for his greed, but he remained true to himself and did not give him any money.
Alpha took the treat and, maintaining a proud look, went out into the backyard.
There was nothing for him to do in the tavern now. Reflecting on the meanness of fate and additional income, he slowly ate the nuts. Until he smelled the smell.
She had to act carefully. Around every corner, Burke could be waiting for an informer, ready to hand her over to her father, guts and all.
It wasn't that the dwarves were evil. It was just that conversations about his daughter was Fenus's favorite topic, and everyone he met would tell the old orc where they had met,
Burke, and what she was doing at the time.
So she didn't exactly sneak, but she moved slowly and carefully. Of course, she didn't go to the main entrance of the tavern.
Tatimir would be the first to grab her by the ear and take her home. Burke remembered his order and his wary face once again.
It seemed like he believed his own fairy tale about the werewolf orc. It was a little scary, but the girl was not used to backing down.
Even if that was the case, she would just be very, very careful. She would not catch the two-faced one's eye. She would just look at them through the windows and immediately go home.
Burke walked around the inn's courtyards, slipping between the woodshed and the stable. She looked around. She listened. She crept up to the long old terrace built against the back wall. The wooden railings were thickly entwined with grapevines. The bunches had already been picked, and only here and there, between the twisted leaves, pinches of dried berries still hung. The bushes, although yellowed, made it difficult to see into the feeding trough from a distance, and to look in the windows you'd have to climb the decrepit steps. But first she had to make sure of her own safety. Burke carefully parted the vines and froze in amazement. On the veranda, bathed in warm sunshine, a wolf was discovered.
Well, not a wolf. A werewolf. He was sitting right on the dusty, unpainted floor, and his whole appearance exuded mortal boredom. The werewolf was incredibly good-looking. In black leather pants that hugged his long legs, in a red shirt that was unbuttoned to the middle of his smooth,
muscular chest. The wide embroidered sleeves were rolled up almost to the elbows, and scars and black tattoos were visible on the exposed skin of his arms. The werewolf's black, coarse-looking hair curled in large rings and covered his ears, but did not reach the wolf's shoulders. A nose with a small hump, wide cheekbones, full sensual lips, and dark slanted eyes outlined by thick long eyelashes. On his narrow hips was a belt with copper rivets. The werewolf placed his hand on the hilt of a dagger, inserted into an engraved sheath fastened to his belt. Burke gaped at the two-faced man. The man's beauty made her throat go dry, and she swallowed loudly. She impatiently reached closer and almost buried her head in the grapes. Amazing. A werewolf. He crossed his legs. His high boots, polished to a shine, gleamed in the sun. Nearby lay a jacket of finely tanned leather, with a rag bag on it. The werewolf was pulling water poppy nuts out of a linen bag. After examining them carefully, he tossed them up, threw his head back a little and caught them in his mouth. Crunching appetizingly, the werewolf slowly ate the nut and repeated the trick. Burke was speechless, something that rarely happened to her. The reason was simple. Two of her dreams merged in front of the orc woman. The first were nuts, glazed, sweet, crunchy. Oh, how she wished she could eat at least one. How she longed to finally know what this precious delicacy tasted like. Last summer, a fairground train stopped at the inn to spend the night, and the touring performers pitched a huge, multicolored tent in the yard. They set up tables in it, and actors dressed as clowns sold all sorts of trinkets, souvenirs, and exotic delicacies. The local gnomes came running to look at the rare oddity, and the curious orc woman was also hanging around nearby. She was not allowed inside the booth as there was an entrance fee, and Burke had no coins at all at the time. But from a distance, she was able to see how large, light-colored nuts were being roasted in a copper frying pan. When the grains darkened and became a pleasant amber hue, they were poured with a special white honey, collected from mountain acacias. From the heat, it became hard as glass and covered the nut with a shiny, sweet crust. The Orchanka was not spoiled by food. Hunger had haunted her all her life. She got the simplest food, and even cherry pie was a rare treat for her. Burke did not even know the words chocolate and caramel. The smell that emanated from the sweetness then almost drove her crazy. Saliva filled her mouth and almost dripped onto the floor. The Orchanka looked at the pile of shiny balls as if hypnotized, and was ready to commit a crime just to eat at least one. The tired touring party quickly realized that they would not be able to make money here. Angry, they went to bed, not forgetting to post a sentry. Burke wandered around the area all night like a hungry cat. She looked for a loophole, even a tiny gap in the colorful tent, but it turned out to be impregnable. The sentry, like a wind-up toy, walked around it again and again, and kept the fires burning nearby ablaze. The light did not allow her to crawl closer, and all that was left for the orc woman was to sniff greedily, sitting in the bushes. Since then, Burke often dreamed about nuts. She dreamed of saving up money and buying the treasured delicacy the next time she came to the fair. Well, at least a couple of grains. The second dream has long been werewolves. One day, when Burke was about 10, she found a book in a rodrat. Dirty, crumpled, with pages yellowed with age, without a cover. The binding had been roughly torn off, and twisted threads stuck out pitifully from the paper side. A recent rain had left streaks on the top leaves. The black letters merged with the colored pictures into rainbow blots powdered with dust. "Poor thing," the girl squatted. "Who dislike you so much?" Burke stroked the book as if it were alive. Probably one of the guests. Recently, a family of wealthy gnomes stayed at their inn. Unpleasant, arrogant parents and 2 teenage boys. The boys amused themselves by throwing stones at Burke and sticking out their tongues. "Guests can be very unpleasant," Burke said in her book, mimicking Polly's voice, "but our job is to do our job patiently because guests bring in profits for the owner." That's what the cook always said when Burke tried to complain. Taking hold of the thick spine, the orc woman pulled the tome towards herself. Half covered by a pile of dry leaves, the book seemed to emerge from it, revealing its true size. Wow, how big and heavy. The weighty thing was filled with the incredibly beautiful, mesmerizing, finely crafted drawings. Like a sorceress's fan, it opened before the girl, with figures of previously unseen creatures. Dragons, elves, werewolves, looked at her as if they were alive. They fought, conjured, lived. The corners of each sheet were decorated with ornate frills, and the capital letters were stylized as animals. Burke couldn't tear herself away from the book and looked at it, sitting on the road, until the evening. Only when in the gloom of the previous day the pictures became poorly visible, the orc woman trudged home. By this time Svenos had searched half the farmstead. The daughter was always in sight, and rarely did not come home before sunset. She always showed up for lunch, and never missed dinner. The orc had already decided that something had happened, and had agitated all the locals and guests. When a thoughtful Burke approached the threshold and answered her father's question, "Where have you been?" she simply shrugged. Stinos had no choice but to give her a good spanking with a willow rod. The spanking did not change Burke's love of literature, and she carried a tattered book with her everywhere, and in her few moments she gazed fascinated at the pictures. "I wish I knew what it said," Polly sighed, looking over her shoulder. The cook couldn't read like most dwarves. Learning cost money. "What could be there?" Burke asked.
What do you mean?
"Different stories, legends, fairy tales." Polly explained, polishing her plate. On that page, she pointed to a picture of a gnome with a big barrel of honey, probably about a chatty beekeeper. "Remember what Tatimir told us?" Burke looked at the colorful picture. Yes, it all fit. There was the white belt the beekeeper used to keep the bees away, and the laughing neighbors peering into his yard over the low fence. I wish I could read it. Longing and impatience were born in the soul of the Orchanka. Such was her nature. Whatever she thought up, she had to do it. Otherwise she wouldn't sleep and her legs wouldn't give her rest. That same evening, she sat down on a bench next to Stinas. "Pa." The orc looked up from the basket he was weaving and looked questioningly at his daughter. She had been unusually quiet lately. Was she ill? "Pa, is it expensive to learn to read and write?" The orc smacked his lips and thought for a long time. A difficult question. Unknown. Now if his daughter had asked how much a bunch of dried fish cost, or, for example, how much the owner paid for chopping firewood, he would have answered easily. But his daughter asked a question that was unexpected for him. The orc had never needed to know letters. He could count a little, but squiggles and words? "Dad, I've got this." Burke pulled a handful of coins out of her pocket. The old coppers were rusty and badly dented. "I've been collecting." On the red yarn, Svenos remembered his daughter's old dream. She wanted to knit herself a scarf from dyed wool. Oh, screw it. I should learn my letters. She raised her huge, impossibly blue eyes to the orc and stared at him with a plea that her father could never resist. The next day, Tatimir laughed for a long time after hearing Svenos' request. "What? Teach the girl to read and write? You're crazy, old man." The request seemed absurd to the dwarf, as if he were being asked to teach an orc to fly. Where did you ever hear of a washerwoman reading? Even rich women don't sit down to write. Or is she of elven blood? Tatimir looked at Burke's green face peeking out from around the corner and burst into laughter again. The idea that the little freak had even a drop of blue elven blood flowing through her veins was simply hilarious. "I'll pay," the orc replied offendedly and pulled out 7 copper coins. Burke saved 5, he added 2. This? For a second the gnome became interested, but after calculating the possible profit, he cooled down. "Do you know how precious my time is? What kind of miner do you think I am? Look at her." The gnome deftly grabbed Burke by the ear, squeezed her gently and dragged her into the middle of the room. "Just look." In this pumpkin, he tapped her forehead with his index finger to hammer something in. "You'll have to keep droning on for about 2 weeks. Tatmir considered Burke not exactly stupid, but some kind of special fool. Cunning, dodgy, but insightful. And for studying, you need perseverance. Is it possible to find perseverance in a twisted child who does not sit on a chair for a minute, constantly fidgeting, as if an eel in a frying pan? No. Go with your daughter. The gnome wanted to show him the path that led to the deep swamp. But go to Gert, the innkeeper corrected himself at the last moment. Which Adular? The orc frowned. A decrepit gnome recently settled on the outskirts of the farm. That's the one. Tatim nodded happily. The orc was sometimes quite persistent, and it was difficult to get rid of him. And now the dwarf seemed to have pushed the problem off himself and onto the retired teacher. What lives in the house under the oak tree? He who will teach a child better than a teacher, I will negotiate. Tatim scooped out the change from the orc's broad palm and put it in his pocket. So Burke became Mr. Adilow's student. The old man was bored and agreed to introduce her to letters. Of course, he demanded more money, but there was none. They agreed to compensate the difference with work. Stinos had to chop wood for the old man, rebuild his porch, and repair his fence. While the orc hammered outside, the teacher hammered science into Berg's head.
Gurt was an old schooler and often used the stick to teach the girl to be patient.
This happened less and less often each day, because Berg was a smart child and picked up everything in the fly. To his surprise, she learned the alphabet in 3 days. On the 5th, she was already putting syllables together perfectly, and by the end of the 2nd week, she had read 3
fairy tales.
The fence was not yet finished, and Adular set her down to do arithmetic. And then a surprise awaited him.
If she was not interested in adding up chickens and dogs, then it was worth asking her to count money. And she did it instantly.
Berg connected tens, hundreds, and then thousands of coppers, silver and gold in her head, faster than the old man could add up on a bone abacus. With awakened passion, Gerd began to explain to her the basics of geometry, geography, and biology. Then he introduced her to astronomical maps, constellations, and the structure of a telescope. 3 weeks of paid training stretched out into months. Now the dwarf waited for the girl at the tavern and as soon as she was free from work, sat her down with books. It was believed that he was teaching her for money, but on credit. He and the orc did not talk about when the debt would be repaid. Berg was not very happy with Adular's zeal. All she wanted was to read the picture book. It contained hundreds of tales about gnomes, elves, and werewolves. The legends of the peoples of the Wildlands literally absorbed her. The pages, soaked in magic, whispered about the exploits of departed heroes and the beauty of their maidens. Berg especially liked the tale about the werewolf and the moon. In it, a wolf saved the moon goddess from death, and in gratitude she gave him a second body. While elves and gnomes were familiar to Berg, as they often stayed at the inn, the two-faced remained a mystery. They never appeared on the farm, few remembered them, and it was generally believed that their species was almost extinct. Ah, thought little Berg, if only I could see him turn over just once. What was it like when fur grew out of a body, and ears? Where did the teeth go when wolf fangs grew? And what happened to the tail when a wolf returned to a two-legged body? Did it fall off? Was the entire forest where werewolves lived littered with fallen tails? The thought made Berg laugh, imagining wolf tails hanging from bushes and tree branches. And now the werewolves are here, a rare rarity, a curiosity, almost mythical creatures. And you can see the resurrected legend with your own eyes. There was a sweet ache in her chest, and the girl looked greedily at the two-faced man sitting on the floor, not even understanding what kind of danger he actually posed for her. Svenos never told the girl who she really was. The orc supported the legend that Berg was a purebred orc. When she grew up, Svenos realized that his adopted daughter did not remember anything about her past life. By that time he had become very accustomed to her and was afraid to tell the truth. What if she wanted to find her relatives? When she asked about her mother, Svenos answered that he did not know her well, saying that before she was born they had little contact, and after that they did not communicate at all. Because she died during childbirth. Hearing about the arrival of the two faces, he was horrified. What if they smelled a human in her? They say that werewolves have a sense of smell no worse than a dog. The two faces could determine age, gender, and even mood by smell. It was good that Tatimir let Berg leave work, and besides, the illness appeared at the right time, and by the time the invisible wound healed, the wolves would have already left. This thought calmed Stinos a little, but just in case, he kept Berg's things, pants, shirt, jacket, and even hat, in his bosom all night. In the morning, all her clothes reeked of unwashed orc body a meter away. Not only a wolf but even a dwarf would quicken his pace when passing by the girl. Even if his daughter stupidly went out into the yard, the werewolves would not smell a human in her. Stinos left for the forest with a calm soul. Smell. The thick smell of orcish trousers wafted from behind the railing. The flimsy wooden planks of the veranda were thickly entwined with grapevines, and at first the werewolf saw no one behind them.
But the thing that stank stirred and stuck its muzzle closer.
The newcomer's head pressed itself against the railing, and among the withered leaves Heliodor saw incredibly blue eyes, round as dinner plates and bulging in surprise. At first it seemed to him that they were looking at him directly from the branches. Were they looking at him grapes? For a moment, doubting the health of his mind, the werewolf stopped chewing, but blinking, he realized that it seemed so because of the color of the stinking thing's skin. What else did he expect, having felt the heavy smell? The werewolf's sense of smell caught even the smallest shades of aromas, and the brain seemed to draw a three-dimensional projection. Now his nose clearly depicted a huge old orc, and orcs are green, and therefore the skin of the alien merged with the greenery. The creature moved towards the steps and became fully visible. Strangely, the smell belonged to an adult orc, and in front of it stood a small orc cub. Heliodor sniffed, breaking the smell down into shades. Well, here is the answer. The smell of the old orc was dead. It did not belong to the cub, but simply ate into his clothes and interrupted the creature's own spirit. Despite the warm weather, it was wrapped up, as in winter, in thick pants, a disgusting fur jacket, black with large white spots. The jacket and the hat, which the orc cub pulled down to his eyes, were sewn from goat not long ago. The smell of poorly tanned skin mixed with the orc's stench and made it even more disgusting. At some point his nostrils tickled so much that Gel almost sneezed. He had to rub his nose with his sleeve. The werewolf bared his teeth in irritation, but the alien took it as a smile, and the thin and fragile green hand like a spiderweb reached out to him through the branches. "What does he want?" Gel asked in surprise. As if answering the question, the green finger pointed towards the bag of nuts. The palm opened in a pleading gesture. Enormous blue eyes, full of hope, begging for a treat, stared into the werewolf's very heart. Heliodorus was bored. Very, very bored. So why miss such an opportunity for entertainment? Rubbing his thumb, index and middle fingers together, he made a money sign in front of the orc's nose. Then, repeating the gesture, he opened his palm and, raising an eyebrow, began to wait. A look of indignation crossed the runt's face. Was this the first time they demanded payment for food? Did it really just fall from the sky into your hands before? Heliodor continued to look expectantly. The green paw retreated into the bushes, rustled there and stuck out with a copper coin. The orc wanted to put it in the werewolf's palm, but he moved his hand away, shook his head, and showed the little one 2 fingers. Indignation in the blue eyes flared up like a flame in a fire from spilled oil. It seemed that the orc would curse loudly or retreat, but the flash quickly died down, and along with it, the hope for a freebie died in the green one's gaze. So, without words, but completely correctly, they understood each other. Burke almost screamed at the stranger's treachery, but quickly cooled down, mentally calculating the price of a whole bag of such nuts. There, under the fabric, were about 20 large tubercles. For such wealth, 2 coppers would not be a pity, even if she had to wash 5 baskets of dirty laundry to earn them. Even so. But now she would finally find out what these water poppy nuts covered in honey glaze tasted like. Her dream would finally come true. Taking a second coin out of her pants, she placed both coins on the werewolf's calloused palm. He smiled broadly, showing large snow-white teeth, and stood up. He picked up his jacket from the floor, put it on, and hid the coppers in his left pocket. He took the bag of nuts and poured them into his right pocket. He deftly tossed the empty bag to the customer, and the fabric fell like a wounded bird at the feet of the confused Burke. Turning around 180 degrees, the werewolf walked towards the tavern, the copper in his pocket jingling cheerfully, foreshadowing a good drink. The bad mood evaporated, and Heliodor began to whistle a fashionable melody. Danger! The werewolf walked calmly to the door of the feeding room, expressing satisfaction with his whole appearance. Of course, you deceived the stupid girl, now you can be a hero. And she, the fool, fell for it. She gaped at the freebie. It was naive to think that you would be given a whole bag of nuts for the price of one. But Burke was confused only for a moment. The werewolf's impudence made her eyes bloodshot, and a ball of anger blossomed in her chest. If anyone could sense her emotions now, they would not doubt for a moment that Burke belonged to the orcs. Only they could give themselves over to anger so completely. Without thinking about the consequences, the girl grabbed a huge stone from the ground and threw it at the deceiver with all her might. And exactly a second later, Burke was already rolling on the ground. Werewolves had a sense of smell and speed that was impossible for humans. He said the stone hadn't struck yet, but Heliodor already sensed its approach. But the charge still reached him and hit him right on target, loudly hitting the back of his head. In an instant, Gel turned around, pushed off with his feet, and, in one fell swoop, flew over the railing, falling on the orc woman. She couldn't withstand the blow and fell on her back. Heliodor was confused. For the first time, he misjudged the force of his jump. The orc was so light that he immediately fell on his back. Together they tumbled for several meters, and the werewolf by inertia bumped his nose into the green neck. From Berg's bosom, as if breaking through the green haze of the orc stench, slipped out a golden stem of a true aroma. Trying to rise, Gel inhaled this smell with a full chest, and at that moment the werewolf's brain seemed to switch off. Heliodor stopped moving and only breathed heavily. His nostrils trembled, greedily catching York's fragrance that had opened up. The fall knocked the wind out of Berg's lungs and tears immediately came to her eyes.
The force of the blow nearly knocked her unconscious. Her hat flew off her head and her hair, twisted into a knot, became disheveled and mixed with small debris.
The Orshanka tried to move and gasped for air. Because of the carcass that had fallen on top of her, she couldn't even take a sip of air. She scraped the ground with her fingers and couldn't find any support. She fumbled, trying to get out, and with the last of her strength, she pushed the heavy carcass. The werewolf shifted slightly and turned his face towards her. His eyes, previously dark brown, were now yellow and seemed to glow from within. The black pupil narrowed and stretched vertically, making it look like a dragon's. His nostrils flared greedily as he sniffed the girl like a hungry beast. A low growl escaped from the throat of the two-faced one. Now I'll turn into a beast and eat me, Berg thought, and squealed pitifully in fear. She tried to free herself again. In vain! Gel grabbed Berg by the lapels and, standing up, lifted her up in one smooth motion. He turned around and walked back to the veranda, dragging the frightened enemy behind him. Without a word, he pushed the girl's back against the railing and pressed his whole body tightly against her, as if he had pinned her. Trying in vain to break free, Berg fluttered in his arms again, like a small ruffled bird caught in a snare. This greatly irritated the werewolf, who simply wanted to enjoy the delicious aroma that had taken his will captive. Time after time, he greedily inhaled the wonderful smell of an incomprehensible creature, definitely not an orc. One thing became clear. It was a female.
Gel wanted to know more and tried to press his nose to her neck, but Berg twitched and squealed violently from fear.
To calm the captive, the werewolf pulled a nut out of his pocket and stuck it in her open mouth. The stranger was taken aback and fell silent.
Smacking her lips, she finally relaxed. Her small jaws began to work, and the werewolf heard how, mooing contentedly, she gnawed the nut.
Berg's fear receded as soon as the first notes of sweetness spread across her tongue. She froze, fully aware of the importance of the moment. She was eating a water poppy nut for the first time. A dream coming true right here and now. Berg closed her eyes in pleasure and slowly rolled the uneven ball around in her mouth. She suddenly didn't care what the werewolf was going to do. A thought came to her mind. If the two-faced one becomes a beast now and kills me, then I will die absolutely happy.
Now Gel could calmly sniff to find.
The scent spoke. No, it painted her. A female. Adult, still young, but he couldn't figure out for the life of him what race she belonged to. No other individual he had encountered before had such an attractive scent. It was unclear. Heliodor had never smelled anything even close to that before. Omnivorous, especially relatively healthy but not very clean. There was no acid from old sweat, only a slight hint of soap remained on the skin. Freshness, a female ripe for bed and reproduction. Sweetness. The new unfamiliar smell was captivating. Heliodor unclenched his fists, as if letting himself go, giving in to his instincts. He greedily pressed himself to the girl's neck. Now the access was freer. Greedily inhaling, he leaned his forehead against hers, rubbed his nose. Berg's skin seemed cool and slightly damp to him. The orc woman was covered in sweat from fear, and this intensified her scent. Heliodor wound her long, disheveled hair around his hand and pulled, forcing her to throw her head back. A thin green neck appeared from the shaggy collar. It beckoned the werewolf with a pulsating vein. At that moment, Gel did not think about his actions, being in the power of instincts. He licked. With a rough tongue, he sensitively ran over the delicate skin. Berg felt ticklish. She giggled stupidly and jerked to the side. The werewolf, holding her, squeezed the girl's hair tighter and pressed his mouth to her. Burke froze and nervously swallowed the rest of the chewed nut.
Will he really eat it? Flashed the thought. But the wolf did not use his teeth, he worked with his lips.
Slowly, as if savoring it, he pulled some skin into his mouth and began to suck. The Oshanka held her breath in surprise. A sharp, tingling sensation spread across her neck, as if sparks from a fire were falling on her skin, stinging but not burning. A sweet languor spread throughout her body, like before sleep. Her hands grabbed the werewolf's shirt and came across hard abdominal muscles. His like iron! Burke was surprised and began to feel his abs with interest. Heliodor pressed closer and, groaning hoarsely, bit her a little. Burke started and gasped. "He lit me up after all!" And my heart pounded against my ribs in fear. Heliodor felt her fear and reluctantly unclenched his teeth. He raised his head and opened his closed eyes. The werewolf and the girl's gazes met. The yellow ones glowed with undisguised desire. The blue ones were flooded with curiosity. Without breaking eye contact, the werewolf slightly tilted his head to the side and, afraid to scare his victim, began to lean towards her. Their breathing mingled. He said Burke felt the werewolf's scent of the forest enveloping her. A masculine scent, strong and sensual, and his lips were getting closer and closer. They touched her cheek right next to her lips where a grain of caramel had stuck. A light, barely perceptible touch, and the wet tongue tickled, licking away the grain of sand. Two-Face swallowed greedily. He tasted the honey from the nut and, sighing heavily, pressed himself closer to the girl. The Orchanka did not move, fascinated, waiting for what would happen next. She seemed to breathe every other time. An imperceptible movement to the side, and he touched her lips. Carefully, slowly. First with a light touch, then again. Licked. Yes, there were also grains of caramel on her lips. 1, 2, gone. Only her own sweetness remained. Intoxicating, completely mind-blowing. He pressed closer, felt a response. The girl's breathing quickened, her lips parted. Glorious. Becoming bolder, he pushed his tongue into her mouth. The subtle note of fear that had tainted her scent with bitterness receded. The wolf's sense of smell caught the first slashes of excitement. In the three-dimensional projection of aromas, the girl's skin seemed to sparkle with flashes of scarlet. Heliodor's animal essence stood on its hind legs and howled triumphantly. Now you are mine, wavered in my mind. A storm of feelings overwhelmed her, and Burke's legs gave way. Not used to touch and caresses, not having known kisses before, she seemed lost in space. It was good that the werewolf was pressing her tightly to the railing, otherwise she would have certainly fallen. Her arms flew up of their own accord and clasped the man's powerful neck. He let go of her hair and, supporting her, hugged her around the waist. The kiss became bolder, deeper, brighter. Completely surrendering to instincts, Burke simply repeated the werewolf's movements. There was no embarrassment at all, only pleasure from the stranger's taste. And pleasure. Their tongues touched and, fluttering, intertwined with each other. Studying, blissful, stinging. The world around ceased to exist. All nations know that werewolves are very loving, and Heliodor was no exception. He had long since stopped counting how many and who had been in his bed. In his youth, he did not bother much with courtship, and was more often with prostitutes. Everything with them happened quickly and mutually beneficially. With age, Jel found the charm of seduction. The hunting instinct made him choose more serious targets and pursue them, achieving victory. Having had his fill, he moved on. The females were upset, but they understood that they could not create a family with a werewolf. They did not produce offspring, and the last were only good for a good fight and a hot night. In general, he had a lot of experience in kissing, and he loved kissing. With his lips, Heliodor could easily bring a female to bliss. And this one? Here he was the first, that's for sure. The inept answer upset the girls who knew what to do in bed, liked Gale more. Then the mouth amusingly grabbing his lips amused him. Kissing, she seemed to be trying to eat him. But the wet and diligent caresses of the female so ignited the blood that there was no time for laughter. He wanted to go to bed immediately, now. Having wedged himself between her legs, the werewolf persistently rubbed his groin, wondering should he take her right here or drag her to the nearest barn.
Judging by her moans and arch back, the girl agreed to any option. Completely lost in their feelings, they did not notice the appearance of another werewolf. The green-eyed giant quietly left the feeding trough and looked around in confusion in search of a leader. It was Tumit. His heart could not bear the experience, and he decided to keep the alpha company, who had lost everything. He promised not to lend him money, but the heavens themselves ordered him to treat him to a mug of the intoxicating drink. The wind immediately ruffled his hair, and a red wave blocked his entire view. The werewolf was holding 2 huge mugs filled with mead in his hands, so he couldn't immediately brush his hair out of his eyes. He had to carefully take the drink in one hand.
Coming his heel behind his ear with a wild palm, Tumit blinked and looked around, walked along the wall and snorted in surprise, sniffing.
His sense of smell revealed Heliodor's presence very close. But where? A quiet scuffling sound reached my ears. What was that? Rats? Tumit walked to the edge of the terrace and, leaning over the decrepit railing, looked down. For a moment he froze at what he saw, as if he had turned into a stone pillar. The half-beast's face stretched out in a confused grimace of disgust and surprise. He tried to say something, but only hissed comically. Then he choked, cleared his throat, and finally yelled indignantly, "Heliodorus! Brother! What are you doing?" The tightly intertwined couple froze at the stranger's cry, but did not break their embrace. Slowly, reluctantly, Heliodor tore himself away from the orc. They turned to the disturber of the peace at the same time. Gel was discouraged, and Burke was displeased. "Tumit?" Heliodor responded. The werewolf looked confused, as if he hadn't been allowed to sleep off a glorious drinking bout.
Heliodorus, what are you doing?
Tum asked again. Gel said and looked questioningly at Burke, as if asking for help with the answer. She herself did not understand what was happening and therefore just shrugged her shoulders.
You kissed an orc?
The redhead quickly ran down the steps and pulled the alpha away from the green miracle. Disgust mixed with incomprehension was written on Tumit's face.
A cub? At first, Heliodorus balked a little and even growled at the impudent werewolf, but realizing his brother's mistake, he immediately softened.
That's it. Gel chuckled drunkenly and waved his hand. Yes, she's an adult. Tumit looked Burke over with distrust, from head to toe, and then glanced at her again in the opposite direction. Heliodor also looked the girl over, as if he had just seen her for the first time. Burke's intoxicating scent dissolved in the stench of the old orc and ceased to enchant. The veil of obsession weakened, and the alpha began to soberly assess the beauty of the random chosen one. Grown up? Tum didn't believe it. And why so small? He was standing too far away to catch her true scent. "I was sick," Burke quickly replied. She was telling the pure truth, because her growth had stopped after Fuchs' attack. Since the blood had started to flow out of her, all her body strength had been spent on recovery, Burke believed. Unlike the werewolf, who seemed to be beginning to regret what he had done, she did not regret anything and was not averse to continuing. She really enjoyed kissing. She wanted more. She was ill, Heliodor confirmed uncertainly. "You kissed a sick orc," the red-haired man was horrified. If his hands had not been busy with his drink at that moment, he would have probably grabbed his head. But instead he simply shook it and began to back away, climbing the steps of the terrace. "Yes, I tell you, she's an adult," Heliodorus continued to justify himself and followed him as if on a leash. At the top of the steps he turned to Burke, who was still below, and there was surprise and a question in his gaze, as if he were asking himself, "How so?" Of course, the brother nodded sarcastically. "A sick adult orc the size of a thimble. How well everything worked out for you." "Only until this day, Alpha. I have never heard of orcs suffering from dwarfism." The argument was ironclad. "It is you, Gel, who are simply going crazy from boredom, and this is what happens. You caught whatever came to hand and—" Timid remembered how greedily the Alpha licked the green trifle and spat. "But good food and drink at my expense will bring your mind back to normal." He was still mumbling something, but having thrust the mugs into Heliodorus' hands, he opened the door of the tavern, and with a powerful slap on the back, pushed him inside. "Tum, get out!" reached the orc woman before the door slammed shut. Burke felt as if she had been pulled out of an incredible dream, one so beautiful, so delightful that she wanted to dive back into it and continue to bask in it forever. She stood and stared hopefully at the closed door. Maybe the werewolf would leave his friend and come back. Choose between the company of his own kind and kisses? He liked it too. He couldn't help but like it, she felt. Well, that very excitement. His body's response. He wanted more. The girl's cheeks blushed at this thought, and she put her cold palms to them. Burke knew what happens between individuals of different sexes. Polly had explained it to her using animals as an example. And this werewolf wanted exactly that from her. More. Mating. And she? She wasn't against it, and even very much for it. Although not today. It is unknown when. But definitely not against it. Bert didn't move and continued to glare at the door, but it didn't move.
No, he won't come out. As if to confirm her thought, a friendly burst of male laughter rang out in the tavern. It was fun there. More fun than here. More fun than she was having. Maybe she should go see what had the werewolves so amused.
The girl even took a step forward. No! Tatimir was there, and he had forbidden her to come. If she did the opposite, he would drag her out of the feeding room by the ear, and then he would snitch to her father. Yes, she'd probably tell on him. Burke sighed.
It would be better not to show up here for now.
She reluctantly turned around and sluggishly trudged home. It was high time. If her father came back early and didn't find her in bed, he'd beat her with a switch, and her bottom was still itchy from yesterday. Stubborn Tatimir.
Burke glanced back at the tavern. On the second floor, the curtains were pulled back in the vacant rooms, leaving the windows staring blankly, just as she had left them yesterday after cleaning.
That meant the werewolves had not taken up residence in their inn. Right. What had Ritik said? They are setting up camp on the edge of our forest, her memory helpfully suggested.
At the edge of the forest, far from prying eyes, where Tatimir and his father cannot see. After all, you can meet a werewolf not only in a tavern. Burke quickened her pace. They can be found in other places too. She almost ran, inspired by a new thought. By the river, in the forest. They need water after all. And brushwood for the fire, she's saying cheerfully. And they will certainly need the services of a laundress and a seamstress. The girl no longer walked. She ran, skipping like a merry goat. Her soul was filled with sweet languor, as if on the eve of a big holiday. She would meet the werewolf again. She would definitely meet him, and they would definitely kiss. Her heart sweetly sank in her chest from this thought. Burke wasn't particularly good at socializing. And who would she be able to socialize with? Only old men and lonely gnomes. But the girl was neither stupid nor naive, and she assessed her appearance soberly. After thinking for a while, she realized why the werewolf had attacked her. The smell. He liked her smell. It intoxicated the werewolf. She remembered his eyes filled with desire. He sniffed her skin so greedily. And this, despite the fact that all her clothes smelled of the orc, Burke could smell it herself. She wondered what would happen if there was none left on her. Her intuition told her that the two-faced one would like it. Tomorrow I'll wash up and change into clean clothes, and then I'll go to their camp, Burke decided. And I'll... What's wrong with that? I always go to the lodgers, offer to wash and mend, and then we'll meet and... He won't leave my side for a second. The feminine side of her was stirred up quite a bit. Burke was sure that no other woman had ever excited the werewolf as much as she did. It was clear from his confused and surprised face. But what to wear? She had been wearing this fur jacket for half the year, all the time it was cold. She simply didn't have any other outerwear. As Burke entered her home, she was tormented by the eternal feminine question that had never troubled her before. What to wear? Sfinos was not there yet. Burke took off her fur coat and hung it on the wooden hanger her father had nailed to the entrance. He had lovingly whittled each hook out of birch pegs, trying to shape them into animals. A bear, a wolf, a fox, and a hare was supposed to look at the inhabitants of the ramshackle hut. But the orc's large hands were more accustomed to an axe than a chisel, and that's how it turned out. Clumsy, of different sizes, only vaguely resembling animals, but all the more beloved because of that. They held Burke's goat fur coat and her father's sheepskin coat securely. The girl gently smoothed the bristling black and white fur of her coat. A real treasure that she had gotten for almost nothing. She would still be wearing an old tight jacket made of mangy hairs, but luck intervened. Or rather, luck for her and for the goat.
The impudent beast who gored the entire farm and gnawed cabbage in more than one bed enjoyed the kindness of his owner for a long time. No one dared to give the goat a good beating for fear of Tatimir. But everything comes to an end, and one day luck turned away from the fattened goat. The year before last, he became completely lazy and stopped walking around his bleating family. Outrageous. After all, that's what they kept him for. As a result, the owner used the meat of the impudent beast as food for the guests. But what to do with the skin? Well, he couldn't throw it away. Burke was hanging around nearby, and the walls of the hotel had turned completely grey from time and the lodgers rubbing against it. Look at this thing. Having spread the dressed skin on the bench, Tatimir offered Burke a deal that was profitable from all sides. All that is needed is to whitewash the walls. I'll give you a whole week to work, and I won't rush you. Oh, and she jumped up and down on the stepladder while she was whitewashing the rooms and corridors. And how her back ached after the heavy buckets. The lime had also eaten away the skin on her hands right down to the flesh, and the sores took a long time to heal. But the huge ghost skin was enough for both a fur coat and a hat. Burke sewed them herself, having pretty much pricked her fingers on the thick leather. Therefore, she was very afraid of ruining them. She measured and calculated for a long time, then sewed a lining from burlap according to the measurements, and only then decided to cut out the skin. Now she was not afraid of snow, wind, or rain. Water flowed down the long wool and did not let the girl get wet. Beauty. Burke leaned over and sniffed to see if there was any werewolf scent left on the coat. Unclear. Probably not. It smelled like goat and steenus. There was no fresh forest scent that the handsome werewolf had given off. Burke's sense of smell wasn't very good, but her father had a slightly better sense of smell than she did, so he wouldn't know. Burke lit the stove and put a pot of lentils soaked from the day before on the fire. For dinner she was going to cook a stew of dried fish and greens. Yellow dill, parsley and basil were waiting their turn on the table scrubbed white. These were the remains of the harvest, not yet beaten down by frost. The fish hung in bundles in a cold pantry. She and her father had prepared it themselves. Fortunately, the river flowed freely. The girl moved quickly. She had to hurry with the food if she wanted to make it in time for her father's arrival. The skin and large fish bones flew into the fire, the cut roots and dry twigs after them. And while the stew was boiling, saturating itself with broth, she could start preparing her outfit for tomorrow. The old hair jacket lay in a wicker chest. Burke rarely looked into it, usually before holidays or when she sewed new clothes for herself. There were some cast-offs given to kind Polly and scraps from old, worn-out clothes. There were few things. Well, what do we have here? A jacket. Burke shook it and turned it over in her hands critically. The grey and almost bald skin was badly cracked. There were holes at the folds, through which the lining was visible. Even a light breeze would blow through, but it was not winter now. Well, it was nice outside, and on a sunny day it was even warm. Well, I'll try. Burke pulled off her thick sweater and was left in just a shirt. She put on her jacket. The thing had become lumpy and rough over the years, but overall, if it's just a thin shirt, then it's fine, Bert decided and waved her hands. The thing was tight under the arms, and the chest had grown in front, and the buttons were about to be torn out. I'll have to sew them to the very edge, and perhaps add 3 more. To make it more secure. And on the head, Burke leaned toward the chest. This! She straightened out the bright fabric. Polly gave it to her. One of her admirers had given the cook the material. Take it, the cook generously shared with her assistant. It's a good thing, dear. I would wear it myself, only it doesn't suit the color of my eyes. And she brought the woolen square to her face. See? Yes, the dirty pink immediately emphasized the barely noticeable wrinkles around the eyes and somehow strangely shaded the skin, and the healthy gnome immediately began to resemble an old woman. And the blue flowers painted in the center of the piece of fabric were so carelessly blurred against the poisonous background that they seemed like just blots. The gift was revenge. The admirer rejected by the cook had specially given her the most terrifying thing he could find as a farewell present. Even Burke, who never paid attention to her clothes, put it aside and did not touch it. But now there was no choice. The hat smelled of her father and the other one did not. And with her head uncovered, it was even worse. The green dye had turned Burke's grey curls a terrible shade. No, a headscarf would be better, Burke decided, looking in the mirror. More elegant. The scarf is the only thing she didn't sew but bought at a fair. That means it's expensive. The werewolf will appreciate it. Chapter 10. Known. First date. Having made her way along the river, the girl turned towards the forest and walked through the thickets of red and blackberries. The thorny vines caught her clothes and tangled her legs, but Burke was not going to turn towards the road. She had specially chosen it. Few of the farmers walked along it, which meant that no one would see her, dressed in this bright shawl, running straight into the clutches of the two-faced ones. Her legs seemed to be carrying her to yesterday's stranger, not a drop of pride. Although what did she know about pride in relationships with men? There was no example before her eyes, and she liked him too much to turn up her nose. A stranger. His name is Heliodorus, Burke whispered. No matter how intoxicated she was by the euphoria of feelings, she heard how the red-haired man who had destroyed their close communication called him. The orc woman spent half the night tossing and turning, thinking about Heliodor. Those eyes, those hands, that mouth, and how hotly he kissed her lips, still plump from his pressure. She was so lost in her dreams that she began calling him my stranger. What else? Handsome? Burke snorted. Oh no. Although that was the most appropriate nickname. Handsome as an ancient god. Heliodor. She sighed and stopped. The very thought of him made her head spin and her brain seemed to go into a stupor. Why? Why? This had never happened before, not even to that elf. Heartful memories came flooding back uninvited. Burke's youth passed peacefully, without sentimental loves and experiences. No one from the opposite sex disturbed the girl's heart. After the skirmish with Fudge, she was afraid of strange male gnomes, and no one from other species appeared here. Sometimes one of the miners would gather up his courage or mead and hit on Burke, but it never went beyond words. The Orchanka knew that there were no feelings on their part. The gnomes pestered her on a dare, less often out of interest, because the whole farm believed the tale of her origin. They said that her mother was a good drunkard, and one day she got so drunk that she fell on her way home and fell into a senseless sleep. A gnome was walking along the same road, but a little later. He also got drunk in a cheap pub, and having bumped into a female, was very happy. He did not have a wife, and after drinking, his male need really flared up. The gnome looked at the orc woman, scratched his beard, thought, why waste good things, and... That is how Burke was born. At this point, everyone listening to the story usually laughed until they cried. And the burdock Stinus, the narrator continued, having seen what his wife had given birth to, beat her for infidelity. Burke heard these rumors but did not believe a word of them. Her father always spoke well of her mother, and loved her. Burke refused the advances of the gnomes on principle. Evil jokers and gossips were disgusting to her. But one autumn an elf settled on their farm. That evening Burke was serving beer to the tables. The new hop harvest had just ripened, and the foamy drink flowed like a river. Her gaze did not stop at anyone, moving from one face to another. She had known all the visitors of the tavern since childhood. Year after year they returned to the mines for seasonal earnings. The miners also got used to her like furniture. Burke was considered something permanent, inseparable from the trough, and therefore inevitable. The front door swung open and an elf entered the room. Long white hair the color of the full moon, a beige beautifully tailored jacket, decorated with gold embroidery, a green velvet cloak on his shoulders. He was tall and slender, and against the background of the stocky dwarves, he could even seem fragile, and as if shining. The elf looked around the tavern with bright green eyes, and went to the far table. 3 dwarves were already sitting there. Having asked permission and received the go-ahead, he sat down next to them. The bearded men clearly weren't against a new interlocutor. Interesting news was rare on the farm, and this guest was clearly from far away. You could find out a lot of interesting things from him. Burke couldn't stop looking at the handsome man, and Polly came running too. It's not every year that you see an elven man. But Tatimir quickly drove the cook into the kitchen where she belonged, and watching Burke, he chuckled into his moustache. She was almost drooling at the sight of the pointy-eared one. Tatimir even felt sorry for the silly girl, and he sent her home early that day, so that she wouldn't come up with any stupid ideas.
But it was too late. The girl's heart trembled in anticipation of her first love.
The elf stayed on the farm but did not want to live at the inn, considering it too noisy and dirty. Like many elves, he was a little arrogant.
He rented the last hut, which belonged to Polly's father. The house had been built for the cook as a dowry, but due to the lack of a groom, which greatly upset her parents, the building was empty.
Every day the elf came to the tavern for dinner and stayed there until late at night, not missing a single event. He ate, drank, and often wrote something down in a thick notebook.
His name was Spessartin. Why he stayed with them no one knew.
And the inspired Burke began to take care of her appearance. She really wanted to please the pointy-eared man.
Every day before going to the tavern, she always bathed and put on clean clothes. She combed and braided her hair into fancy braids, which she had been taught to braid by an old dryad who lived in the garden on the outskirts.
Burke also chewed a mint leaf for fresh breath, but the handsome guest was so arrogant that he did not notice the girl who brought him food and drink.
One day she was carrying beer through the feeding trough, and again she was gazing at the handsome blonde. By that time the whole farm already knew that the little girl had fallen in love with him. Only a blind man could not notice her languid glances, and one of the drunken gnomes, deciding to play a cruel joke, stretched out his leg in front of her. At that moment Burke was looking at the green-eyed man, and of course, she tripped. Before she hit the floor, she automatically spilled the contents of the mug onto the object of her desire, who was sitting at the next table. The elf jumped up in surprise like a scolded rooster. Foam flowed from his head in beautiful flakes and soaked into his jacket. His hair hung like sad icicles. The orc woman looked up at him, not knowing what to say. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth in horror. Burke didn't even feel how her pants were soaked with blood at her torn knees, and Spessartin, looming over her, looked at the orc with disgust, like a vile insect. Now he recognized her. The elf immediately remembered the story that one of the dwarves had recently told him, a nasty secret about the origin of this misunderstanding. A child born from the crossing of an orc and a dwarf. A vile story, very similar to the truth. Disgusting. The elf spat the beer that had flowed into his mouth onto the floor and wiped it off. How much contempt, how much disgust was in his gaze. What disgusting, he repeated, and without saying another word, left. How Burke cried that evening. Her chest almost split from her bitter sobs. She was an abomination, and let any dwarf say that, even an orc. But the one who first stirred her heart spat in her direction. Yes, he was talking about beer. Polly tried to console her. I'll tell you, silly girl. He was chatting about beer. The barrel was bad. Not beer. Sour stuff. That's why he spat. Burke didn't believe it. She would always remember the disgust in those cold green eyes. They looked at her like she was a freak. Then Burke often had a nightmare about how in the foggy haze of a dense forest a quiet whisper followed her. Abomination. What an abomination. She tore the pictures of elves out of her book and at first wanted to burn them. Then she regretted it. It was not their fault after all, and shoved them under the floorboard. Maybe someday she will decide to reread the fairy tales about elves. But not in the coming years, that's for sure. The werewolves set up camp on the northern side of the farmstead, at the very edge of a plowed field. Covered wagons lined up at one end of their campsite, in which the werewolves transported their provisions, weapons, and simple belongings. Further on, tents were set up in a large semicircle facing the farmstead. A black flag with a wolf's muzzle drawn in white fluttered cheerfully above them. In the very center of the camp, a fire crackled cheerfully, over which a camp tripod had been erected. A huge cauldron bubbled over the fire, in which something incredibly aromatic was being cooked. It was expensive to eat in the tavern, and the werewolves cooked their own food. They went to the feeding hut only to drink and play cards and dice. The kitchen attendant was milling around the fire with a long wooden spoon. The werewolves cooked in turns. Today Hessen was tramping around the fire. He was just finishing cooking the porridge that the pack ate in the morning. Burke, looking around warily, cautiously entered the wolf territory. It seemed there was only one werewolf here. Where were the others? Where was Heliodor? Doubts came rushing back with renewed vigor. Perhaps I shouldn't have come, it could be dangerous. What if Tatamir's tales were true and only yesterday's werewolf was good? And this one will pounce now. Look how huge he is, and how greedily he licks the spoon. He is probably hungry and angry. She nervously clutched the edge of the laundry basket she had grabbed and took a step back. But it was too late to run away. The duty officer saw the blurred movement, turned around, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, the sight that appeared before him was very unusual. The gnome was not a gnome,
Definitely not an elf. Something green. Not a creature, but a riddle. The werewolf sniffed.
None of the last ones had ever met humans or known what they smell like. The werewolves knew about the exiled people only from stories, and the image of a human was vague and hazy for them.
Humans, out of superstitious fear, had not left their shores for many generations, considered werewolves something almost mythical, and identified them with punishing cannibal
Deities.
all-seeing, killing anyone who crossed the river. Now the fear of the two-faced was absorbed into humans with their mother's milk and did not let go for life. In recent centuries, not a single person had crossed the Crimson River, and Burke was an exception. The girl changed into clean clothes, but the orcish scent still remained on her, a very light shade, and through it the real aroma of her body was clearly visible.
It was bright and gentle. The two-faced even squinted from the sweetness. She smelled very tempting and pleasant to the werewolf.
Invisible to all other peoples but not to werewolves, the spirit of their leader was already mixed with her scent. A simple kiss left something like a mark on the girl's skin. This always happened with two-faced males, as if leaving warnings to rivals that the place was taken.
Too bad. The sleep-deprived werewolf yawned and looked at the newcomer again. If you drink and close your eyes, but who are you? He wondered.
A riddle.
There was a sweet smell of an unfamiliar species, and also the stench of an orc, and the smell of a leader. Well, an interesting composition.
The mixture of aromas swirled in the air in front of the two-faced man and suddenly formed a picture. It was as if a revelation dawned on Hessen. Of course, Heliodor's sweetheart.
A very drunk Tumit told the whole feeding trough about the alpha's love affair yesterday. There was such laughter that the roof of the tavern almost went off.
Then one of the local gnomes told how, according to the village version, the miracle of nature came into the world. The genealogy amused everyone greatly.
Tired of dirty jokes about love for either a dwarf orc or a green gnome,
Heliodor borrowed money from someone and got dead drunk.
So that's why the smell seems unusual, Guess decided. A child of two species. What do you want? He asked Burke, squinting cheerfully. The Ashanka stood fearfully at the edge of the camp, not knowing what to do. Run away or stay? She wanted, as always, to ask if anyone needed to wash or mend something, but her thoughts were far from work.
Heliodora quietly, very shyly, said, Hessen said joyfully. The unexpected appearance of the heroine of all yesterday's jokes amused him greatly, but it turned out that the girl was even funnier than Tumit had said. Deciding to start the day with a good joke, the duty officer shouted loudly, Heliodor! There had been a sleepy silence in the camp before. Birds were chirping on the branches, horses grazing nearby were neighing. After the cry, the silence became wary and as if surprised. The entire camp froze. Even the barely audible snoring of the sleeping werewolf ceased. About 3 minutes later, the disheveled dark head of an alpha stuck out from the first tent on the left. When Gel stuck his head, buzzing with a hangover, out between the tent flaps, 26 pairs of wolf eyes looked at him. Their owners had peered curiously out of their tents.
Little earlier. Heliodor, you have a guest!
Hessen shouted joyfully, emphasizing the word guest. 27 pairs of eyes turned to Burke. The girl, unused to such attention, looked down. If her skin had not been dyed green, everyone would have noticed how much she blushed.
Heliodor immediately recognized yesterday's stranger, and her appearance did not please him.
Yesterday, his comrade's jokes had greatly shaken his composure.
The Orchanka stood forlornly at the edge of the camp.
Oh my, what a wretched thing! What a freak! Heliodor was horrified. But she wasn't like that yesterday.
Was she?
Gel closed his eyes for a moment, not believing his own eyes. He opened them and blinked, trying to drive away the crippling delusion. The picture remained the same.
Did I really kiss that warty little toad yesterday?
She's disgusting. Acid rose in his throat. He hiccuped and almost spat out yesterday's drink onto the ground.
He swallowed hard, returning his stomach to its place, and took a deep breath. He flew out of the tent like a whirlwind.
It's a good thing he fell asleep dressed, otherwise he would have run without pants. He immediately rushed to his guest, but lingered by the fire and greedily drank some water.
The hangover immediately receded. His head started working. Gel grabbed Burke unceremoniously by the elbow and dragged her toward the nearest cart.
The girl left the basket, and without resisting followed him, blinking her eyes in confusion. It seemed that she herself did not know why she had come. And what is she wearing?
It's horrible. Is that a rag or a dog bed?
The dirty grey jacket looked like it had been worn by the entire dwarven village for 100 years to achieve that look. and then, for greater effect, tied to a cart and dragged
along the roads of the wildlands for years. And the tag on her head? What kind of horrible colors are those? It was simply mind-blowing. Who did that? Why? For what? How could anyone even wear something like that?
So, I was trained. We just need to get rid of the girl. And quickly. Heliodor decided. Take her out of the camp, scare her and wash our hands.
With soap. From the brothers' tents, cheerful chuckling could be heard.
The werewolves were having fun.
Perhaps they were already making bets. Would the alpha be able to fuck her sober or not?
It seems that now I have become the winner in the nomination I have the ugliest woman. The alpha realized and went mad. How dare she come and disgrace me?
I'll just throw her out of our territory right now.
But curiosity got the better of me.
What have you come for?
Yesterday's kisser growled unfriendly.
And, to be less visible to the pack, he dragged her behind the wagon.
The wagon train was arranged in a semicircle north of the camp, protecting the tents from the cold wind. The werewolf pushed Burke toward the nearest side and looked around, making sure they were out of sight. Speak. But Burke hesitated, biting her lips nervously. Well?
Why did you come? Jill asked again, gently pushing her in the shoulder.
He wanted to get rid of this problem as soon as possible. He needed to send her back to the hole. Judging by her clothes, it was a hole from which she came. While waiting for an answer, Heliodor examined the girl closely. Horror.
The orc girl had wrapped her scarf of a strong fuchsia shade like a turban, tying the ends above her forehead.
Some girls in the cities did this and they got flirty ears sticking up. Funny. Onungarus.
For some reason, the orc girl's ears resembled the antennae of a nasty insect, perhaps because of the color of her skin.
Jill grimaced, looking at the headdress.
It would be better to wear that ugly hat.
What is he lying about? Nothing could be better here. Everything will always look bad on her.
Not like the beauty Eliridana. Everything suited her.
The elf looked stunning, even wrapped in a sheet. Remembering her slender, flexible body, like a young tree, Heliodor almost howled. He missed her, and it wasn't that long ago. Why did the orc spawn come here and make me remember?
I see. The werewolf dug into his pants pockets and pulled out 2 coins from yesterday.
He hadn't spent them on a drink. Something in his soul resisted giving away the measly coppers. After all, he wasn't used to earning money by deception.
The werewolf took Burke's hand.
How cold, the thought flashed. Maybe she's frozen? She's dressed very lightly.
The male instinct perked up, reminding him that he needed to protect weak girls.
The werewolf shrugged his shoulders in irritation.
Her problems.
He opened his palm and put the money in it. Orshanka surprised. Heliodor expected her to jump for joy and run away quickly, but no. Smesok continued to stare at him, clearly expecting something else. And what eyes! Attentive. And she looked as if Heliodor was attracting her like a magnet. Her eyes are interesting. The best thing about her. Well, if she's not here for the money, then why? Burke was silent. What could she say? Today, the werewolf was angry and uninterested. Apparently, he had not yet been affected by the smell, and he smelled strongly of fumes, and there were red veins in his eyes. He probably got drunk yesterday and was now angry because of the hangover. Perhaps today he would not want to. I wanted, the girl spoke quietly. What? Heliodor sparked.
Burke jerked from the sharp question and hit her foot on the protruding board. It hurt, but the werewolf only grinned contentedly.
So what? The half-beast rumbled frighteningly.
Who? Burke wanted to correct, but was afraid.
Before she could start talking about the purpose of her visit, she needed to get closer to him. So close that his mood would change, like yesterday. Hiding her gaze, Burke took a step and threw her head back so that the scent of her skin would become stronger. It was scary. The werewolf's fists were clenched, his shoulders tense. It seemed he was ready to hit her. I came.
Burke squeaked even more quietly, almost inaudibly, continuing to sneak up on him. Closer. Closer. Like a stupid prey on a hunt.
That's how they sneak up on a mating wood grouse, busy courting a female. Only this wood grouse, unfortunately for Burke, wasn't thinking about love affairs.
Oh well, we'll fix that now.
He had to smell her. Now. They were already close to each other.
The werewolf, unaware of the guest's insidious plan, decided that he had scared the little chick to death.
Okay, Gil decided. I said I need to lower my voice and calmly find out why she came here, and only then kick her out. He took a deep breath and inhaled the notes of her scent. Unnoticed by Heliodor, his mood began to change. His eyes twitched with a drowsy haze, his lips relaxed and his evil grin turned into an ironic smirk. His shoulders dropped and the werewolf inclined his head toward the girl in a more friendly manner. "So what do you want?" The werewolf's voice became low. A thrilling hoarseness appeared, from which goosebumps ran down Burke's spine. "Explain to me, a little one. Don't be afraid." He even smiled slightly, as if flirting. "I won't harm you. Just tell me the reason for your visit, and I'll go back to sleep. You see, I had a busy evening yesterday." The werewolf began to look more and more like a tipsy customer from their tavern. The smell put him into a state similar to a hypnotic trance. Animal desire took over his reason. He relaxed completely and spoke to Burke in a confidential tone, as if sharing his adventures with an old friend. "Aha!" the girl rejoiced. "It works." Joel leaned his shoulder on the side of the cart very close to the orc woman, and leaned even lower, greedily inhaling her scent. Gel first began to blink more slowly. Then his eyes closed, as if he was very tired and dozed off standing up. At some point they opened and flashed a burning yellow. The pupil stretched out. "It's time," Bert decided. "So what? Will you finally answer why you came here?" The werewolf probably asked for the 10th time. "What did you want, huh?" "Kiss," the girl demanded quietly, but clearly and defiantly. The wolf choked on air and coughed. It was as if he had been doused with cold water. Unprecedented impudence. He raised his head and asked again, dumbfounded, "What?" "I want to kiss you," the girl answered boldly. Like yesterday, she wasn't going to back down. The price was too close and too good. A burst of cheerful laughter was heard in the werewolf camp. The entire pack, which had excellent hearing, listened with interest to the conversation of the sweet couple. Everyone was wondering why the boogeyman had come. Having learned the answer, they did not hold back and spare the feelings of the two hapless lovers. The werewolves laughed heartily. Heliodor would have beaten up the impudent orc woman a few minutes ago after that. But now he was getting irritated by the males who were very close. He glared fiercely at the camp with his yellow eyes and growled angrily. "Idiots!" A possessive thought flared up. "You just don't know what a treasure stands next to me. And she's mine." He jealously put his arm around Burke's waist and pulled her away from her rivals, to the farthest cart, where her competitors couldn't smell her wonderful scent. Only he would inhale it, only he. Burke did not resist, understanding why she was being taken away. "Repeat," Heliodor growled a millimeter from her lips. The werewolf's breathing was heavy, as if he was being hunted. He inhaled the girl's scent deeply and enjoyed it. "I want to hear it again. I would like to... Yes, like yesterday." Burke looked at the shining eyes, enchanted. Kissing, they froze, looking into each other's eyes for a second, and then Heliodor attacked her lips with an impatient groan. He pulled away and pressed himself again. "Yes, baby." Heliodor passionately pressed her fragile figure into the side of the cart, glad to oblige. She gasped from such pressure. The werewolf stepped back, grabbed her under the bottom and lifted her into the cart. "Come here." He pulled her under the high curtain of the cart. Inside were some packages, bags, boxes. "It will be quieter here, and here no one will see us," decided the werewolf. Still, he was embarrassed by the girl. The little mix had such an outstanding appearance. Keeping secrets. The thick leather curtain fell and they stood in the semi-darkness, filled with the smells of road dust, iron, and old belongings. Burke stood upright and looked around curiously. Heliodorus had to bend over. It was cramped and low for him.
The cart was half filled with sacks of provisions, and the free edge closer to the exit was covered with straw, which was sprinkled around the iron utensils so they would not rattle on the road.
There was nothing interesting here that could detain the newcomer for more than a minute, but not for these two. For both of them, time seemed to have thickened here. Throwing an old blanket over a pile of straw, Heliodor gently pushed the orc woman in the chest, and she obediently fell on her back. Before she could blink, she found herself in a cage made of his body. The werewolf loomed over her, blocking everything. depriving her of a chance to escape, clearly making it clear there was no way back. She had run into trouble. It seemed that if she tried to leave now, she would be swept away by a whirlwind named Heliodor, because now he was a tornado, filled with animal strength and capable of sweeping away everything in his path. The predator emerged in him at full power, reminding her that in front of her was a half-beast possessing enormous strength. Bug was taken aback by such an onslaught and even a little scared, looking into his eyes, the pupils of which were burning with unbridled passion. The scent of the two-faced one gushed over the girl. The forest, strength, freedom. Oh heavens, how good the werewolf was. And he was so close that she could examine in detail the fresh abrasion on his cheekbone, the old scar near his eyebrow, the edge of the tattoo that went under his shirt. Perhaps you could introduce yourself before we begin. His low, growling whisper made the fine hairs on his skin stand on end, but not from fear. Burke shook her head. No. She was so busy looking at the werewolf and her emotions that she didn't understand the question. Don't know your name? Jell asked. That's it. The girl's crazy. That's the last thing we need. It's one thing to get involved with a slut, but a crazy babe. Do I need to answer something? Burke thought. And in response, she reached out with another. No. The half-beast's pupil began to round out, filling the yellow iris. It seemed that the excitement was leaving him, giving way to irritation. Pull yourself together, idiot. You're making him angry. If you continue like this, the werewolf will just wake up and run away. What? Burke finally asked clearly. Will you tell me your name? The werewolf repeated ingratiatingly. The girl smiled happily and nodded. Name. Of course she has a name. So there is a name after all, the werewolf sighed with relief. So she's not a crazy fool. Just a dumbfounded, silly girl. Burke, pleased with herself, continued to smile. And irritation began to appear on the werewolf's face again. The girl tensed up, but she continued to stare stupidly at his delightful face. Name, baby. Tell me your name. Heliodorus didn't really care what this little chick was called, but his habit of treating the ladies nobly took over. Before you screw someone, you should at least introduce yourself. You can say it or sing it, or if you want, whisper it, I'll hear it. He himself whispered the last phrase in her ear, pulling back the edge of his scarf. Burke, she breathed, feeling his tongue slide along the edge of her ear. He went down to the earlobe. He froze, and then the greedy mouth gently sucked in the soft skin and began to suck. The flooring under Burke disappeared somewhere, and it felt as if she had soared into the sky, lying on a feather bed. Burrak. Is she repeating this? No. This is Heliodorus growling, having tasted her. She was magical. Better than it had seemed yesterday, unique. The girl's scent, like a vine, wrapped around him and chained him to her. The werewolf forgot himself and, groaning, fell on Burke with his whole body. She obediently allowed him to pull the scarf off her head. The coolness of the street cooled her burning cheeks a little, but Heliodorus' gaze passing over her burned more than fire. So greedy, possessive and promising. Today the orc woman braided her hair into a loose braid, as if she felt that he would want to touch it, unbraid it, and wind the strands around his hand. He wanted to. He stroked from the forehead to the very top of the head, ran his hand along the entire length and pulled the ribbon that tied the tip. Yes, the color is disgusting. He can't even find a name for it. And why is she so special? Nothing ordinary. Orcish. Why this dirty grey with a green tint? Why not blonde? It would suit her blue eyes very well. Although blonde, what is he talking about? All the orcs he had seen were burning brunettes. No blondes among them. Not even such green ones. Probably she took after her dwarf father. For sure. Although, what difference does it make? The werewolf brushed these thoughts aside and began to examine the face of the captured bird. Well, basically, if you don't take into account the color and these bumpy unevennesses on the skin, then he ran his thumb over her neat nose. That's quite good. And her eyes are beautiful. Blue. And her lips. The werewolf greedily examined the lips and began to move lower to the collar. Burke instinctively grabbed the fastenings of her jacket. No matter what happened, the werewolf must not learn her secret. She simply could not survive another taunt. Heliodor looked at the wary orc girl and chuckled relaxedly. Don't be afraid, little one. I'll take off your clothes only after you've forgotten about everything in the world.
First, we'll have a nice game. But in order to immediately indicate his long-term plans to the orc girl, he looked into her eyes and lowered his hand to her small chest, tightly, covered by her jacket. The girl did not resist, but trembled like an autumn leaf. Yes, and it took a lot of effort for the werewolf to restrain himself like this and just talk sweetly to her when her body already wanted to pound between her spread legs. Burke swallowed and closed her eyes. What he was doing now was embarrassing. And then... Burke. Slowly, as the tightness of his arms allowed, she straightened up and raised her head to meet his voice. She opened her eyes. Yellow, flaming irises, crossed by a black narrow pupil, hypnotized her. She could not withstand his fire and closed her eyes. The lips pressed immediately, sharply and firmly, intrusively, as if the werewolf, not expecting this himself, gasped, pulled back a little, and attacked again. Again and again, at first gently, carefully, savored, sucked, and then he hurried, absorbed. Her plump mouth turned out to be sweet and cool, small, plump, and tight. Oh, heavens, give me strength to restrain myself and not rip her clothes right now. Reward me with endurance. Help me make her beg. Let her beg him for it herself. Burke melted. She couldn't even imagine that such a thing could happen. Could skin become hot from touch, like iron in a blacksmith's furnace? And her body... it shook as if in a chill, and a fire flared up in her chest, and her heart melted like candle wax. Her head was buzzing, and her eyes, when she opened them, saw everything in pink spots. And she breathed as if not air, but honeyed happiness. You moan. It's funny, a werewolf chuckled very close. Me? No, I didn't. What's wrong? It feels so good. Burke moaned louder, as if challenging him. The deep spurred Heliodorus on like a whip. I want it all, mine, the beast inside growled. Jill ran his nose along the cheekbone, rubbed against the cheek and went down to the neck, as if someone was forcing him. Instinct. The ancient power of a blood pushed him to mark the female he liked, to leave the imprint of his teeth on her skin, so that no one would ever approach her again. Mine. Only mine. Burke arched toward the werewolf and answered boldly. Boldly. Her hands seemed to find themselves on his shoulders, circling his wide dern. Then they met at the back of his head and dug their fingers into his hair.
Not as tenaciously as he did. She did not get tangled up, pulling her head back.
She simply let the tight rings pass through her fingers, rummaging, pulling him closer to her. Gel, Burke whispered. Heliodor. The kisses became harsher and now looked more like quick bites. The werewolf's hands were groping the girl's body. She didn't resist, allowing him to caress both her bottom and the small hemispheres of her breasts. She didn't push him away, but clung to him, responding to all his actions, without feeling a drop of fear. The body is flexible, thin, inviting. Heliodor slowed his chaotic movements and began to study it carefully. What a small and securely wrapped orc girl. Their eggs are well buttoned and sit on her so tightly that they bother and anger her. You want to tear the old sheepskin into pieces and throw it away. Gel impatiently grabbed the collar of his jacket, at least to put his hand in first. No. The Orchanka seemed to come to her senses and grabbed the collar, stopping any attempt to unbutton the buttons. Why? Gel stared at her uncomprehending. He felt that the girl was very excited. The scent of her desire made his head spin stronger than 100-year-old drum. It seemed that she was ready to go all the way. It's cold, she answered, the first thing that came to mind. I'll get sick. And as if to confirm her words, she coughed a little. She saved the diamond algae tincture and dyed her skin so that no white would flash in the collar of her jacket. Her skin was green only up to her collarbones. If the jacket remained buttoned, Heliodorus would not see her shameful flaw. But if she unbuttoned it, her shirt was low-cut, and her white skin would immediately catch the eye. It's too early, Heliodor decided. Well, never mind, we'll fix it now. And he acted more decisively. He squeezed between her legs, grabbed her under the knee, and seemed to wedge himself in.
Closer, closer, although where could he get any closer? He pressed his groin against her and slowly began to rub, moving up and down, not interrupting the kiss for a second.
Burke dissolved into it and didn't immediately realize that the werewolf's impudent paw was untying the lace on her pants. Another minute and she would be flashing her bare ass here.
No, she groaned, reluctantly lost. Please, no. What's wrong? Heliodor seemed to have gone mad. His yellow eyes darkened, filling with a red haze. Are we doing badly? Or are you... A nasty guess came to mind. Have you decided to earn some extra money? What?
The girl was confused. What is he talking about? About work? What does laundry have to do with it? If I drag myself here for this, then I tell you right away it was in vain.
I'm not going to pay. I'm empty, not a single coin in my pocket. He admitted it reluctantly. For a grown, healthy male, there was something shameful about poverty.
And he was not as simple as he seemed. If he really needed money, he could always borrow from his brothers.
And then the thought infuriated him. What if she now ran to offer herself to others? And the whole flock is broke, he added.
If that's what you wanted, then you can leave. There's nothing to catch here. It's a shame to be so rash. You can bargain, so it's not expensive. How much can she ask for? The werewolf looked appraisingly at the thin body with confused eyes. 10 coins? Silver? Girls who trade love usually don't raise the price higher.
But here, in the absence of competition, Burke didn't immediately, but she finally understood. She was taken for a cheerful girl.
She knew roughly how they made a living. They sometimes stopped in their wilderness too. It was an offensive suspicion, and Burke was upset. How could he have thought that?
The sellouts were completely different.
Dressed up, half naked, terribly painted. They pestered all males and offered something indecent. And she had come only to him.
And she hadn't asked for anything.
The Orchanka sobbed. She wanted to cry from the insult, but she could not explain the real reason for her refusal.
Even when she was alone,
the girl never said the word albino out loud. It was like a terrible curse word for her. Saying it would be like admitting she was a freak.
The werewolf waited patiently, not taking his hungry gaze off her.
He was going to find out everything. How much did you want for this?
He nodded at the ties of his pants peeking out from under his jacket. Burke snorted resentfully.
I'm not like that, she muttered through pursed lips.
No?
Joy and relief shone through in the question, and if you came for something else, then why are you so stubborn? The Orchanka turned away, hiding her eyes filled with tears.
What to answer? The truth? Didn't like it? Just say so, Heliodor insisted. I won't hold you back. The doors aren't locked. Get lost.
I'm sick, the girl squeaked barely audibly and sobbed. What? Are you sick? Gal frowned. That's what she came up with. Will she lead you by the nose until you get to your knees? Yes, you brainless fool. I'm sick, the girl wanted to shout in his face. I'm an ugly, undersized orc with white skin. You can start laughing. And don't forget to tell all your friends. Or who are they to you? Go and play the gnomes fools, you chicken. Heliodor freaked out, but stumbled on the last syllable.
I regret to inform you, Heliodorus, you are a fool.
The sweetheart has a woman's ailment, and you only now realized it. Of course, he smelled blood.
He smelled it from the very beginning.
But she, like the whole girl, smelled alluringly, not repelling, but attracting. Blood from other wounds is alarming.
Its smell glows poisonously scarlet, warning, trouble. But the blood of a female attracts, beckons with a promise, stay close, and soon I will be ready to conceive a new life. A woman's blood is like a sign of health, like a chance to imprint oneself in eternity.
So, who are you after that? A werewolf?
You're an old hedgehog, Gel congratulated himself.
And you embarrassed that girl. She'll start crying from shame.
I had to say that.
The females were embarrassed to talk about such things, and even at the hint, they blushed and became confused. Both Burke and Gel were now upset and embarrassed. She sat up, pulled her knees up to her chin, and quietly wiped away a tear. So she went to kiss.
He called her a whore, then had to admit that she was ugly. It is unknown how they would have behaved further, but sharp sounds coming from the camp came to their rescue. They were hitting something metallic. Anxiety. The girl was frightened. She had read somewhere that this was a call to a fire or a fight. What was going on? Had someone attacked the farm? Or werewolves fighting? Breakfast, Gel grinned.
That's how the duty officer calls everyone to the cauldron. He rose easily with a smooth, predator-like movement and adjusted his clothes. Burke also stood up and shook a straw off herself. She saw a ribbon from her hair on the floor and hurried to braid her loose braid. The werewolf had managed to completely tousle it, so she had to comb it with her fingers.
Are you hungry? Heliodor had already jumped to the ground and was watching the orc woman with interest.
I? Burke was taken aback by the unexpected question. Why was he asking? Why hadn't he left yet? His comrades were probably waiting. You, he laughed and showed his large fangs. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Burke was at a loss. What to say? Yes, she was hungry. But what did it matter to him? Let him go already, and she would run home. There was some of yesterday's soup and crackers left, and there was still cabbage.
The rumbling in her stomach gave her away completely. Hungry, Gel grinned.
Wait for me here, he stopped her, not letting her jump out of the cart. I'll bring you something now.
No need I... Wait.
Here, as if pinned to the spot. I'll be quick, and disappeared from sight. Still, werewolves are strange, Burke thought, and began to tie her scarf.
Incomprehensible.
Someone else would have kissed her and sent her home faster, and even given her a kick. But this one didn't let her. Maybe he wants to continue. Yes, he'll probably go eat now and come back, then they'll kiss again. Her stomach rumbled again at the thought of food, louder and more pitiful this time. No matter, she could bear it. There was still an hour until her father returned, so she could lie here with the werewolf. It felt good. Much better than food. At least it had felt good until he reached into his pants. But he seemed to understand. Maybe he would just kiss her now? Heliodor returned quickly. He was holding a large, deep plate in his hands. Silver? Yes, exactly. Silver, and richly decorated with engravings. Some figures, animals. The werewolf sat down on the edge of the cart and gestured for him to sit down next to him, holding out a spoon. Me? Burke was taken aback. And to me, he grinned and pulled the second one out of his pocket. Come on, eat. He nodded at the plate. Just be careful. It's still hot. The werewolf held the plate with his hand, with his sleeve pulled over his fingers so as not to burn himself, and sat half-turned to the girl. No need. No need.
There was no need to worry, the orc woman mumbled, twirling the spoon in her hand.
The brew smelled deliciously of meat. The pleasantly colored grounds were generously sprinkled with dill on top. It looked very appetizing, similar to goulash. Try it, you might like it, the werewolf insisted. There's a lot of meat in there. Do you eat meat? Yes, she nodded, confused, and quietly swallowed the saliva that filled her mouth. We like meat, Gel shared. Lots of it. In your taverns they put very little in the cauldron, just enough to sniff. Eat. And he held the plate out to his nose. Burke scooped up some hesitantly. Just a little, just the tip of a spoon, and immediately grabbed a piece of meat. Attractive and juicy, she blew on the steaming food and carefully tasted it. Delicious, she praised the treat. The juicy slice had an unusual taste, neither chicken nor pork. Venison, he said, as if reading her thoughts. Have you eaten venison? And the werewolf continued eating, slowly but quickly, not particularly savoring but clearly enjoying himself. Burke shook her head and scooped up some more.
Where is the deer from? She asked, so as not to eat in silence.
Hassan got it. Duty? He is the one, so he cooks, Burke was surprised. The duty officer's job is not only to cook, but also to get what to cook from. He starts his shift in the evening, he hunts at night, and then feeds the entire pack with prey all day long. Oh wow! Burke listened, licking her spoon, and stopped scooping from her plate. Be brave, Gel encouraged her. You peck like a tit. Burke froze, not knowing whether to be offended or... He grinned, making it clear that he was joking. The Orchanka exhaled. She had to take his words more simply, because there was no aggression in the werewolf's behavior, which meant he had no intention of offending her.
Thank you, you are very
Generous, she smiled and scooped up a full spoon. They ate half of it quickly. Then the werewolf began to scoop less often and kept looking at Burke. She squinted with pleasure and smacked her lips comically. It was probably the most delicious food in her life. She licked the spoon after each bite, and it was also funny when she chewed. She moved her green cheeks and looked like a hamster. She was funny after all. I needed to arrange a new meeting with her, so that she would definitely come running, and so that no one would take her for themselves. Forgot. Joel came to his senses when the last piece of meat disappeared in his mouth. He also took bread. He pulled a quarter of a large, fluffy loaf from his bosom. Burke recognized the local cook's baked goods at once. Look at the pretty curls pinched along the top edge. Surely someone from the pack had gone to the tavern and probably bought up all the morning baked goods. So many eaters, they needed a lot of bread. The kitchen of the feeding room was probably in full swing, and she was cooling her heels here. So what now? Gale waved his hand and handed it to the girl. Here, take it home. Why? Buck asked a stupid question. For tea or for porridge? Heliodor shrugged and thrust the soft edge into her hands. I don't know, just eat it. Okay, I'll just eat it. This is Polly's best bread, you can just eat it, it's delicious. And she hesitated, not knowing what to do next. The werewolf also froze, and the food distracted him, but the power of the fragrant female was returning. Go. And he gently pushed him towards the farm. And come back tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow her health will return to normal and then it will be possible to continue and not stop. Tomorrow? We'll wait. Okay. Tomorrow. In the morning? She wanted to come at the most appropriate time, so as not to wake him up like today and not to anger him unnecessarily. In the morning. As you wish. We can meet later at the tavern. I'll come in the morning, Burke frowned. Chapter 12. The First Gift. He waited, not in the camp, not by the fire, but near yesterday's cart. He saw the girl from afar and waved his hand, beckoning her. Come here. He didn't invite you. He demanded you. She went obediently, hurrying so as not to anger him, and her breath caught in happiness. The uncertainty that had been suffocating her all this time retreated. He had not forgotten. He had thought about her. He had kept his word. So he had liked the hot meal that had been between them under the canopy. He remembered it. The thought gave her courage, and Burke came very close to touch the werewolf at once, so that the doubt and disgust that could be read in his gaze would retreat under the onslaught of her scent. Hello, Burke. The werewolf nodded with a grin. Hello, the orc woman answered primly and respectfully, and bowed slightly, touching her head to his chest. That was how she greeted the innkeeper when she was in a good mood. Say hello, Heliodorus, to me. Repeat. The two-faced man ordered and sniffed greedily and hopefully. No, it didn't come out. The blood was still clearly felt in the sweet weave of the girl's aroma. Too bad. Hello, Heliodorus. His gaze was disorienting, not allowing room for even a hint of indignation. So beautiful, so huge. A werewolf. Heliodor coughed, and Burke came too. It turned out that she was staring at him like a mesmerized idol. How could it be otherwise? He had enchanted her with a pool of yellowing eyes. I just grabbed. Gale pulled back the curtain and pointed to the bundle. What is this? She was surprised, and unable to contain her curiosity, took a step towards the cart. Unfold it and you will find out. She carefully untied the woven knot and found yesterday's silver plate. Probably his personal one. Covered instead of a lid with another flat one, but also silver. Come on, pick it up, he pushed impatiently. Burke opened it and the fragrant steam wafted into her face. Porridge. White rice with nuts in milk. Jill silently thrust a spoon at her and, easily picking her up, set her on the edge of the cart. The plate was in the middle, he was on the other side. What? Why? We'll have breakfast, and he greedily scooped up some, setting an example. He put a heaping spoonful into his mouth. Beautiful, manly, and very appetizing. Ah, so that's it. He hadn't had time to eat. And Burke had come late on purpose. Not like yesterday. She'd heard the kitchen gong ringing as they approached the camp and stopped. Then she'd walked back and forth through the bushes for about 10 minutes to be sure she wouldn't show up in the middle of breakfast. And only then, jumping up and down with impatience, had she gone to the date. And he still hadn't had time to eat. Or did he do it on purpose? Try it. Don't be afraid. With his mouth full, Gale nodded at the food. It's delicious. He decided that she was afraid to eat unfamiliar food. And the orc woman was simply shy. Except for Adular, no one sat her at the table. You didn't have to, Burke mumbled.
You don't have to worry about me. Eat, he said with irritation. The Orchanka quickly scooped up the porridge and without even blowing, shoved it into her mouth.
Silly, you're doing it wrong again. It wasn't by chance that he ended up here with a supply of food.
That means he decided to take care of it, to feed it, and you're turning up your nose. Eat quickly and praise it. Thank him. Otherwise, even your smell won't help, Burke thought and began working her jaws in fear. It was good that the porridge had cooled to a pleasant warmth. Sweet. Delicious. The orc woman couldn't help but moan with pleasure. The werewolf became kinder, his gaze filled with self-satisfaction. She pleased him.
That means she understood correctly and chose the right tactics.
That's how you should treat an animal you like. Praise, agree, please. How does it taste? Is it unusual for you?
Unusual, Burke agreed. There's melted butter and various nuts, the werewolf began to explain, still working with his spoon. We like it to be filling.
We pour honey over it for sweetness. Yes, the honey immediately spread over the tongue. A rare delicacy for an orc woman. Delicious, Burke agreed.
Usually only raisins and milk are added to the feeding troughs.
She listened and nodded. She drank in small portions, tried to look decent and not slurp with pleasure. Why?
I thought she was an orc. But next to her was not a green giant, but a yellow-eyed handsome man, and now his eyes were brown, and only golden specks flashed in the dark irises. So she needed to repeat after him, to adopt his habits. The werewolf put down his spoon and stretched his stomach, but there was still a mound of porridge left at the bottom of the plate. Finish it, he ordered in a tone that brooked no objection. He rummaged around in the cart and pulled out another bundle. He unwrapped it himself, a teapot. Blackened, camping, tea. Do you drink tea?
Yes. Gora scooped up and stuffed the rest of the porridge into herself.
She was full, and the pleasant satiety that rarely visited her body spread throughout her belly. But she couldn't throw it away, could she? A tall mug, more like a goblet, appeared from somewhere. Large, festive, also silver. Was all their dishes made of silver? Burke noticed the spoon she was holding in her hands. It was a real work of art. How had she not noticed it before? The handle was in the shape of a wolf's muzzle, heavy. Beautiful drawing, she said out loud. Filigree. Do you do it yourself? She suggested, looking at the animal's face on the silver. Heliodor snorted, splashing some tea. Dwarves, and he winced, making it clear that he looked down on the short people. We are warriors, guardians. The long-forgotten word gave off a whiff of glory and forgotten life. Gel shook his head, driving away the strange melancholy, and handed Burke the mug. Here, drink, it's getting cold. The drink, also flavored with honey, had an unusual taste. In the feeding room, they brewed a mixture of herbs collected in the meadows and forests, and here you could feel something fruity. Jasmine and apricots, the werewolf answered the girl's silent question. And how does he manage to understand her? They've known each other for only 2 days, and it's as if he could read her thoughts. Your face, Heliodor circled in the air, is expressive. As if confirming his words, he began to examine her, carefully, with interest. He walked from her forehead to her nose, lowered his gaze to her lips. Come here. And hastily pushing away the empty plate, he dragged Burke into the darkness of the shelter. A girl managed to notice in passing that the pile of straw had become more lush and tidy. On top lay not a dusty rag, but a clean blanket. Dragging her down, Heliodor carefully laid Burke on a fresh bed. She felt the velvet, touching it with her hand, pleasant and warm like a summer day. And the werewolf's lips were hot and especially impatient today. When you think they walk like that, he whispered, stroking her eyebrows. When you are happy, they diverge. When you are angry, they almost unite. And when you are surprised, they fly up and resemble the roof of the house. Heliodor either got used to it or was hungry. But today the orc girl didn't seem as scary as she had yesterday, hungover. Rather, she was unusual. Small, thin, and terribly dressed. She had put on that horrible kerchief again. He would have to tear it up or burn it. Imagining how he was destroying the vigorous rag, the werewolf grinned and pressed his mouth to the rotten lips of the Smeska. He pulled the kerchief off her head and slipped it into his pocket unnoticed. Burke flushed. How his voice affected her, and her insides immediately caught fire from her lips, as if she had put a hot pepper pod in her mouth. But it was pleasant. The werewolf breathed sweet jasmine and the freshness of something forest, lifted her hands and threw them on himself, hinting to hug. When you're close, my head won't obey me.
I can't think of anything. Why do you think that is? Why does she ask? Does she really think Burke knows the answer? He doesn't. And she herself constantly asks herself, why? Why is he with her and not with Polly, for example?
The werewolf's hand confidently crawled over the body of the trembling victim. From the face down to the shabby jacket, he went around the buttons, feeling how the orc woman tensed up as soon as he touched the wooden circle. Okay, not now. Next. The mound. Small, pleasant elastic. How he wanted to knead it naked, without any obstacles, and finally see the shape and color of the nipple. But let it be so for now. Otherwise, Gel will not hold back, and will take his own, forgetting about the woman's ailment. Today he will simply study consciously, soberly. The lips were inflamed, and Burke began to swim again, no longer following the movements of the shameless hands, and they were pawing her brazenly, like they owned her. The experienced dog knew what to stroke and let him. It made her stomach ache so sweetly, and her courage was awakened. Burke repeated the master's movements, not only with her tongue. The orc woman ran her palms over his broad shoulders and was surprised to realize that she was enjoying her touches to the werewolf no less than his caresses. How pleasant it was to touch the hard relief of the muscles hidden under his shirt. Such power, and abs as hard as stone. She got carried away. She forgot herself and missed the moment when his fingers crept under the shirt. He finally found a weak spot, down under the jacket. He slowly untied the cunningly tightened drawstring on his pants and pulled out the edge of his shirt. He stuck his hand in, and the girl jumped up as if scolded. She immediately woke up from the haze of excitement. No, 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 she muttered and shook her head, avoiding the kisses. No, please don't. She pressed her hands against his chest and pushed him away. Heliodor intercepted her thin palms and pinned them to the blanket above her head. The predator inside licked his lips greedily. He loved it when prey needed to be caught, because sheep that agreed were not so interesting. She had enough strength to hold on with one hand. The other darted back under the jacket and fell on top. No, Burke continued to beg, about to cry. Please, I'll get sick. Quiet. A surefire way to whisper in her ear and wait until she gets tired of resisting. She'll give in. I just want to touch her a little. And he gently laid a path of kisses from her temple to her lips. He didn't lift his jacket. He just stroked her stomach with hot fingers, touched her navel, slowly circled it, caressed it, and Burke breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the werewolf wouldn't undress her, and he wouldn't look at her naked body either. He'd just touch her. Then let him. It was nice. The dinner gong broke the fairy tale tension. Heliodor leaned back and the couple seemed to fall apart. Burke immediately grabbed the hem of her shirt and began to tuck it in feverishly. The laces on her belt were untied. When had he managed to do it? And so unnoticeably. She had barely managed to straighten her clothes, and the werewolf was already setting out full plates on the edge of the cart. Today was not just meat goulash, but also sliced cheese and slices of smoked ham. A bag of nuts? Burke ate more boldly. And she didn't forget to praise and describe the taste sensations. The meat is different, I noticed, carefully chewing a piece. Boar. Zoran loves to hunt boars. Is Zoran on duty today? I thought it was worth asking. Gel nodded. He says there are plenty of wild boars in the area. Don't yours hunt? Nope, she shook her head. No one. My father's leg is sore, he can't run fast, I'm small, Tatimir is lazy, the rest are old. And the miners, they have no time. It's cheaper to buy a sack of flour and cereal. And they bring their own corned beef. Ugh, the werewolf wrinkled his nose. I hate corned beef. Dead food. Disgusting. Burke shrugged her shoulders vaguely. Maybe it was disgusting to him, who was used to eating fresh meat every day, but for her and her father, who they generously presented her with the remains of the salted reserves, it was very yum. When they finished eating, Burke had an idea. Let me wash the dishes, she offered hotly, and grabbed the empty plates. No need, there's a duty officer, it's his job, but he is on duty in the pack, the alien word unusually lay on his tongue. What does it mean? Family or team? And you ate from the same plate with me, so you didn't add any work. There's something else I wanted to suggest. Burke hesitated, unsure how to bring this up. She usually charged for her services, but she washes Heliodor for free. I'm a laundress after all. I know, he nodded smugly. He already knew everything about her, what she did for a living, who her relatives were. Do you have anything to wash or sew? Lunch was over and her father was about to arrive, but Burke still couldn't bring herself to turn around and leave. She was stalling. I'll have a look. Come tomorrow, if I find anything, I'll give it to you. He answered briefly. He hinted that the meeting was over. Burke took a step toward the farm. How hard it was. She wanted to go back and have Heliodor embrace her again. She hesitated, grabbed her braid in confusion, fiddling with it, not knowing what else to ask. A scarf. Haven't you seen a scarf? I looked everywhere and didn't find it. I don't mind, but it's already cold. She shrank from the breeze that blew in. I'll get sick. I saw it. Here, take it. Heliodorus pulled a folded cloth from his pocket. He shook it and folded it in half and covered her shoulders like a shawl. The girl exhaled, blinking her eyes. What beauty! And she timidly stroked it with her fingers. The indigo-colored scarf, made of fine woolen fabric, was larger than the last one, and tens, no, hundreds of times more expensive. Silver embroidery all along the edge, especially on the corners. On them, the pattern converged and flowed into silver tassels. Thanks, but... It's not mine, Burke said, spellbound. Now it's yours. In place of what? He wanted to say, what I tore up and threw into the fire. What nearly blew the eyes out of the whole pack. But he said, what got dirty? How dirty did you get? The orc woman was surprised. The cart was clean. He couldn't have gotten so dirty that someone else had to carry him. He fell to the ground, I stepped on him, and he got dirty. Heliodorus answered reluctantly. He did not like to lie. Can be washed. And it broke. It can be sewn up. You can forget. He interrupted, and to distract her, lifted the scarf and covered her head. It suits you so well. Your gaze seems to shine. And he wasn't lying at all.
The deep shade of blue emphasized her eyes, making them bottomless like clear, deep lakes.
Burke forgot what she was arguing about. The werewolf was looking at her. What scarf? What are you talking about? Thank me, silly. Thank you, she muttered embarrassedly. Well, how grateful, and for what? For a rag. But Eliridana refused. The gentle elf turned the thing over in her hands and threw it away. They had only just started dating then. It doesn't match any of my outfits, the beauty declared capriciously. And it ruins my skin color. And I don't wear scarves. Yes, she did not wear headscarves. Tiaras, necklaces, rings and bracelets were what she adorned her flawless body with. And she willingly accepted them as gifts. From that time on, the werewolf never bought her things, only jewelry. Of the stones, diamonds, or her favorite emeralds. They suited the elf's eyes incredibly. Now the werewolf was glad that he had suppressed his anger and had not thrown away the handkerchief. He regretted the 10 silver coins he had paid for it. It was good that he had regretted it. It had come in handy now. Now he could twist the placated girl for more. Come tomorrow, Heliodor invited and was the first to go towards the tent camp. They were being watched. Zoran casually walked around the outer tent. The others huddled around the fire. Heliodor stopped next to the duty officer and handed him the dirty dishes. Here you go, it's empty. Right now I'll wash everything. Zoran answered happily, and he himself couldn't help but sniff, tilting his head slightly towards the leader's hand. What did he want to know? Heliodor understood from his comrade's cheerful face they had conspired. And they had probably argued, made bets, but on what and on whom? Burke caught up, slowed down, as if she wanted to say something else, but seeing Gel's frowning brows, she went on toward the farm. Zoran followed her with a curious look. There was interest in it. His quivering nostrils showed that he had smelled her sweet, enticing aroma, and Zoran liked it. His eyes lit up. It infuriated him, a bright flash of aggression. And Heliodor, unexpectedly for himself, growled low and warningly. What are you staring at? He barked rudely at his brother. Go, work awaits. Just interesting. Zoran wasn't afraid of the alpha, but he looked down. No one wanted to be challenged by the strongest werewolf. And the reason was Zoran was staring at someone else's female. That was not good. But the cheerful wrinkles that had formed around Zoran's eyes did not disappear. Look how he rushed.
It means he was hooked.
He was hooked on a scary story.
The pack had been arguing all this time. What was wrong with the commander? But he said it was just curiosity. She was unusual. He decided to try her out of interest. But now it became clear that the leader had serious plans for the girl and was guarding her as his property. So they were not just having an affair. The girl had hooked the alpha with something. And she doesn't give in. Now that was very funny. Such a scarecrow that the last gnomes do not covet her. But she does not give in to the alpha. There was definitely no smell of intercourse on Heliodor. Gel realized that his failure had been sniffed out, and he got even angrier. He didn't like looking like an idiot in front of the pack. Yes, he hadn't fucked the orc.
He had fed her. He had groomed her. But he hadn't fucked her. And so what? Not everyone would agree right away. Sometimes you have to make an effort.
But the fact that she didn't have his scent on her was bad. Now anyone in the pack could try to take her away, if only her ailments would pass by tomorrow. The werewolf swallowed. Then the way would be open. He would twist her, suppress her resistance, and take her. And let the pack lick their lips and not even dream about it. Mine.
I won't give her to anyone!
And it smells good. Tumit wouldn't shut up good. Heliodor's eyes took on a yellow haze of ill will. He turned around and announced loudly, unexpectedly even for himself. Mine! Did everyone hear? Mine! He yelled so loudly that even the farmstead heard. The half-roar, half-scream scared even the birds off the branches. Heliodorus looked around wildly and stopped short. Never before had he seen his brothers as rivals. Now he looked at them as enemies, even at Tumit, although he knew that no one was laying claim to his prey. And he was still furious. What had changed and when? The smell of the strange female was to blame. And hunger. The body wanted to mate, and that was why the inner beast was furious. He needed to take her quickly and finish with this knot. The anger subsided. Heliodor peacefully patted his brother on the shoulder and, moving to the edge of the camp, turned around. All troubles come from idleness. A good hunt will put your brains back in place. Chapter 13. Persuasion. A big hint was pressed against her thigh, and a hungry, inquisitive look into her eyes. Burke was embarrassed, turned her head away and hurried to tuck in her shirt. The werewolf was openly hinting at intercourse. He wanted more. He wanted to lie naked with her. And that was already a problem. She was not afraid for her maiden honor, did not dream of marriage. In general, she had a vague idea of what would happen tomorrow, and never thought beyond 1 week. When she was afraid to show him her body, it meant revealing a secret. A nasty, terrible secret about her essence. Albino. His caresses were pleasant. They made everything flare up and burn inside her. She wanted more and more. I wonder what it would be like without clothes. When hot, rough fingers caress you all over, right on your skin, surely even better than now. She wanted more. She did too. But the flaw? No. Let him stroke the pants, rather than run away in disgust seeing the white belly. Burke decided to drag out time. Look how well everything works out when dressed. So we'll do without undressing. She refused. Mumbled something about health, grabbed the collar, did not let go. Although she tried to kiss. But she refused. I'm sick, Burke whispered pitifully, clinging to him as if apologizing. Go, gnome fools, he roared and pushed away. There was no longer a smell of blood, which meant the illness had passed. Then why not? Is he saving himself for some orc? Or is he still driving up the price? Jealousy rolled over him like a sea wave. He wanted to offend, to hurt. How much do you want? What? Don't act stupid. Talk as much as you want. There is no other reason. Only money. No, no. She jumped up after him and grabbed his hands. I'm really sick. And she looked at him with her big blue eyes. Heliodor looked closely, sniffed, and did not detect any falsehood in her voice. Maybe it was true. Maybe not everything had healed yet. A slight veil of blood was still in the air, but it seemed to him that it was a residual trace on his clothes. Go, put her off the cart and push her towards the farm. Get well soon. There was still an hour until lunch. But what was the point of lying here with her? Something strange was happening to the werewolf from lustful hunger, and after each meeting with the orc woman it became worse. He was breaking,
twisted. He wanted her so much that he wanted to climb the walls. And that smell, it became more and more delicious with each time, changing. At first, Helidor decided that it only seemed that way. But no, the golden stems glowed brighter. They climbed not only into his nose, but into his very soul.
And buds seemed to be forming on them, promising the sweetness of an open flower. He wanted to run in front of the orc woman, as if he were trained. He wanted to fall to his knees and fulfill all her desires. What nonsense. Go, go, the orc woman was encouraged, unfriendly. When Burb disappeared from sight, he couldn't stand it and turning into an animal, trotted after her. He didn't know where the touch-me-not went. He had to navigate by the thin trail of golden aroma, spoiled by the sourness of disappointment. Under the cover of roadside bushes, he came to the turn. He didn't want his brothers or the villagers to see him. It's shameful for an alpha to run after green smut. So he just decided to watch from afar, to guard against someone offending him, or starting to pester him. And indeed, he saw two short, thin figures on the road. Burke was not alone. The sweetness of his girl was mixed with the scent of a dwarven male. No, not a male yet, but a youngster just entering the period of maturation. Almost a child. Who is this, the abyss take him? Who allowed him to approach his orc girl? And what is this colored broom in the hands of this truncated dwarf? Retic met him halfway home. A white jacket, obviously given to him by his father, worn-out boots with worn-out toes. His clothes were always old, but still strong and of good quality. A typical miner, living from season to season. Not rich, but able to make money. In one hand, a bundle of a shirt stuffed with linen, in the other, a bouquet of fallen leaves. Burke saw him, and the eternal, slightly stupid smile spread across his entire face, and his cheeks turned traitorously red. Hello, Burke! The young gnome waved happily with an autumn bouquet. His reddish hair, burned out over the summer, sticks out comically in different directions, as if he had recently been pulling his own hair. Hello, Burke said, confused. What is he doing here? The Orchanka was not happy about the sudden meeting. Retic could tell everyone that he saw her wandering around the werewolf camp. Retic picked up the bundle. I brought you some laundry. Yesterday. I left it at the hotel, and Polly said you were sick. Are you really sick? Burke automatically put her hand on her stomach and almost blurted out about her strange ailment, but bit her tongue in time. Just a little sick. The dwarf looked at her in surprise. The orc woman looked quite flourishing. Did she really tear her belly? He interpreted her gesture in his own way. Yeah. I was lifting a heavy basket and bam! Strongly? From excitement, the dwarf cheeks paled to their natural color. Already recovered, Burke hastened to explain. Almost. Okay, the gnome rejoiced. I was worried. Having admitted this, the gnome blushed again. This is for you. He timidly held out a bouquet of leaves. Thank you. It was the first time Burke had ever been given a bouquet. She was also embarrassed, and grabbing the bright leaves, hid them behind her back. Well, I'll go. It's time for me to go. Burke tried to get around her young suitor. I'll see you off, and I'll carry your things home. They're heavy. How could she forget about the nut? After all, this is her income, money. Before she was ready to wash clothes at night for an extra coin, but now, having met a werewolf, she completely forgot about work. How long had it been since she touched soap? 2 days? 3? Her conscience began to nibble with thin mouse teeth. If you want, if it's not too much trouble for you. They walked to her house on different sides of the road. They walked quickly and exchanged meaningless phrases about the weather, the hotel, and the new neighbors. Both were embarrassed. Heliodor watched them from the wild elder bushes. The wolf was trying hard not to growl, and what it took to restrain himself from attacking the little fellow. Retic walked along, unaware that the werewolf had already mentally bitten his neck. The only thing that saved him was that he did not try to approach the girl and did not touch her. In the camp, Heliodor ran into Tumit. One joke and pounced on his sworn brother with the ferocity of a beast. He battered him. He battered him well. Let him know. He came to his senses when he was exhausted. He looked around. The pack looked at their twisted bodies in shock. They stood around but did not interfere. Their faces were shocked. Heliodor and Tumit had never fought before. They had not even quarreled. All conflicts boiled down to exchanging jokes. He is family, a brother, even if not by blood, but there is no one closer to him.
Tum spoke first, confused.
There's blood on my hands. My clothes are torn. Abyss, forgive me. I don't know what came over me. Oh well, Tumit replied with a cheerful smile. I'll watch my tongue better in future. And then, with a twisted face, he grabbed his broken arm. It's as if you've been replaced, Tumit was surprised in the evening. They had already settled down in their beds, but were not asleep yet.
It was dark in the two-person tent, and that made it easier for Heliodorus to speak. He was surprised by his own reaction. He had never felt this way toward any female before.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
You see, he threw off the blanket and sat up. It was easier for him to talk in the dark. Even when someone looks in her direction, I'm good. Alpha ran his fingers through his hair, and the fact that they think about her, catch her scent, it's infuriating. She's mine. Sweet. I understand, Tim responded sympathetically. His arm was almost healed and now it ached dully. He drank a painkiller and felt sleepy. Heliodorus looked at his brother with irritation. He didn't like that he was also inhaling her scent.
I can't help myself.
I sighed bitterly. Understand. Tumit yawned furtively. His eyes were closing, but he was cheerful. He couldn't act like an ungrateful pig and pass out without listening to his friend. Why does he refuse? Heliodor wondered out loud, mentally going over all the reasons again. Women who can understand them. Because he wants to. I feel that he wants me. Be persistent, Tumit instructed. You know yourself. They like to break. I try my best. I caress. Be sharper. Be stricter. Throw away the carrots. Take up the whip. Intimidate. I understand, answered Heliodorus, falling asleep. Burke didn't find him in his usual place. There was no bundle on the edge of the cart, no bottle of tea. Her heart skipped a beat. Had something happened? Or she didn't want to think about it. He couldn't be offended. Everything was fine. Almost. She had to go to the tents. Near the last one, as a reproach to her idleness, stood a forgotten laundry basket. All these days Burke had not washed or gone to the hotel. Although before, due to illness, she had stayed at home for 3 days at most. Even the things brought by the dwarf yesterday lay in the bundle. Burke had not even bothered to soak them in the basin. After meeting the werewolf, her routine changed dramatically. Now in the mornings, she secretly admired the werewolf, then ran home to cook lunch and dinner for her father. In between, she tried to mend things that she had taken for repair a long time ago, but only pricked her fingers. The orc woman's thoughts were constantly in the clouds. Everything fell out of her hands, and work was stalled. Oh, it's okay, Burke reassured herself. I'll make up for it, I'll catch up. And she didn't believe herself. And the father began to look at his daughter with suspicion. Did he really suspect something was wrong? Heliodor was found near the fire. He was sitting next to the fiery red werewolf and lazily stirring his tea with a spoon. So impossibly handsome, like a fairy tale prince. And that black jacket suited his hair so well. Tall werewolves were scurrying around, busy with their own affairs. Breakfast had long since ended, and everyone was doing what they had to do. Seeing the girl, Gel slowly stood up. Like wood, Burke noted automatically, and too calm. Not a hint of a smile on his face. Serious and somehow angry. He looked at her and seemed to be assessing her. His gloomy gaze seemed to burn through her. He studied her like an annoying midge. But before he had greeted her with a kind squint of his eyes, Burke was confused at first. She greeted him and his red-haired comrade vaguely. He didn't even turn his head, he just nodded somewhere to the side. Oh well, the girl waved her off. I don't need you at all. Heliodor passed by and nodded to her to follow him. With bated breath, she trotted after her beloved werewolf. He walked a short distance to the last cart, where they had talked on the first date. He pushed her to the side and didn't come over. He stood at arm's length and looked as if he missed her, but from afar, he watched her like a predator watching its prey, studying her. Then he couldn't resist and rushed forward. He inhaled greedily and, pulling his face in, looked into her eyes, as if he wanted to see the answer to his questions in them. His tart and incredibly attractive scent filled her with joy. Gel looked and understood that he liked her incredibly. Her face, although strange, was very cute, and over the past few days it had become familiar. The Orchanka had a light and cheerful character, and how responsive she was to his caresses, but it wasn't clear why their relationship was not moving forward. Why had it stalled? She kissed him first, ingratiatingly, as if apologizing for yesterday's refusal, begging for affection or forgiveness. She was fawning. The werewolf's hands ran down her legs, stroked her back, but did not linger. They rose to her chest and took hold of the top button. No! She abruptly broke the kiss. It was as if he had been expecting this. He pulled back and looked down sadly.
Now it was as if a chill blew from him. You know,
Heliodor began to choose his words carefully. I am suffering. Does something hurt? Burke worried. That's the thing. He just got sick. That's why he's such a stranger. No, but I feel miserable. He looked at her, trying to look tormented. Really, really miserable. And it's because of you. What? Did I do something wrong? Burke asked, confused.
You didn't let me do it. You don't let me. I don't understand. Burke's eyes darted around, giving her away. It was clear to both of them. She understood everything. Will you make me happy and give me a present? What are you asking about? She widened her eyes. All this time, Gel's fingers slid over the button that kept all the orc's treasures safe and sound. And Gel made it clear that the secret of his happiness was hidden behind this button. Let me explain.
He took a deep breath, fighting the urge to drag the orc into the nearest cart and fuck her. We wolves are so curious. If we get something into our heads, we think about it all the time until we get it. You just happen to have something. He looked at the small curves hidden under the jacket. What worries me? One look at this can make me happy. Do you understand?
Burke shook her head, trying hard to look like a fool. No. Well, have you ever had this?
How to hint to a girl about boobs without offending her and without giving her a chance to dodge. When you're waiting for a gift, you're really waiting. It's right next to you, but it's well wrapped and you can't see what's inside. The werewolf stroked her breast with a sly look. Well, well, Burke thought. I am screwed.
How do I respond to that? The only wrapped thing that ever came into their house and that she was really looking forward to were boots.
She and Sven had saved up for them for a long time. The boots were custom made. The shoemaker even took Burke's foot measurements.
When he saw that her foot was very small, he advised her to make her a couple of sizes bigger. Boots? Burke concluded logically.
No, no, Heliodor waved his hand, upset. Not boots.
Not even close. Something like berries or cherries or apples.
The wolf even licked his lips, burning his gaze into his sweetheart's chest. I just want to look and that's it. I won't even touch you, the werewolf asked in a gentle voice, hopefully. Yes? And with his nimble fingers he tried to unbutton the top button again.
No, Burke said firmly, not allowing for any other options.
Heliodor growled in displeasure and straightened up. He removed his hands from her jacket.
You know, Burke, you're good and I like you a lot, but something didn't work out between us.
Gil said distantly, as if in someone else's voice, and added, looking away. Don't come here anymore. Don't torment me. No need. He turned around and without saying another word, left. And all she was left with was an empty basket.
Where could an orc woman go with upset feelings?
To work. She trudged toward the hotel.
The weather was rapidly deteriorating, and Burke suddenly remembered the day she and Svens had first found themselves in this corner of the world. Leaving the orc caravan with which they had been wandering the Wildlands for several years, they headed deep into the continent.
They walked for several days on flat terrain, occasionally dotted with small hills.
They had not encountered any settlements along the entire journey,
and Stinos had already begun to worry in earnest. Perhaps the Wildlands had died out altogether?
They had traveled such a distance and not a single farmstead, not even a single temporary or recently abandoned camp.
The orc turned west to follow a small river, so the chances of encountering an inhabited place were higher.
They had to spend the night in the open air, and as luck would have it, it started raining.
Sven was afraid to make a fire so as not to attract the attention of the ubiquitous mountain goblins. Some of them had become completely insolent and ventured far into the plain. By the evening of the third day, luck finally smiled on the orc and his daughter. The weather that day was terrible. The rain that had started at lunchtime turned into a heavy thunderstorm. Stinos, barely keeping his balance, slid with his soaking wet feet along the clayey, sodden road. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating everything around. For a moment, the silhouettes of trees that had not yet had time to grow leaves, bent by gusts of wind, became visible. Trash flew over the ground, branches and tufts of last year's grass. The wet and frozen travelers were overjoyed to see a light in the windows of houses in the distance. It was a tiny dwarven village built near the road. In the center stood a large tavern, a house made of logs, plastered with clay and whitewashed. On sunny days it looked neat and clean, but the spring rains that fell in abundance that year splashed it with mud and washed away the top layer of plaster in places. In front of the tavern, on the square formed by the houses, which now look more like a puddle, stood several unharnessed carts. They had been abandoned in disarray, apparently in a hurry to hide from the rain. Svenos had no money for a night's shelter, but they could no longer stay outside in such weather. The girl whose body had not fully recovered from her illness began to cough again. Svenos decided to try his luck. He quietly entered the tavern, carefully closed the massive door behind him, and looked around warily. It was hot and light inside the large room where the visitors were fed. The whitewashed walls and the sooty brown beams on the ceiling gave the room a cozy feel. The fire in the large fireplace was blazing merrily.
It had been laid out of red brick by a good craftsman, and was the decoration of the room and the pride of the owner.
On the windows, filled with clay flower pots with all sorts of plants, hung elegant embroidered curtains. They were not drawn, and lightning flashed behind the clean, lovingly polished glass. This picture made the visitors shudder, and the thought of having to go home in such weather hurried them to raise another mug of aromatic beer. The air in the tavern was filled with the smell of hot spruce resin from the burning logs and the appetizing spirit of meat soup rising like steam from the bowls of the visitors. To the left were oak tables, at which sat several gnomes with mugs of foamy beer. To the right was a counter. Behind it stood a gnome innkeeper with a smart look.
He puffed on a short pipe, rubbing a large mug of baked clay with a towel.
The dwarf turned out to be short. If he had stood next to the orc, he would have barely reached the orc's elbow with the top of his head. He had dark reddish hair and a long, bushy beard. From under his long bangs, the innkeeper watched the visitors with small, cunning eyes. At the sight of the late guests, surprise was reflected on the dwarf's face. Orcs were rare here, and they came into the inn even less often. Not hearing the curses and demands to get lost, Stinos grew bolder and moved towards the counter. The dwarf's face lengthened even more when a strange creature, wrapped in some rags, looked out from behind the orc's bosom and stared curiously at the innkeeper. "Who is this?" asked the gnome, and pointed his finger towards the miracle. "My daughter Burke," Stinos answered proudly, and gently stroked the girl with his huge hand. "Burke?" The dwarf raised his eyebrows. "I decided to name it after the lake where I got it," the orc explained. "And you?" the short man asked, and without taking the pipe out of his mouth, blew a thick cloud of smoke through his nostrils. The girl was silent, but turned her head with interest, looking around and listening attentively to those speaking. "Stinos!" The orc introduced himself and pounded his chest with his fist out of habit. "We need a place to stay for the night, and some work."
"Something to eat," the orc muttered, not knowing where to start.
The day before, Tatimir, that was the name of the owner of the establishment, was carrying a sack of potatoes from the cellar and pulled his back. The pain had been wrecking him for the whole day, and only today had it subsided a little. His cook, Polly, a cheerful but lazy, fat woman, flatly refused to lift anything heavier than a saucepan and thus practically stopped the work of the tavern. Therefore, the Green One's words put the dwarf in a dead end. On the one hand, cheap labor, and Tatim was greedy. On the other, the orcs were distinguished by an explosive character and unfriendly nature, and Tatim was a coward. Grid 1. Having given the orc half a loaf of bread and 2 mugs of beer as an advance payment, the dwarf sent them to spend the night in the stable. A hayloft had been built under its mansard roof, and he allowed them to settle there. So suddenly they settled down. Then Burke climbed the steps and entered the pleasant warmth of her native place. There were a few customers inside. At the nearest table, 3 dwarves were greedily gobbling up stew, werewolves and an orc were playing cards by the fireplace, and another werewolf was leaning against the counter and lazily sipping mead. They reacted sluggishly to her appearance. They turned their heads, looked around, and returned to their activities. Tatimir, polishing his mug as usual, froze at the sight of the girl. His eyes bulged and darted over the backs of the two-faced ones. Having inhaled a large portion of smoke from his short pipe, the innkeeper forgot to exhale it. He stood there, puffed up like an owl, until white streams began to seep through his nostrils. The acrid smoke tickled his nose, and the gnome sneezed so hard that he put out the candle smoking nearby. "Be well," Burke wished politely. The werewolf turned his head towards her voice, looked at her with interest and sniffed. Thank you. The gnome came out from behind the counter sideways and, as if covering her from the two-faced man standing nearby, pushed the orc woman towards the kitchen. Why did you come? Tatim asked in a gentle voice. He was scared and expected that at any moment a murder would occur in the feeding trench. Now the wolves would smell the human scent, go mad and tear the wayward servant to pieces. That's how to work, Burke replied, confused. What a strange gnome their master is.
Usually can't wait for her to return to work after an illness, and then suddenly, why did she come?
I did give you permission to rest. They moved toward the kitchen and Tatum's voice became irritated. You're sick. Burke pointed his eyes at the werewolves. He carefully made her understand that trouble was nearby. Xiaoshanka correctly understood his concern, which meant that the gnome had not simply made up his horror story, but he himself believed in its truthfulness. I already went to the two-faced camp today, she hastened to reassure him. So what? The dwarf was confused, and almost asked the werewolf standing next to him why they didn't eat her. Nothing, they don't have anything to wash, Burke explained sadly. Didn't touch her? Tatimir whispered in her ear when they found themselves in the kitchen. No, the girl shook her head. Hi, Dad, she nodded to her father. He was just unloading firewood from a huge basket for cooking dinner. The cook was bustling about. The orc dropped a pile of logs and grabbed one as if it were a club. His face turned pale with surprise and fear. How did his daughter end up here, in this nest of werewolves? Your fairy tales are all lies, Burke boldly declared this to Stenos and Tatimir. No one rushed at me, growled or bit. She put on airs and pretended to be such a carefree simpleton. She also wanted to say that she had caught the eye of some of the wolf pack, and to stick her tongue out at the owner, but she bit it in time. Judging by Sven's face, she was already in for a spanking that evening. Didn't offend you? The orc asked uncertainly. He was ready to protect her even at the cost of his own life. The last days the orc was extremely careful with uninvited guests. He was even afraid to enter the feeding trough, so that the two-faced ones would not smell her scent on him. Yes, I tell you, they don't care. They are normal people. They are kinder than our adular. Stenos thought, digesting his daughter's words. Strange. Very strange. He could clearly smell the wolf on Burke. Although the orc's sense of smell was an order of magnitude lower than that of werewolves, he could distinguish smells perfectly well. So the girl was not lying. She had been near the two-faced ones, and long enough for them to smell her scent. Then why hadn't they attacked? Normal people. Tatimir scratched his beard and exchanged glances with Stenos. And what? It could very well be they are those, what are they called? The last ones. They probably aren't very familiar with smells or peoples. They were born after the war and grew up far from here beyond the great forest. The dwarf seemed to be talking to himself, but he did it loudly enough for the orc to hear and understand him. How could they know the smell of an orc child? Svinos understood. The werewolves did not recognize Burke as a human and therefore did not perceive her as an enemy. Here is the answer. If you do not know what a person smells like, you will not find the person. The giant threw the log away with relief, sighed and calmed down. Now there was no need to worry about Burke. The newcomers believed their legend. Chapter 14. Orthoclase. The weather outside had turned bad. A cold rain had been drizzling all night. Her mood matched that. She didn't want to work, but her growling stomach drove her through the sticky puddles to the warmth of Tatimir's hotel. Today, it was time for Burke, who had finally recovered, to zealously get down to her duties. The feeding room, which had been pretty greasy during her absence, urgently needed a general cleaning, and Burke washed, scrubbed, swept. Under the tables and benches, there were 2 scoops of crumbs, several slices of stale bread, already pretty much eaten by mice, 1 spoon, a handful of bones, and a copper coin. The orc woman was very happy about it and quickly put it in her pocket. What fell from the hands of a drunken visitor onto the floor of the tavern disappeared into the tenacious paws of the waitress. Such is the law of the wild gnome farm, invented and brought to life by birth. After the find, her mood improved a little, her spirits perked up. Maybe not all was lost. The werewolf would miss her scent, think about his behavior, and agree to stop at kisses only. After all, it was good. For both of them. So what if he was nervous? Who hasn't? There's Tatimir too, standing there, twitching his mustache. He's afraid that the werewolves who've arrived will get drunk to the point of losing their 2-legged form and smash up his hotel. After all, they've barely had a bite to eat. But he's worried for nothing. Judging by Polly's stories, the two-faced ones behaved decently, even though they drank a lot of mead.
And the fact that they haven't eaten shows that they're not hungry. They come back well-fed and happy. So they cook it themselves. The cook interpreted her observations.
They are saving, or our food is unusual for them. I think they eat raw meat. After all, they are half animals. Although I could be wrong, they buy bread from us, and so much of it.
3 barrels of dough have to be kneaded a day.
So they are not averse to baked goods.
They don't disdain it.
Burke nodded and continued scrubbing the floors.
They don't disdain baked or fried food, but they turn their noses up at principled orc women.
The door swung open, letting in a cold autumn wind, and slammed against the wall.
Something huge blocked the bright opening, and the room darkened, as if evening had come prematurely.
The spacious room immediately became cramped.
Burke raised her head and saw 3 green giants tumbling into the feeding trough. Orcs.
Rainwater dripped from the white fur capes that the orcs wore instead of cloaks onto the freshly scrubbed floor. But the leather boots they wore instead of boots were relatively clean.
They must have been scrubbed on the grass before entering. They were all hung with roughly forged iron, bracers on their wrists,
Swords and knives on their belts. One had a huge spiked club on his shoulder. Their faces were typical. Large, flat features, wide noses, large lips with protruding fangs.
Everything was thickly decorated with rings and earrings.
The hair was shaved at the temples, the rest stuck up in black mohawks with braids in the back.
"Hi, little Burke," the biggest one yelled then, picking up the dumbfounded orc girl from the floor, shook her like a rag doll, and then hugged her so tightly that the poor thing's
ribs almost cracked.
Burke's first memory, an orc caravan. The constant rocking, the all-pervading dust of the roads and the creaking of the carts.
The mooing of white calves and the ringing of bells hanging around their necks. Special songs, a special life, unlike the settled life of other peoples.
Its own exclusive romance of nomadic life. And Burke was already different from everyone else. Skinny as a pole, small and timid. Unusually quiet for an orc, and thoughtful. Cunning, and, when necessary, dodgy. She learned the value of food early. Stinos was old and weak. He could not feed his family like a real orc. The poor guy had to do woman's work, which was poorly paid. Burke felt hungry more often than full. She even had to steal to avoid starving to death. But she had small hands that could darn deftly, and work was quickly found. A seamstress. Orcs have thick fingers, like pork sausages. A needle is like a punishment for them. They paid for repairs with food. Dried fish, flat bread, sometimes cheese. This did not upset Burke. Why did she need money, if only her belly was full? Having found a large meadow suitable for grazing, the orcs unharnessed their kibitkas and stopped for several days. The houses on wheels were placed in 2 rows. It turned out to be a kind of street, wide and windy. Burke hurried along it home to the last wagon, where she and her father rented a corner. Today, in the basket she was carrying, there were a couple of fish. Burke walked and dreamed of how now she and Stinos would cook a fragrant stew. There were still dried mushrooms and a couple of onions left in the cache. It would be a real feast. Her mouth filled with saliva from anticipation. Suddenly, someone pushed Burke hard in the back. The sharp blow made her stumble and fall into the road dust. The basket flew out of her hands. The things she had given her for repairs and today's earnings fell to the ground. Before Burke could understand what had happened, she was kicked in the stomach. A hoarse, orcish laugh rang out over her head. Raising her head, the girl realized that she had encountered the local gang. 3 bored green teenagers decided to have a little fun and quietly surrounded the defenseless victim. Burke jerked to the side, but another kick made it clear that the time for escape had been lost. "Not so fast, little thing," boomed the largest of the 3. She curled up. This wasn't her first encounter, and Burke had a hunch about what to expect from the hooligans. "They'll beat you up." "Did you want to escape, you vile bark beetle lover?" Tail asked, hanging over the cowering figure. For orcs, strength was everything. Almost everything. The strongest was the leader. This big guy was the leader. The other 2 readily giggled at what they thought was a funny joke, showing crooked teeth of different lengths. One day, a rowdy trio jokingly tore Burke's clothes off at the river. They were surprised to find her skin white. All the Orchada saw this, and Burke became an outcast. Now the children were inventing offensive nicknames for her. "Just walking," Burke squeaked. "You were walking on our territory, and only orcs can walk here," the offender brazenly declared. I'm an orc, Burke answered, almost in a whisper from fear.
She mentally went over the options for further action and saw no way out. They were stronger and faster.
If she tried to run away, they would definitely catch her on a level surface. It would only get worse.
What kind of orc are you? The smart guy squatted down next to her head and examined her as if she were a bug. Look at yourself. You are small like a gnome and ugly like a gnome. He added a kick to the offensive words. I was sick, Burke tried to justify herself. The leader laughed merrily and turned to his friends. Did you hear? She was sick.
And he slapped her with all his might. The pain made her vision go dark and her injured ear began to ring. Burke clutched her cheek and sobbed.
It felt like the skin had been ripped off her face. Did you hear how she squealed? The little orc, proud of himself, forgot about the victim and turned to his company.
But sick daddy, sick daughter, why didn't they just die? They're just walking around taking up space. Burke took advantage of the lull, crawled away and, without getting up, began to collect the scattered things in a basket. Grab and run, the brain commanded. Hey, sick gnome, the attackers have come to their senses. Now you will pay us for walking around here.
With these words, the chief snatched the fish from Burke and, biting off its head, began to chomp loudly. Burke grimaced in disgust. Don't touch, she muttered.
She remembered her hungry father and anger overcame fear. Burke boldly looked her offender in the eyes. What, not enough blush? I'll add some now. And he raised his hand for a second slap. Ortoclas was passing by. The day before, Burke had mended his fur vest, which had been torn in two.
He had been climbing trees, but due to his natural clumsiness, he had fallen and torn the clothes, which had only been bought a week earlier. He had been afraid that his mother would beat him up, and had run to the strange seamstress's tent. She had helped him out, for free. Orthocles was the same height as Burke's offender, but broader in the shoulders. It was already clear then that few would dare to measure their strength with the blacksmith's son in the future. Leave her alone. Orthocles walked up and stood opposite the bully.
Or what? They looked into each other's eyes. What would you do to me? The silent duel lasted no more than a minute. Do you want to know? Ortok shrugged, showing off his taut biceps, hardened and defined by his work in the forge. Realizing that they were no longer facing a defenseless victim, the trio retreated. They weren't scared. They just weren't too lazy to fight over two fish. The rumpled Burke, who had risen from the ground, did not look upset at all. She was an optimist and always found something good in everything. Having lost one fish, she found a friend. Since then, they spent a lot of time together. Orthocles was silent and dull, and this suited Burke perfectly. She was a chatterbox. She could go on for hours, retelling him all sorts of stories she had heard in the caravan, making up tall tales, and the fact that the orc did not interrupt was a big plus. Orthoclas quickly grew and turned into a large orc, a head taller than Sven. Around the same time, his neighbor in the tent suddenly grew breasts. From the moment Ortok noticed this, his friendship with Burke came to an end. She simply became uninteresting to him. The reproductive instinct drove him to the mature female. The orc never left the cart where his sweetheart lived. He brought her gifts that he forged himself, gave her things needed for the household. He even fought with a couple of rivals, proving his superiority. After 6 months of courtship, Orthoclas married her and took his chosen one to a new tent that had recently been built for them. This was a real blow for Burke. She was used to perceiving the big oaf as her property, as an orc who belonged only to her. And then, such a betrayal. A week later, the newlyweds' house burned down. Svinos and Burke watched from afar as the orcs put out the fire. The father happened to glance at his daughter, and he understood everything. Next to him stood not a child anymore, but a jealous woman, looking with satisfaction at the result of her revenge. A maniac smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. At home, Svenos searched Burke's jacket and demonstratively shook a box of matches out of her pocket. But there was not a drop of remorse on the face of his daughter, who realized that she had been caught. Then Sven pulled out the twig with which he had beaten Burke when she had really screwed up, and spanked her soundly, saying, You can't spoil someone else's property. You don't respect their hard work, you can't. She remembered this lesson forever, and she never set fire to anything except the wood in the stove and the fire. Soon after that,
Stenos decided to change their life drastically. Taking his things and his daughter, he went deep into the wide lands. Ortocles.
Berg came to her senses and wanted to hug her childhood friend by his thick neck.
But he still had the cleaning rag in his hand, and the orc woman simply patted him on the shoulder. It wasn't hard. The orc held it at face level. It's him. I recognized him.
Ortok proudly raised his chin, with difficulty. You've grown even more.
She spread her arms, showing the width of his shoulders. Yes, I'll become a man, the satisfied orc nodded. Bigger. And you, little bird, were a runt, and you remain one. Well, I just can't seem to grow up.
Berk was embarrassed for a moment, but quickly shook off the offensive word.
This is what the orc says, and the orcs say what they see.
Ortok did not want to offend her. The green people do not have such a vein. They do not put a secret meaning into words, like dryads or the same elves.
So you eat food, otherwise you probably peck at everything like a stuffed chicken. That's why nothing grows, my childhood friend taught.
The other two orcs found the chicken comparison amusing and burst into thunderous laughter. Ortocles echoed them.
The dust on the upper beams, the same one the Berg had intended to sweep away last month but hadn't found the time, fell in a fine mist onto their shoulders.
Are you all coming here with a caravan? Tatimir asked.
He mentally calculated the alcohol reserves and understood that if people kept arriving at this rate, the booze would not last long. No, there are only 3 of us. And no, they...
We are traveling in one tent along the farmsteads, exchanging what for what. Orcs were not distinguished by the desire for wealth. The measured life of the green people took place on the outskirts of the wide lands. Only there did unoccupied steppes, suitable for their cattle, stretch in abundance. The green people lived mainly by raising white buffalo, large, calm animals with huge horns. And the orcs' kibitkas houses, filled with noisy children and fat wives, who were distinguished from the men by their large breasts and smaller height, moved after their herds.
Some orcs forged iron. There were many abandoned mines on the outskirts. Yes, we are looking for a quieter place to spend the winter, Ortoklas continued.
And you, good gnome, take a look. Maybe you will choose something.
Berk was carefully placed on the floor, allowing him to finish his business, and a huge trunk was dropped on the counter in front of the not very happy tavern keeper. Judging by the sound, it was filled with iron treasure. Tatim winced. The young orcs smelled dozens of times stronger than domesticated sphenos.
If you infuse water in their pans, you will get excellent poison for bedbugs. I don't know much about dishes, Tatim began to deny, having seen a frying pan handle in the mouth of an orc sack. This needs to be shown to my cook. Berk, come on, show your friend to the kitchen. Let Polka rummage around, maybe she'll find something useful. And you, dear guests, please come to the tables. What would you like? Soup? Meat? Beer?
The dwarf diligently turned up his nose at the smelly visitors, but continued to smile as if he had learned.
Oh, what beer we have this year. Oh, how delicious.
The innkeeper lied selflessly. This time their beer was disgusting. He didn't even offer it to the werewolves. He was afraid of getting punched in the face. But the orcs sat down at the table, and they poured everything into themselves, as long as it was intoxicating and cheap.
Berk grabbed a bucket of water in one hand, Orthocles' little finger in the other, and headed for the kitchen. Turning her head toward the door, which they hadn't bothered to close, she came across 2 yellow lights. Werewolves had somehow quietly appeared behind the loudly chatting orcs, a small group led by their alpha. He pulled off his wet jacket and watched what was happening carefully, and it seemed that his blazing gaze would burn holes in Berk, unhappy. What did she do? What was wrong again in the sublunary world? Berk tugged at Ortocles, demanding that he bend over. Just don't grab anything from the kitchen table, okay? She whispered into his shaved temple as the giant leaned toward her. The cook really doesn't like that. She might even use a rolling pin. With each passing minute, the werewolf's face grew darker and filled with an ominous darkness. Maybe he wanted to buy something himself? Here the orcs noticed the small flock that entered. Werewolves! The shortest of the orcs yelled and started pointing his finger at the red-haired Tumit, who entered first. So what? He got offended and threw back his green paw. What are you yelling about? You've never seen a werewolf. I've never seen one like that, the orc happily admitted. That's what you're like, he patted the red top of his head. Bristly. Normal. Oh, how growling, wolf-like. The orc was so happy to see them that he almost danced. How about a drink with us, werewolves? We'll pay. It turns out that orcs and werewolves have so much in common, Berk mused as she washed the dishes. They like to get drunk, measure their strength, brag and argue, and they have so much fun together. She even envied Ortoklas, putting another mug of beer in front of him.
Tatimir had finally sold them the scrap. Ortok sat next to Heliodor and chatted about everything. She was afraid to blurt out something unnecessary when she went on a date with him. It was well past midnight, and Burke couldn't stop yawning. She was so tired from the long day that she could barely drag her feet. Her back ached. Her hands shook from the weight of the trays, threatening to drop the drinks. Go home, Tatimir nodded magnanimously. Otherwise you'll fall asleep right on the go.
Thank you, the orc woman replied, yawning. Just come early tomorrow. Don't oversleep. There will be a lot of cleaning.
Burke looked around the trench dejectedly at the mess of scraps and customers.
Yeah, I didn't have to clean up today. Not much difference between before and after. The rain had stopped and the moon was shining. Almost full, Burke noted languidly, and stepped out of the shadows of the tavern. The farm was immersed in the night silence. Only a wet wind blew unpleasantly around.
Not a light anywhere.
Only the hotel windows pleasantly glowed with home comfort. And it was far to home, and cold, and scary. And it seemed that a shadow flashed nearby. How unusual it was to walk at such a late hour. I would be afraid of the guide alone. And then they clamped her mouth shut, not even letting a squeak. They pressed her back against the wall of the barn and blocked the entire circle of the nightlight.
From the dark and large kidnapper, yellow lights stared at her, crossed by a narrow black pupil.
Heliodorus? She mumbled into his palm. What a bastard.
He scared me to the point of hiccups.
Heliodorus, the werewolf repeated, grimacing.
Not happy? Were you waiting for someone else?
He let go of the mouth, but placed his hands on Burke's sides, leaving her no chance to break free and run. I wasn't expecting anyone. For some reason, I started making excuses.
I'm just going home. Lie more.
Do you think that because he's a werewolf he's stupid? I won't guess about him? About whom? What are you talking about? Is he jealous?
Or did he just decide to joke to scare me? Go ahead, act like you're a fool and pretend you weren't making eyes at the green hunk.
To who? Ortok? So, it's just Ortok now.
Are you out of your mind? He's married. She blurted out the first thing that came to mind.
Ah, so that's how it is. So if you were free, you would have been hanging on his neck long ago. So you're saving yourself for him? The werewolf's voice sounded unkind. His voice sounded evil.
I'm not saving, Burke began to assure.
So you've already had it? The werewolf flared up. With an orc? No, this is a mistake. Then with whom? With this damn gnome? Gel flared up.
Found a smaller size.
What, do you like it when they bring yellow brooms? What is he talking about? What gnomes? What brooms? Although, Retik gave me a bouquet of maple leaves this morning. Such a romantic. But he's very young. Almost a child. Yes, Retik is like a brother to me.
You're completely stupid. You've got him mixed up with a brat. I don't need anyone, Burke squeaked indignantly.
Ah, of course.
Got it. He pressed himself closer, pushing her into the wall. To keep from suffocating, Burke put her hands out and tried to push him away. Why stay with one when there are so many suitors? He growled in her face. Orcs, dwarves, werewolves. Maybe elves are after you too? What do elves have to do with it?
The words brought back a painful memory, and Burke couldn't help but scream. And even if so, what difference does it make to you? What difference does it make to me?
The werewolf went completely berserk.
Now I'll show you what difference it makes to me. He grabbed her palms and jerked them upward.
With one hand, he pinned her hands above her head, as if he had sealed them so that you couldn't move. I do care, and he roughly pushed into her lips. The werewolf's mouth opened, releasing sharp fangs, and bit her upper lip. The orc woman gasped in pain and tried to twist her palms or kick the annoying, impudent fellow.
Don't twitch, he growled into his lips, straightened up to his full height and froze. He looked at the girl's pale face and sniffed her greedily, because he missed her.
He leaned over slowly. He ran his rough tongue over the small wound on his lip, licked off a drop of blood, and the pain immediately dulled.
The lips seemed to go numb, but did not lose sensitivity. The werewolf softened and kissed slowly, seductively. Burke stood still and made no attempt to run away or push her away.
She waited for what would happen next.
They looked into each other's eyes, closely, almost touching noses. Heliodor traced the outline of her plump lips with his finger.
Then he grabbed her chin sharply and began to kiss her furiously. He broke away.
Burke responded no less hotly.
She hugged him around the neck and, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, pulled in closer.
She tilted her head, allowing him to kiss lower. the throat that showed in the color of the fur. Gel rushed into the permitted territory and immediately began to spit, having eaten his fill of long goat hairs from the fur coat.
Volosnya snorted with displeasure and unbuttoned the top button. They hadn't sewn in loops for reliability, and they hadn't provided any extra buttons either. Burke froze.
What to do? Fight back? Scream? But why? It's dark in here. If she lets it go any longer, he won't notice the color of her skin.
The collar quickly gave way and the werewolf began to unbutton the entire fur coat.
He quickly finished, and having freed the edge of the shirt, he crawled under it with his hands, letting the cold air of the night to the skin.
He began to skillfully caress, greedily feel.
Burke was flooded with new sensations. She had never experienced such pleasure before, and she literally choked on bliss.
And the werewolf seemed to be pouring excitement into her.
It was already burning, eating away at her shyness and the remnants of her will, but Heliodor added a new portion with each kiss. Where did the fear of exposure go? Forgotten, giving way to temptation. The body obediently obeyed the master's hands. Like soft wax, it clung in the right direction, bent towards tenderness.
Under hot fingers, the skin flared with fiery flashes. Burke seemed to be pierced by thousands of lightning bolts. Not painful, delightful.
The brain sank into viscous bliss, surrendered to primitive instincts. The soul whispered, "Take it, I allow it." And the werewolf was shaking.
His large body was trembling. Gel was breathing hotly somewhere on her lips, neck, everywhere. Leg. He groaned and wedged himself between her thighs.
He pressed against something big and hard, rubbed himself, whining loudly. Burke allowed it, without a drop of shame or remorse. And she wasn't even going to be outraged by such impudence. On the contrary, she moaned dully from the sharp sensations, and her hands clutched the thick back of his head even tighter.
She absorbed his desire like a sponge, and she herself desired it like a madwoman.
Burke. Yeah. Sweet baby. He managed to mumble nonsense between kisses. He threw her leg over his thigh and pressed her into the wall. He was shaking with anticipation. The door of the tavern slammed close by, letting out the out-of-doors customers. Someone was laughing. Individual words could be heard. The werewolf froze, alert. He wanted to growl and rush at the idiots who had gotten in the way. Burke froze too. A cold wind blew into his face, bringing him to reality. His jacket was open, his shirt had ridden up almost to his chest, and his sharp nipples were pressed against the frôle werewolf's rough pants. His hat had slipped and fallen somewhere on the ground. His face was burning. He had even managed to untie the laces on her pants. The inner fire that had been devouring her began to rapidly fade. Baby. Gel hugged her and pressed her to himself.
Let's go to my place.
It's warm in the tent. No one will bother us. Let's go, he pulled, tearing her away from the wall of the barn. Where is he calling? To his home? Yes, it will be warm there, and with him even hot. And light. The fire in the camp did not die out even at night. It will illuminate her, and he will see everything.
All her dirty secrets, all the flaws.
And what then? Will he disdain, or will he decide and satisfy his hunger? No, she answered almost calmly. No?
He asked again, continuing to kiss her neck.
Stop being so rude. We'll have a great time. You won't regret it. You will regret it. Oh, how you will regret it when in his eyes, like in the eyes of that ill-fated elf, first surprise lights up, and then contempt and disgust.
Burke pressed his hands into the werewolf's chest, pushing him away.
I'm going to have a great time in my bed. And anyway, it's high time for me to sleep. Don't deny it. You are just brimming with passion, he whispered persistently in her ear and bit. Don't lie. I'm telling the truth. You just radiate desire.
You want me no less than I want you, so what? She pushed Heliodor away with force. I want a lot of things. He didn't hold on, so tell me what. His tone was mocking.
You, I wanted to scream. It's none of your business, she muttered under her breath. Okay, then I'll try to guess myself. Money? It's all about that after all? There you go again. Look at me. Do I look like a sellout? Burke blurted out passionately. Despite everything, she didn't want him to think badly of her. Well, I want...
Maybe you're a beginner.
He was joking. He himself understood that the girl was not breaking down because of money, but he wanted to know the real reason, and therefore inquired.
She was silent. What could she say? Because he was an albino? That would be a laugh.
He would burst into tears when he saw that. Let's go. No, he immediately went berserk. He realized that he couldn't persuade her, and with all his might he slammed his fist into the wall. Then go, get out, he yelled, flashing his golden glowing eyes. And she ran. She ran so fast that the hares wouldn't have been able to keep up. She was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, catch up, throw her down on the wet ground and take her without asking permission. He had immeasurable strength. He wouldn't even feel the resistance of a sick orc. Meandering along the washed-out road, she almost took a wrong turn. She quickly corrected herself. Finally, her home. She stomped along the thresholds and slammed the door behind her. She felt safe and caught her breath. She was out of breath. The whole way it seemed like a grey shadow was moving behind her. A wolf, two-faced, a werewolf. It just seemed that way. These were the consequences of fatigue and quarrels. She needed to sleep. She urgently needed rest. A huge black wolf came out from under the shadow of the trees and approached the old house. A wretched hovel, and in it lived an orc woman who had stolen his peace. An infection. And indeed an infection. It had eaten under his skin like scabies or lichen. Now his body itched, prevented him from sleeping, and there was no getting rid of it. It was not that simple. The beast sniffed the door and listened, rustling. The orc woman was bustling about there like a mouse and muttering something dissatisfied. The main thing was that she was alone and there were no foreign smells, except for the orc father. Good, he would have torn his rival apart. Right now, just right away. He rubbed his side against the railing, leaving particles of fur and his smell. Let someone just try to come near. Mine. I'll kill him. He went down and saw an old orc in the barn door. He was watching the big dog without fear, rather with a threat, promising to punish him if the werewolf hurt his daughter. What could this orc do? But Heliodor did not push his luck. A protector is good, even if almost useless. He waved his tail in a friendly manner, letting him know that he understood the warning, and trotted off to the camp. Chapter 15. Funny girls. Well, finally you're here. Polly breathed out happily. Her hand rhythmically sank into the tub of dough and was smeared up to her shoulder. There's a lot to do, and you're late. What happened? Burke yawned weakly and took off her jacket. She overslept, probably for the first time in her life. And all because of the amorous werewolf managed to pester her, upset her at night. After the pinching and the showdown, the orc woman couldn't calm down. She walked around the rooms for half the night and went over the words and demands of the two-faced one in her mind. So that's it. So he doesn't want to do without undressing. Scoundrel, curious bastard, beast. And she looked for loopholes. Thought about how to get out of it. Maybe she should agree. It's not difficult. Whoosh, and it's done. And you're lying naked in front of him and the werewolf is jawing in open and surprise and staring at your white belly. Easy. Only after a minute will disgust appear on his face. Perhaps he won't spit in her direction like that elf, but he certainly won't come close later. Burke sighed heavily. No, she can't give away her secret. Let the golden lights of adoration of the only one who wanted her just like that remain in her memory. Did it happen? Don't you know yet? The merry girls have arrived. Polly delighted. Bright carts traveled along all the roads of the wide lands. They stopped by to see them. The farmstead was marked on the maps of prostitutes with a bold dot. The contingent of gnomes living here in the warm season consisted entirely of single men hungry for women. You can definitely earn money here, albeit not much. Today? Today. When else? Yesterday you left late and saw that no one was there. And today it's not even light yet. The sun has just appeared on the horizon. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet, and here they are. Rumbling, squeaking, neighing. Horses? What horses? I'm telling you girls, skins, blacks. Well, got it? Woke up? Burke nodded and asked, and Vorga or Golden Eel. Each worked separately and had her own staff of employees. Of course, the cheerful girls competed with each other but did not feud. When they met, they exchanged gossip and information about fishing spots. Strangers rarely stopped by. 3 carts usually stopped in the village, driving around the area and not going far. Abalaba Badger. Burke was upset. Abalaba was a real bitch.
Her tongue was not only long but also vile. The mature and very plump gnome who ran the brothel on wheels was the most harmful of all the loose girls. Apparently they drove all night, so as not to miss the customers. And how quickly they found out, the cook panted, wiping away the sweat. What did they find out about?
Burke didn't understand. So about werewolves. These ones always have money and are eager for girls. Why are you looking at me like a cat that just gave birth to kittens?
You already understood everything yourself. You tried it. What are you talking about, Polly? Burke looked at the flushed cook in amazement.
Oh, my dear.
The gnome spoke to her in Tatimir's tone. At that moment her expression even resembled that of the innkeeper. Oh, how naive. The whole farm already knows that you run to the werewolf camp.
She ran, Burke corrected, confused.
That's all. What? Did you have a fight? Polly froze.
Her eyes filled with curiosity and joy. She did not expect the orc to crack so quickly and admit to a secret relationship.
Yeah, Burke sighed.
She hadn't intended to discuss Heliodor with anyone, but there were so many feelings. She needed advice, and she wanted support. No wonder I see his eyes sparkling.
It makes him cringe. It makes him sick.
Who? The orc woman plopped down on a chair in confusion.
So, to your wolf, Heliodor.
And just imagine, she grabbed not just anyone, but the leader. Her words showed pride for her charge. Polly sat down next to her and continued. Good. What can I say?
Oh, what a good beast.
Affectionate? Very much, Burke blushed. And jealous? What a psycho.
Oh, and what did you quarrel about? The cook asked.
Wanted.
Out of shame, the orc woman began to pick at a patch on her pants. That's all. Of course, the joy suddenly disappeared from the cook's face. She thought about it.
Yes, the visitors love to take everything. They just try to grab what others are not allowed. The gnomes seem to forget about everything and plunge into memories. Only they forget that everything also means the soul and the heart. You can't tear them away from the boobs. If honest girls give it all together, only cheerful girls give it in parts, and not for free, but for hard cash. Burke looked closely at her older friend. Now she opened up to her in a different light.
It turns out that not everything is so simple for the plump giggler. And she who seems so simple and open has secrets. Could it be that some stranger broke her heart?
So that's why she doesn't get married. After all, she gets invited often. And what about you? The cook pulled her out of her thoughts.
The minute of recollection ended, and the mask of carelessness returned to the gnome's face.
I don't know, Burke shrugged. I'm afraid to disappoint. Disappoint?
Polly chuckled.
Beware of your disappointments and your broken heart, silly. Would you allow it?
Polly measured her with an appraising glance. Pity was reflected on her face. Oh, poor little human. The dwarf doesn't like you. You're not big enough for an orc. I'd like to tell you the truth, but what good would that do?
Your own people don't need you. If they see you, they'll stone you to death. Life will only become more bitter from such honesty.
Poor green ugly thing. Be glad that someone even took a fancy to you. And it's good that he didn't finish you off, but simply decided to use you.
If you want, why not?
Do what you want, you only have one life.
The cook regained her usual optimism, but her soul slammed shut. Here we can't find worthy candidates on a clear day with a torch. But this way, there will be something to remember.
Are you sitting?
Tatimir barked as he flew into the kitchen. Today he was dressed up, as if for a holiday, in a black brocade waistcoat and a snow-white shirt.
There are plenty of people, plenty of orders, and you are sitting like hens on a roost.
He blushed with anger. Steam was about to start pouring out of his ears.
That's how we work, the cook answered briskly. She was used to the innkeeper's shouts. She had long since learned to lie and dodge.
Here the dough is set, here the porridge is cooking, and here the kvass is souring. Sours... Tatim calmed down a little. You...
He pointed at Burke with a finger decorated with a ring, in the center of which a huge green stone sparkled.
Quickly run upstairs and change the beds in the 2 right-hand rooms and clean up there. Quickly, they may be needed any minute. Has anyone moved in there?
The orc woman was surprised.
After all, everyone was clean yesterday. Nobody moved in. Why change the linen if no one moved in? Burke stared at the owner, uncomprehending. Because it got dirty, you fool, Tatimir hissed at her. You, Orc's daughter, seem to have been born yesterday. Merry girls in the farm, in our hotel, and werewolves, males.
Think further. It's not the first time a painted cart has stood in the yard. How come no one has checked in? And the bed got dirty. He mimicked. Ah. Buck realized that those who wanted to relax with prostitutes rented rooms for an hour or two without checking in. Quickly! Tatimir pushed her in the back. Buck picked up the basket and went to work. The stairs to the second floor ran along the wall of the common room. You could only get to it through the feeding room, and there was already noise there. The large room was filled with cheerful female laughter and male talk. Werewolves, orcs, gnomes and whores. Excellent. Today, this was not a tavern, but a real bedlam. Burke had tried to look indifferent beforehand. What did she care about other people's entertainment? So what, they were having fun. But she couldn't turn away. She greedily looked at the males who had flocked to the sweet treat. As expected, Heliodor was among them. He was sitting at the second table, and next to him was his red-haired friend. Burke's legs slowed down on their own, and she began to stare at her werewolf as if glued. He wasn't bored. A young gnome was sitting on Gel's lap. Brightly painted and almost naked in the front, painfully thin and already very drunk. Mev, Abalaba's latest find, Badger. The slut's shiny black braids were 3 times thicker than Burke's faded pigtails. When the drunk girl bowed her pretty head to Heliodor, their hair matched each other. Mev's dress was silk, bright, expensive. Heliodor was dressed in black, and Mev looked like a butterfly on a dark flower. And the shoes. When the gnome swung her foot, velvet high-heeled shoes became visible, a sight to behold. Burke would never save up for such a pair in her entire life. And what breasts! Although the young gnome was thin, her white mounds attracted with their voluminous coolness. Such watermelons could not be grasped even by a werewolf's paw. It is not surprising that men's glances were drawn to her and stuck. And Burke, Gel, was in vain so eager to get under her jacket. There is nothing remarkable there. Mev giggled in response to every remark Heliodor made, swayed her bare shoulders and almost licked the werewolf. There was something theatrical, unnatural in her manner of speaking, as if she had rehearsed her words and laughter in front of a mirror for a long time. Perhaps that was the case. The cheerful girls were taught cunning tricks to extort money from clients. Wasn't Heliodor disgusted? Didn't he see all this pretense? The gnome's eyes were clicking like Bona Bacchus's. She looked and she herself calculated how much she would get in an hour, in a night, a sellout. Gel immediately sensed Burke's presence. He even turned towards her. His eyes glittered triumphantly as he hugged the dressed-up doll closer to himself. Bastard, Burke thought, but she couldn't take her eyes off him. She continued to examine his beloved face. A handsome man, what can I say? As if he hadn't been drinking for half the night. And it wasn't at all obvious that he had suffered for Burke, as he had said. And she had dark circles under her eyes, and her eyelids were swollen from crying. She wasn't a berry before, but had become even uglier. Try, Burke thought maliciously, watching Mev crawl under the werewolf's shirt. But he won't earn anything there. He's empty as an empty pot. And then she remembered that he had promised to borrow some money to pay for her services. Her services. And Mev was prettier. If he wanted to get into debt for her, then he would definitely do his best for a skilled whore. Heliodor's hand, as if in response to her thoughts, lay on the gnome's chest. She cooed something joyfully, nodding toward the upper floor. The orc's heart ached sadly. Doom filled her soul to the brim, and Burke finally tore herself away from contemplating the cooing couple. Work is waiting. Hurry up, Burke shouted at herself. Or else Tatimir will jump out and give you a kick to get you moving. That will be fun for the guests. As she climbed the stairs, Burke looked only at her feet and did not see the sad look Heliodor's gave her. She changed the linen furiously. She tore it off, almost tore it, and muttered something angry, abusive. The fabric cracked pitifully, but she had no one to complain to about the unkind servant. The Orchanka ran home early. She sighted the mountain of dirty bed linen sticking out of the basket. It is somehow easier to rush around within the familiar walls. No one sees how tears run down the cheeks, washing light paths on the green skin. No one hears the plaintive requests addressed to the sky. No one laughs hearing these why and for what. By nightfall, she was exhausted. She fell to the floor in the corner and gave up.
Let him see, the orc woman decided angrily.
And come what may. To the north and south, stripes of blue ocean.
I thought you would stay at the hotel until the morning, Heliodor said, instead of greeting. He returned from another hunt, which helped him to restore his mental balance, and was pleasantly tired. No need. The girl got completely wasted. He had her and left.
Tom answered, but his thoughts were far away.
A worried wrinkle appeared on the bridge of the werewolf's nose. It was always like that when strong excitement clouded his carefree nature. And you, how was the hunt? Excellent, a boar and a pair of wild goats. Oh, Heliodorus sank down onto the bed and stretched contentedly. Are goats really wild? Do you think I finished off the dwarven farm? Very likely, Tom chuckled. Lately you've been letting off steam on everything that moves, and the cook said the innkeeper has a small herd. What if it crossed your path?
Oh, the goat reminded you of a certain person who dresses in goat fur. I don't want to be left without milk for breakfast.
Oh, how tender we are, Heliodor quipped. You've become soft after a couple of days on the outskirts. You quickly got used to the fresh air and fresh milk, Heliodor teased his friend. There is a bit, and some of them could use a break too. The girls are in good shape. Why didn't you blow off some steam? I would have paid. Heliodor refused the delicious gnome today and generously gave her to his friend. Not that, Heliodorus winced. His mood was rapidly deteriorating again.
The gnomes did not attract him, even repelled him with their cloyingly sweet perfume.
He wanted to inhale the fresh and enticing aroma of the mixture. Sensing the change in the alpha's mood, the redhead quickly changed the subject. You should stop jogging. We soon run out of salt to pickle everything you've decided to do in the last couple of days. Eat more often. And more. That's all the pack does. At this rate, we'll get fat this week, Tumit grumbled grumpily. That's good. The goblins will just die laughing when they see fat wolves with sagging bellies barely moving. Speaking of goblins, Tumit sat down and pushed a map towards Heliodor. Did you hear what the orcs were saying at the table? Yes, he didn't seem to be deaf and was sitting next to them. Gel shrugged his shoulders. Their caravan now numbers 1,000 wagons. 1,000, Tum emphasized. And what?
That even such a huge horde does not dare to go further than the hot springs.
Tumit pointed his finger at a place on the map. We don't need to go there. We're going east. Heliodor traced the previously planned route with his finger. The old road was marked on the tattered parchment with a barely visible stripe. It was
but it's very close and we're only 2 whole packs, werewolves, not orcs. Heliodor waved away his fans' worries.
Why were you so upset? Are you really comparing two-faced ones to nomads? That's stupid. Look at them. They move like turtles, their weapons are rusty iron, and they have no strategy. They don't know how to work as a team and don't have a fighting form. To prove his words, Heliodor raised his hand, which first became a wolf's, and then turned into a huge clawed paw. If Burke had seen it, she would have mistaken it for a monster's limb. They are just shepherds, we are warriors. They know how to raise buffalo, we know how to win.
There was pride and steel in his voice. I know all this, I understand. But aren't you too self-confident?
They try to forget about goblins, but they don't just abandon land.
Who knows how many of them there are? No matter how many, we will kill everyone who stands in our way. And we will liberate these damned diamond grottos.
If a werewolf signs a contract, he will fulfill it.
They were silent for a moment, now looking at the old map differently.
The black line of the dark mountains promised great trouble.
A bad feeling stirred in the souls of the werewolves.
And yet, one must be very careful,
Heliodorus decided thoughtfully. Yes, we need to pull ourselves together and prepare for any situation. What is this?
Tum pointed at a worn-out icon nestled near the bend of the diamond grottos. Abandoned city. I don't remember anything about him.
This is from the basic course of modern history.
I hate the initial course.
There are only reflections and justifications. Why did we do this? Why we can't be condemned? And so it is clear that everything was right.
Blood feud for the ruined people is a worthy decision.
In the general schools that worked in mixed cities, they taught different courses of history. Old, pre-war, new, beginning with the human exodus and the history of each nation, separately. Usually they ran through the course quickly and without going into detail. Only especially inquisitive children read the books in their entirety.
Why did you read this boring stuff? Tumit asked, who hadn't even opened his elementary textbook.
To tell you now what this point on the map is, Heliodor grinned. Well,
go on. Tumit leaned back on the blanket and yawned. I'm listening to you, smart guy. Consider that I'm interested. The richest city of the eastern edge. Heliodor tried to fish out the details from his memory. It was closely adjacent to a rich diamond vein. Human, gnome, later. But before the war it seems mixed. I decided that it was human since it was forgotten. Abandoned. What are you picking on? Tumit was indignant. Forgotten, abandoned, what's the difference? The forgotten was abandoned and forgotten. The abandoned was abandoned but not forgotten. Abandoned a whole city? Wow. Are you sure you're talking about a dwarven city? Absolutely. At the diamond vein? Abandoned? By the dwarves? Yes. Even during the first big raid. With people, there were more residents in the city. About twice as many. And everything was covered with guard castles. And then, after the exodus of the little people, the population decreased. The werewolves left too. And the first big raid happened. I remembered, Tumit yelled. Is this really the exit point? He pulled the map towards him again and looked at it more closely. She is the one, and I see the area is familiar. This is not from history, this is from the strategy of different nations. There are some there too. And the city was not called Abandoned, but Mastodonium. Mastodonius. They pronounced the name at the same time with sacred awe. Yes, this was the very first city that appeared on the path of the goblin herd. And after the departure of the werewolves, the mountain people gradually became more impudent and nipped the local population more and more. The goblins were not interested in wealth. Like locusts, they devoured everything edible and moved on. The foothill cities were surrounded by walls, and the caravans bristled with military guards. The Mastodonius also did not skimp on high stone walls, but greed played a fatal role in its fate. The mistake of the townspeople was to include the entrance to the mine in the city limits. They thought that they could easily mine diamond ore behind the fortress walls, but they did not take into account the length of the diamond grottos. And they stretched to the dark ridge, to the very citadel of the goblins. The mountaineers did not besiege Mastodonium. They came out of the mine, quietly, at night, and slaughtered half the city. The fleeing residents were glad that they had escaped at all, and did not want to think about the lost wealth. The city became something like a burial ground, and for a long time they preferred not to talk about it at all. They even erased the name from all maps, so that no one would go there again and risk their lives. Heliodorus traced the branching of the diamond grottos. They haven't been there for a long time. No need. He was talking about goblins who preferred more populated areas. No food, no profit. The land in that area is poor because of the high-lying ore. Even orcs don't roam there. The grass is bad and there is little water, and we'll stick our nose into this goblin's ass. Abyss. No, we'll stick our nose into the eastern branch of this goblin ass. Abyss. It's calming, yes. It spares my frayed nerves. We can handle it. Could it be otherwise? Chapter 16. The solution. The werewolf stirred the porridge and pretended not to see the uninvited guest. She had come yesterday too, and it had ended in a scandal and a beating. The Orsanka had walked around the camp 10 times, asking everyone for something to wash. It was funny. She seemed to be talking about clothes, but she was looking into every tent, looking for Heliodor, worried, stuttering, but persistently waiting for him. Ulex, the most careless and cheerful member of their pack, was on duty. He was so amused watching the green little thing that he decided to play a prank on it. Heliodor? The Joker asked again. So you need an alpha? He seemed to want to wash something. Burke lied, looking down at the ground. A shirt, probably. Well, I don't know. The two-faced man scratched his beard. There were no orders. Maybe he forgot? He looked at the girl, and Burke shrugged in response. It was impossible to live like that without seeing Gale and explaining things to him. Her resolve was melting with each passing minute. But don't worry, Ules hastened to calm down. If it's urgent, the girls will do the laundry.
What girls? The orc woman asked fearfully, so cheerful. He seemed to have gone to them. In fact, the alpha went hunting, but told everyone not to tell anyone about it, especially not the green ones. Berg sniffled once, twice, and burst into bitter sobs. She stood there in the middle of the camp, wiping her snot with someone's shirt. Ulex was confused and a little scared. The leader's girl and he had been acting strange lately, but instead of admitting to lying and moving away, the idiot began to console her. He offered Kashi, hugged her, even patted her on the back. A fool. Just a fool. At dinner by the fire, the tired alpha immediately smelled a scent on the werewolf. He beat him hard. That's how you beat an enemy on the battlefield. They had to drag him apart and hold the raging jealous man for a long time. Mine, the leader screamed and tore his shirt from his chest. Mine! Don't come near! Don't touch! Don't talk! He half assumed his fighting form. I'll kill him. It was because of yesterday that the duty officer pretended not to see the guest. He kept turning his back to her and waited with horror for some question. Luckily, Sleepy Tumid crawled out of the tent. He really didn't notice the girl. He went to the bucket and started washing himself noisily, snorting like a cat. I had to nudge him in the side. What do you want? Asked the red-haired man, irritated. Two masked again, looking at the duty officer in confusion. Did a speck get in your eye? A speck of dust? There. The duty officer shook his head, not to the side, but back. It dawned on Tom, and he leaned to the side, looking behind the wolf. He grinned, nodded to Cornelian, and stomped off to please the alpha. Not a word. Heliodoros interrupted the conversation that had not yet begun. He had smelled her scent long ago and diligently forced himself to stay in place. The friend's face lengthened in disappointment. But I don't want to hear anything about her. The werewolf shook his head. To hell with hearing, you have to see it, Tumit assured very convincingly. This has never happened before. Okay, Jel asked curiously. But if this is some kind of stupid joke... Heliodor stood up and went out. He didn't have to look long for something very special. Burke was standing where she always did, but she looked unusual. Today she wasn't wearing anything on her head. No hat, no scarf. She just let her hair down, and the wind gently ruffled her greenish locks that reached her waist. The girl wasn't wearing her usual pants or jacket. She carefully maintained her posture, dressed in a colorful blouse and skirt, things that were too light for this autumn morning. The clothes sat baggy on the orc as if they had been borrowed from someone else for a while. Perhaps the girl had become completely desperate and had robbed one of the gnomes for his attention. The werewolf looked at Berg for a moment, not knowing what to say. She stood before him, looking down, silent. Did you walk across the whole farm like that? He finally asked displeasedly, without even saying hello. Yes, Berg replied without looking up. I bet everyone was staring. There was a distinct note of jealousy in Jel's voice. We looked. Berg nodded and looked at the werewolf more confidently. Jealousy is good. Jealousy is not indifference. Gel couldn't resist. Took her hand and pulled her towards the cart. The Orchanka didn't resist.
He didn't take her far, he just went around the corner so that the curious brothers wouldn't see her.
He turned her towards him. Looking into her eyes, he put his hand on the top button of a thin blouse and demonstratively began to unbutton it. Out of habit, Bug jerked to remove his hand. Gel stopped and raised an eyebrow questioningly. The Orchanka obediently lowered her hands and sniffled. She's going to burst into tears. Gel sighed heavily and turned to leave. The Orchanka clutched his sleeve, crying, as drowning people probably clutch a stick extended to them. Gel gently pressed the girl to his chest. What's wrong, little one? He muttered quietly, stroking her hair, burying his face in hers. Well, I'm not forcing you. If you don't want anything more, just don't come. I have to tell you a terrible secret, the girl said through sobs. Gel rolled his eyes. It was a good thing Burr couldn't see his face at that moment. She was about to reveal her deepest secrets to him, and he clearly wasn't taking it seriously. He's probably going to tell a story about his mother and the gnome. I'm not green, Burke said and exhaled. Well, that's it. She did it. She confessed. It was like jumping off a cliff. Scary and very fast. What? Heliodorus did not understand the meaning of these words at all. The orc woman repeated louder, I'm not green, and raised her tearful eyes to her beloved. The wolf continued to look at her with incomprehension. I'm an albino. And? Still seeing no reason for tears, asked Heliodorus.
He wanted sex. What do these minor accents in her suit have to do with it? Orc, dwarf, albino. Got it? Burke even got a little angry. It took her so much effort to say these words, and the stupid wolf stood there, dumbfounded, like a sleepy chipmunk. Of course it was everything clear to Gel. Daddy the gnome left a lot of traces. It happens, the two-faced man answered philosophically. Burke was surprised and delighted when she saw no disgust in her beloved's eyes. The tears dried up immediately. Do you really not care? I don't care, Gel assured. And it's not disgusting at all? Not at all, the werewolf smiled. He was beginning to be amused by her serious attitude towards this trifle. And you know, I like you even more with white skin, Heliodorus said confidently.
Was that all the problem?
Yes. Burke smiled happily. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her soul. Well, now that we've got everything sorted out. Gel had missed her terribly during these days. He kissed her hardly, as if remarking his territory, and greedily inhaled the girlish scent that wrapped around her like a wonderful plant. Today he saw how through the golden leaves on the liana of her scent, flower buds appeared, about to open. There were no foreign scents on the girl. Pleased, the alpha realized that no one else had approached or touched her during their quarrel. The beast inside calmed down. Heliodor embraced the girl's face, throwing her head back. His lips greedily stole kisses from her. He spread her legs, settling comfortably between them and leaning on his elbows so as not to crush his baby. One hand, slowly caressing, slid over her cheek, running his fingertips down her neck. He moved his hips and in rhythm caressed her mouth with his tongue. Burke liked it when he did this. She moved under him, rubbed against him, arching slightly. Gel moaned dully. Their bodies had already habitually caught the same rhythm. Burke felt awkward in the skirt. Underneath she was wearing high knitted knee socks and thin short pantaloons. The wind, flying under the canopy, unusually cooled her skin. But Burke was hot. Generally she was a cold person, but next to the werewolf, it was as if she was warmed by a personal sun. Burke watched, fascinated, as the muscles rolled under his skin. Today, the werewolf immediately threw off his shirt and remained naked to the waist. The girl was scorched by the heat of his body. He was hot, really hot, much warmer than she was. And how good Gel was, perfection itself. And his beauty was not sugary, like that of elves, but different. Animal-like, furious, dangerous. Today he was assertive and especially impatient. And also already familiar and familiar. The werewolf's lips slid down the path where his fingers had just passed. A button popped out of the loop, then another. Pulling the edges of the blouse out from behind the waistband of the skirt, he unbuttoned it completely. Heliodorus could see the transition from green to white. It was uneven and went below the collarbones. The werewolf deliberately pulled up the sleeves on his arms to see the green color ending in the middle of the forearms. A funny sight. But this did not make the orc woman any less attractive to him. Gel lowered his head and, showering the soft skin with kisses, pulled the edges of the blouse to the sides. There was nothing else on the baby under the fabric. Heliodor raised himself up on his hands, greedily examining the desired flesh. The breasts were larger and fuller than he could have dreamed of. High, milky, white, with small, soft pink nipples. There were almost no scabs visible on their skin. Gel impatiently clasped the hemispheres with his hands. I just said, look, Burke said, breathing deeply. He lied. And he lowered his head to the coveted mounds. How he dreamed of them. The werewolf groaned, grabbed the tip with his lips and began to suck, caressing it with his tongue. Then he opened his mouth wider and, having taken in as much as he could, growled. Vibrations sent by his throat went through her body. Like fiery lightning, they lit up her body, twisting into a knot at the bottom of her stomach. Grasping the werewolf's hair and continuing to move under him, Burke moaned even louder. Gel lowered his hand and, unnoticed by Burke, lifted her skirt. His fingers impatiently slid between their bodies and began to gently pull down her panties. Lowering the fabric, he placed his palm on the soft corner of her hair. Then, lowering his hand lower, he felt the treasured petals and stuck one finger between them. Burke was wet and very hot. His girl. Ooh. Her lips pursed into a bow. The baby moaned louder, opening up to him and rhythmically continuing to move under his palm. Yes, darling, yes. Gel's breathing quickened. There was a ringing in his ears. The fabric of his pants was about to tear from the strong tension.
How he wanted her. Yell slid off, left a couple of kisses on her stomach, lowered his head lower onto the treasured triangle, and replaced his finger with his tongue. Burke sobbed and arched, shamelessly pressing herself against him harder. He tore the fabric that was in his way and spread her legs wider. He parted the sweet petals and began to greedily collect her juice with his tongue. He inserted his finger into her and moved it, inflaming her desire even more.
After a couple of minutes, the orc's body was overcome by convulsions of orgasm. She loudly and drawn-outly sang her ooh-ooh-ooh and arched.
She quickly went limp and, breathing heavily, relaxedly leaned back onto the blanket. The werewolf returned to her lips and began kissing her again, hastily unbuttoning his pants. Another moment and he would finish right in them. The fly came apart. Heliodor rose, looking closely at the little girl's face. Would she be scared or interested? Had she already been with someone? Had she seen what was in the male's pants? It seemed to him that she had not, because he was afraid to scare her. What if she was disgusted, started screaming, or tried to run away? Who knows what was going on in his fool's head? But no, she looked with interest.
Touch it, Heliodor suggested, and intercepted the orc woman's hand that had suddenly jerked toward him. Carefully, gently, he warned, or she'll scratch you.
Look at how fast she's running. It's unusual. Like a steel rod covered in velvet. Gentle, you say? The pads of her fingers easily ran over the dark skin. Not red, but brown, like a part of something else. Much darker than the rest of the body. And the top? Smooth, like a forest mushroom. A whitish droplet appeared on the top, and Burke smeared it over the entire head with her finger. Just slippery, like a mushroom after rain. Orchanka giggled embarrassedly, and Gel, closing his eyes, groaned and leaned forward, demanding more. Grasp it. Just like that, David... He watched her hand from under half-closed eyelids. Good, he moaned as if it hurt. But it doesn't hurt, does it? Okay. I moved it up and down. Gel put his hand on top of hers and showed her the right movement.
The skin moved freely along the shaft. When she did it herself, it was possible not to slide along it, but to move it back and forth.
And Gel was breathing so often, arched all tensely. The veins on his hands were swollen, as if they were about to burst. Then he suddenly jerked. He bit his lip and moaned louder, more hoarsely. Burying his face in her shoulder, the wolf pressed his pulsating member to her stomach.
The semen splashed out in hot streams, hitting the skin, the navel, and the curls of her triangle. What is this, Burke asked.
She ran a finger over her belly, collecting some of the thick liquid. She brought it to her lips and licked it curiously. Gel, watching her actions, groaned and grinned lustfully. Semen, he explained in a hoarse voice. Male semen. Do you know about it? Yes. An astringent taste appeared on the tongue. So that there were children. That's right. He grinned contentedly and pulled her towards himself. He began to rub the seed over her skin with his fingers. It tickles. She tried to break free. It wasn't very pleasant to have a cooling, sticky thing smeared on your stomach. That's how it should be. He didn't back down until he had rubbed all the cum into her skin. Why? Burke asked in surprise. Now the sweater will get wet and stick. It's cold outside. It will be unpleasant to go home. A mark. So that others know that you are mine.
He looked contented and somewhat sleepy. Not aggressively assertive, cocked like a bowstring, but affectionate, like a well-fed cat. Is that good? Well, what just happened?
The girl asked, embarrassed. I'm done, baby. The werewolf grinned, pleased. It's not good, it's right. That's how it all ends in bed. The male spills his seed into the female. He whispered the last word right at her lips. He gives her his seeds, and with these words he placed his palm on Burke's stomach. And a new life is born in her womb. Burke nodded. She knew the theory of conception.
Will you give me your seed so that life can begin in my womb?
Burke hadn't expected to ask that question. She hadn't thought about children before. But the thought that had suddenly popped into her head didn't frighten her. His child. How she would want that. Heliodor somehow shrank from this question. It seemed to even anger him. The werewolf lowered his head, hiding his hardened face in her hair.
She didn't want to hurt me. She just doesn't know that only a werewolf can get pregnant from a werewolf. Heliodor realized, and the anger subsided.
If you wish, I will give you my seed. He spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. And if life begins in your womb, I will become the happiest not only among werewolves, but among all peoples. Give it to me. She looked trustingly into the brown eyes of your beloved. Tomorrow? Gel ran his thumb over her lips. I want to do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, Burke repeated after him and nodded. With just one word, they agreed on everything. The sound of the dinner gong and the smell of meat stew drifted in from the street. Burke's stomach began to rumble traitorously, loudly. She hadn't eaten since yesterday and had lost her appetite completely from worry. Gel jumped up and began fussing around her. You're hungry and completely frozen. He noticed how Burke shivered and pulled her thin blouse tighter. He took off his shirt and wiped Burke's stomach. He helped her up and, making sure all the buttons on her thin blouse were fastened, led her out of the wagon. Taking the orc woman by the hand, he led her to his tent. The werewolves they encountered lowered their eyes and walked past as if nothing had happened. As if their alpha walked around the camp every day in his pants, despite the cold. Lifting the flap, Gel pushed Burke inside. Make yourself comfortable, I'll bring you something to eat right now. He threw his thick jacket over the girl's shoulders and left.
The tent was small, a two-person tent, with a narrow passage between the two beds. Burke plopped down on a pile of blankets. The bed jumped up, and the red head of a sleepy Tumit appeared from it. Tum, get out of here! The orc woman screamed, scared but in a proprietary manner. Tumit wanted to say something nasty in response, but he inhaled and froze, looking closely at Burke. The smell of sex? Aha, so we came to an agreement after all, he guessed. Tumit sighed sadly, and with a bit of envy. He wouldn't refuse a free girlfriend either. The werewolf sat down and began to put on his shoes in silence. Gel entered the tent carrying a large bowl of fragrant stew, from which a huge piece of meat was sticking out. Seeing his friend, he frowned and turned a jealous look to Burke. Tom, get out! He asked his friend good-naturedly to leave him alone with the girl. He rolled his eyes dejectedly and walked out, muttering under his breath, Get out, get out. You should have gotten yourself a dog instead of this one. Chapter 17. That very thing. When Burke arrived at the camp the next morning, she was in for a surprise. Gel didn't drag her into a secluded corner, but instead offered to take her for a walk. The wolf instincts demanded solitude. He needed to hide, to run away from here and finally make this female his own, and there were too many potential rivals in the camp. This did not allow him to relax and made the beast nervous and jealous. Therefore, Heliodor decided to take this mess to a secluded corner. Let's go see the waterfall? Gel asked, hugging the orc woman. Waterfall? This is when water falls down from a height. Beautiful, I get it. She smiled disapprovingly. I know what a waterfall is, I'm not that stupid. But are there any here? One. A very small one. I accidentally discovered it while hunting. There, Heliodorus waved to the south, upstream, not far from the farm. I haven't heard of him. It's not surprising yours don't hunt. And while I was waiting for your consent, I ran all around. Waited? Burke asked, confused. You bet. A light kiss warmed my lips, almost drove me crazy. Cruel. Heliodor easily picked her up and sat her down on the box of the harnessed cart. He sat down next to her, pressing himself closer to the girl, and, lashing the horse with his whip, drove the cart toward the river. Today at dawn, Gel had gathered everything he needed for the picnic and was waiting only for Burke. The weather improved. It was a beautiful day, unusually hot, almost summer-like. The horse obediently set off. Heliodorus drove easily and confidently. It was obvious that it gave him pleasure. The road was smooth all the way to the shore, and the werewolf urged the horse on, wanting to get there faster. Burke turned her head and met an unblinking gaze. The cart was moving. Gel's hands were holding the reins, but his eyes, instead of looking at the road, the werewolf was greedily examining the orc woman, melting her with his gaze, like the bright sun melts honey. Time seemed to stand still around her. The air between them trembled and went in waves, like on a hot day. Burke almost melted into a sweet puddle on the seat. She glued a gaze to the man's face, unable to tear herself away, and floundered in his gaze, like a stuck butterfly. It became difficult to even take a breath. She inhaled convulsively, looked away and squealed. Carefully, Burke clutched Heliodorus' arm. The cart was moving along the very edge of the high bank, dangerously close. Quietly, quietly. He pulled the reins, leading the mare to the left. Calming her down, he put his hand on the girl's knee and stroked it. Everything under control. Yeah, right. Staring at the girl, he almost sent them swimming with the horse and cart. He needed to distract himself from her somehow. At least to level ground.
There's a great perch bite there. Burke pointed to the backwater in front of the mill, and right around the bend there's a pool, and there's Pike there. Are you fishing?
Gale was surprised. They came to a bridge over a river, and the noise of the mill wheel drowned out his voice with a loud splash. "What?" Burke asked. "Are you fishing?" He repeated loudly, raising his hand as fishermen do when casting a hook into the water.
Yes, I do, with a rod and a net.
"And I do it very well," the girl said proudly. "Hello," she nodded to the miller, who came out of the house and hid shyly behind the werewolf's shoulders. "What's wrong?" Gale realized that the orc woman was embarrassed by prying eyes, but decided to tease her a little. Oh, there would be so much talk now. The cheeks became flushed and the skin on the face began to appear darker. "Will you be scolded क्या था? मेल लग गया. 2 लो जाएंगे. बेल ये बता तो." The werewolf himself didn't know what to call their relationship. How would he explain it to his parent if he were alive? A normal mating? A forced snack during bad hunger? She didn't say. Her father didn't ask her, and Burke couldn't figure out how to explain it. She kept quiet and simply waited until he left for the forest. Will he be against it? He doesn't like werewolves. Sphinos looked askance at the two-faced ones with displeasure when they met. Not only at the alpha, but at the entire pack. There was no aggression, but there was no sense of masterly cordiality in the air either. It's not that he's against it, it's because of prejudice. I didn't want Heliodorus to think badly of Sphenos, but it was worth warning him. It's probably because of the war. Every nation has them. Heliodor remembered the sidelong glances that the locals gave his pack on the city streets. They often shied away from werewolves and avoided them. This was especially common among the locals near the borders. Yes, two-faced people were often mistaken for murderers and cannibals, but what did he care about dumb idiots? If a head lacked the brains to understand the reasons for the war, then such a head was not worth paying attention to. And if its bearer turned out to be especially talkative, then the werewolf would gladly shut him up. Tell him that I am a meek person. I don't remember old grievances. I live as I can, I don't look for enemies. That war is an unpleasant topic. Heliodor decided to switch to something good. I brought down a boar over there, he nodded towards the oak grove. A boar. Fangs 2 fingers long. Oh, the girl nodded eagerly. Oh, he really ruined my skin. He cut it from here to here. Heliodorus lifted his shirt and showed a fresh scar on his side. Horror. The girl pressed her hands to her mouth. He almost killed you. Nonsense. Gel waved off proudly. In a couple of days there won't even be a scar left. They talked non-stop the whole way. It turned out they had a lot to discuss and tell. First, Burke talked about the mushroom and berry places they passed by. Retold funny stories that happened here to her or to someone from the village. Jill looked at her face with interest. Burke decorated her stories with rich facial expressions and often laughed infectiously at her own jokes. Pretty. And not a beauty, but really pretty. The werewolf stopped noticing the green color and unevenness of her skin. This happens when you enjoy a beautiful view from the window and do not notice the dust on the glass at all. When the car climbed further to a place where Burke had never been before, Heliodorus began to tell about how and what kind of game he caught in this area. Here a deer, here an elk, in the thicket to the left a couple of wood grouse. She didn't even know that all this was found in the area around the farm. An hour later they reached their destination. The cart creaked as it entered the wide forest clearing. The trees surrounding it descended to the very edge of the river, taking the almost perfectly round clearing as if in a round dance. The maple forest was occasionally diluted by young fluffy fir trees. Now the half-fallen maple leaves were glowing with all shades of red, and the dark green of the spruce set off their brightness. There really was a waterfall here. The low mountain from which the river flowed seemed to have been chopped off by a sword at this point, and the water fell ringingly into a deep pool. Everything around was thickly strewn with fiery leaves, and under such a smart carpet, the outline of the bank was almost invisible. Heliodorus jumped down from the cart easily and, putting his arm around Burke's waist, placed her down next to him in one smooth movement. Tired from the long ride, she stretched blissfully.
She took a deep breath of the fresh forest air. A sleepy silence enveloped them, broken only by the snorting of the horse.
Do you like it?
He nodded towards the water.
It was delightful looking at the handsome male profile, Burke agreed.
Take a walk around and look around.
Heliodor pushed her toward the river and took hold of the reins. He quickly unharnessed the horse and let it out to graze.
In a dry place, closer to the trees, where the bright sun did not burn too much, but warmed it enough, he lit a fire.
He spread blankets on the grass and began to unpack the basket with food. Will you help?
Next to the white towel that has replaced the tablecloth, there was a large picnic basket. Burke threw back the lace napkin with interest. Wow.
You decided to feed the whole flock?
She joked, seeing the abundance of food filling the box to the brim. In all her previous life, she had never seen any man, be it a dwarf or an orc, organize a dinner like this. It was always the cooks or the wives who did it.
But never such handsome men who made her heart skip a beat just by looking at them.
I'm very hungry, the werewolf's eyes flashed, and he put out a plate of cold meat.
Burke pulled out a small basket of freshly sliced fruit.
Grapes! She exclaimed delightedly, tore off a green berry and put it in her mouth. So big and sweet. How delicious.
Where from? They grew grapes on the farm, but the season had long since ended. Where did the werewolf get them? Leftovers. Didn't have time to finish.
We stock up on food along the way in cities when we travel far. After his first date with the orc girl, Heliodor kept the treat in his tent. He was going to feed the girl in gratitude for the bed. He had no money, and he was not used to using girls for nothing. Next to the fruit was a raspberry pie, baked at his request by Polly, then cheese and smoked sausage. Last to appear were glasses and an old bottle of wine. Burke took a piece of cheese and watched the werewolf as she chewed. Heliodorus pulled a finely engraved silver corkscrew with his long, graceful fingers and uncorked the bottle and poured the wine into tall glasses.
With innate grace, he handed one to Burke.
Elven. The girl, looking at the drink, frowned with displeasure. Ugh, she shook her head. I don't want it. It's disgusting.
I don't like it. What is it? I tried it in the feeding room, beer, mead, and this wine of yours. Remembering the tart taste, she wrinkled her green nose.
It was curious that everyone was drinking and praising it. And? Heliodor was amused by her reaction. The mead is ugly sweet. Even cloying, it seems that your tongue will stick to your cheeks. Burke began to recall her feelings. The beer stinks. The werewolf laughed merrily. And the wine, Burke nodded at the glass, is terribly sour. Jell insistently placed the glass in her hand.
Try it, you'll like it. And setting an example, he took a sip and closed his eyes with pleasure.
Delightful. I don't even remember how it got to us. He swirled the glass, watching the drips. But it's a real miracle that it's still preserved. In fact, it wasn't a miracle that kept the bottle intact, but the thrifty Tumit. He always kept a stash for a decent date. Using the Alpha's power, Heliodor simply took one of the 2 bottles from him. Burke lifted the heavy glass.
The red liquid played in the crystal facets, mesmerizing.
Beauty.
She exhaled in delight. She had never held more beautiful and delicate things in her hands.
Drink.
The werewolf insistently pressed on the stem of the glass. You'll have a look later. She brought it to her lips and carefully sipped, expecting a bite of sourness. Nothing of the sort. This wine was not even a distant relative of the tavern swill. They could not even be called wine, and it was simply a crime to compare them. At first, Burke tasted a delicate sweetness. Then, like a blossoming flower, the taste changed to a rich berry. Slowly its brightness faded. And her mouth was enveloped in a pleasant floral aftertaste, as if she found herself in a spring meadow. Magical, just a liquid fairy tale. Burke drained the glass and licked her lips with gusto. Heliodorus, holding back a smile, watched the satisfied girl. The wine she drank on an empty stomach immediately made her head spin, causing a sweet languor in her body. Burke lazily put the empty glass aside and lay down on the blanket. She stretched like a well-fed cat and realized that she had completely lost her appetite. She wanted to bask, enjoy idleness, and not even move. The sun was pleasantly warm. A sunbeam breaking through the foliage jumped across her face and made her squint. Burke willingly closed her eyes and almost dozed off. Heliodorus lay down next to her and covered the green palm with his hand. Burke woke up, intuitively tensed up and took a deep breath, and realized how nervous she really was. They say the first time hurts. Burke couldn't remember where she'd heard about it, but for some reason it popped into her head right now.
They say it happens, Heliodor nodded. He didn't want to scare her even more, but she wasn't going to lie either. An anxious shadow crossed the girl's face. The woman's body is covered until she matures. Gel began to explain to her what he knew himself. He turned on his side and now stared at the orc's face.
The barrier is very thin and the pain quickly passes, once and for all.
He cowardly kept silent about the blood on the sheets. It's clear. Burke let out a sharp breath like a sob, and she clenched her fists as if about to strike.
Have you changed your mind? No problem. I won't insist. I said it, and I didn't believe my own words. If you're not ready, we won't rush into it. Liar.
He simply doesn't have the strength to let her go when things have already gone so far. Burke lay with her eyes closed, silent, thinking about something, deciding.
Heliodor touched her cheek with his fingers and stroked it gently. He saw that the orc was tense, and he himself was worried. He madly wanted everything right now and at once, but decided not to rush.
And the thought that he would have to hurt her did not please him. He understood that there was no other way, and he mentally scourged himself. Egoist. Owner.
I'm ready, finally, Burke said firmly. She turned to him and, looking into his eyes, reached out for the first kiss. Her beautiful werewolf responded eagerly and impatiently. The two-faced man's eyes changed color, instantly becoming golden. The pupils stretched out and crossed the yellow circles. Without parting their lips and breathing quickly, they began to undress each other.
Burke was quickly unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his broad chest, and he was practically tearing the wooden circles off her blouse. When the top of her clothes was off, they pressed themselves against each other, intertwining their bodies as tightly as possible. Her skin, not painted green, was snow white,
and his, already dark by nature, had tanned over the summer and seemed even darker against Burke's background. She was also hot, like a stone heated by the sun. Heliodorus greedily inhaled Burke's scent.
The special aroma that drove him crazy mixed with the tart aroma of her arousal, and Heliodorus doubted his self-control, afraid to come right on her stomach before reaching.
Most important thing. The pants, skirts, stockings and socks that they were pulling off flew to the side. Having laid the girl on her back, Gel lowered himself on top. Burke, without embarrassment, spread her legs wide, giving her beloved the opportunity to comfortably settle between them. The werewolf was large, almost twice the size of the petite girl. He gently crushed her breasts, gradually including his tongue in the game, greedily catching her nipples with his mouth. Divine. He would never get tired of this.
Burke stroked his body with her fingertips, feeling the muscles as hard as ropes. The werewolf was inflaming her desire and pushing her to shameless actions. Her hands went down.
Yesterday she had only slightly become acquainted with his reproductive organ.
Burke was overcome with curiosity. Playful fingers grasped his hard member, causing Gel to moan.
She began to examine him immodestly, interrupting their caresses. Big, the orc whispered admiringly, causing Gel to chuckle.
Normal, the werewolf answered modestly, but there was pride in his voice. His hands didn't stay in place either. They went down to a secluded corner, and they concerned. She was already wet and ready for him. Excellent. He leaned on top of her, ran the shaft of his cock along her wet folds. Raising the girl's hips, he placed the head at the entrance to her womb. Was this really going to happen? Heliodorus simply couldn't believe it.
His dark body was shaking with impatience, and Burke was relaxed and open before him. Her eyes looked trustingly straight into his soul. She believed in every word he said, because he said the pain would be short-lived, so it was worth his tender gaze. Heliodorus hugged her waist with one hand, not allowing her to twitch or break away at the most inopportune moment. There was no turning back. He rocked his hips.
The head entered and felt an obstacle. Another movement of his hips and Burke moaned, rested her hands on his hips, not allowing him to move further.
Instinctively, she tried to pull away, moving away from what was causing pain.
"Darling, please," Gel begged, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his breathing rapid.
It hurt. Burke tried to bring her legs together. "Be patient, I beg you." The voice broke into a hoarse croak.
He closed her mouth with a kiss, grabbed her hands that were pushing his hips back and lifted them up, holding them above his head.
Another thrust of his hips, and it was as if a bowstring snapped inside Burke. Burke whined. He released her hands and began to stroke her soothingly, running his hands all over her body.
"That's it, my dear. There would be no more pain," he whispered hotly, and dried the tears running down her cheeks with kisses.
"Everything is fine, thank you.
Thank you. He continued to whisper something comforting in her ear, gently bit her earlobe, showered tender kisses on everything he could reach with his lips. And when the small body beneath him relaxed, he began to move again. The pain really did recede quickly, and waves of new sensations ran through her body.
Gail's voice was intoxicating. The werewolf moaned dully, causing goosebumps to run through Burke's body. "Burke," he whispered, thrusting deeper and faster into her each time. His hands skillfully stroked, tickled her nipples, excited her even more. A familiar fire began to flare up in Burke's belly. With each push, the internal flame flared brighter and brighter, and her entire lower body seemed to tighten at one point. She threw her head back, arched, thus to...
And when the spring in her belly unclenched, carrying her to the stars, she moaned loudly, screamed. "Heliodor!" "Yes, yes," he responded, gave one last strong push, and came to.
As brightly as never before and with no one before, and a new desire, ancient, unfamiliar, captured the werewolf's entire being.
His fangs itched and lengthened as during a shape-shifting.
Gel leaned down sharply and bit the girl at the base of her neck. He growled. Burke jerked in surprise and tried to push the werewolf away, but Gel only clenched his teeth harder and wheezed, spilling into her again. Sweat was running down his broad back in large drops. His body was shaking. Heliodor's loud moans gradually began to subside, turning into a quiet groan. The trembling also subsided. With difficulty unclenching his teeth, the man finally tore himself away from the girl's thin shoulder and immediately began to lick the bite, hastily wiping away the drops of burling blood that had appeared with his tongue. For a while they both breathed heavily and were silent, coming to their senses. Heliodor was the first to come to. He rolled over onto his back, pulling Burke with him, laid her on top of him and began to stroke her back. "You bit me?" Burke asked in surprise. When she came to her senses a little, she cautiously touched the small wounds that had already begun to heal from the werewolf's saliva. Yes. He was as surprised by his action as Burke. "If you want, you can bite me too." Heliodorus lay there, his eyes closed in pleasure, smiling with satisfaction. "What?" Burke stared at him blankly. "Wolves have such a custom," Gel explained vaguely. He himself didn't really remember all the details. He only knew that sometimes couples left so-called pair marks on each other's necks, a tradition that was dying out along with his race. Now he was racking his brains over why his beast side wanted to mark the orc girl. This had never happened to him before. Apparently it was all because of hunger that she had been fooling him for too long. And this strange jealousy. So the beast essence had put up protective marks so that no one would covet what belonged to someone else. But it will hurt you. The naive fool felt sorry for the offender. She had already forgotten that just a minute ago she was in pain. Not at all. It's like a mosquito bite. We werewolves have dulled sensitivity. Heliodor lied and was surprised at himself again. Why would he do that? Why was he provoking the girl to mark him in return? But the very thought of her little teeth biting through his neck caused a new surge of excitement. What are you looking at? Or are his teeth not sharp enough? Gel threw his head back defiantly, exposing the same place that Burke had suffered from his teeth. Orc fangs couldn't pierce werewolf skin? Really? A mischievous glint came into Burke's eyes. She leaned over and glanced at Heliodorus, giving him one last chance to refuse. Orc fangs are sharper than knives! And the small teeth sank into the werewolf's neck, trying to bite through. She clenched her jaws and squeezed her eyes shut with the effort. And when she decided the job was done, she unclenched her teeth and looked at the bite. Drops of blood were seeping out of the tiny wounds, and Burke's cheeks burned with shame. Hurt? Does it hurt? From a green mosquito's kiss? There was something strange in the werewolf's gaze now. Something sad and poignant. As if he saw a long-lost love, for whom he had long yearned, but could not forget. I'm sorry. Burke felt guilty for his incomprehensible sadness, and, to correct it, she diligently licked the bite side, as he did. She stroked it, caressed it, and realized with surprise that under her tongue there were no longer wounds, but hard flagella of scars. They are overgrown.
Burke, not believing her eyes, stroked the white stripes with her fingers.
They did not bleed and have already turned into a barely noticeable imprint of her teeth, 2 light crescents on her dark skin. You're dealing with a two-faced man, silly girl.
Heliodor laughed at her surprised look. We're getting overgrown faster than dogs, haven't you heard?
I forgot. She ran her fingers over the mark again.
The skin had completely healed. Only slight bulges could still be felt on the surface. Werewolf scars probably don't disappear right away.
They aren't wizards after all, and they can't just be erased.
Forgot.
He grabbed her hand and kissed it. Silly girl, my silly girl, he whispered quietly, hugging her. Mine.
The setting sun was rolling behind the treetops. The air had noticeably cooled, and goosebumps began to appear on sweaty bodies.
What a warm day it was today, Burke whispered. Her voice was a little hoarse from long moans and screams.
Hot. The werewolf thoughtfully twirled a greenish lock of hair around his finger. This is probably the last one this year.
They turned their heads together and watched as an orange disk seemed to flow down behind the uneven ridge of the forest. Surely, we werewolves call this day the last kiss of summer. After it comes frost, the leaves fall completely. We need to go back, father will worry. They entered the farm at dusk.
Heliodor boldly rolled the cart up to the porch of the orc house. Burke protested, argued, and wanted to jump off near the river, but he did not allow it.
The deed was done, and he was not going to hide any longer. Burke would now warm his bed, whether the old man liked it or not.
Steno sat at the table and watched through the window as the werewolf carefully lifted Burke off the box. As expected.
Rumors of their affair had already spread throughout the farmstead, and only the lazy had not scratched their tongues about the name of the two-faced leader.
And Stemos himself understood everything when his daughter smelled like a dog for the first time.
Although he was old, he had not yet forgotten what young hotheads are filled with. And then there were werewolves. Look how stately they were with their burning eyes. What to do? Nothing. That's life. The orc wasn't going to interfere with their relationship. He understood that Burke, like all girls her age, wanted attention and love.
He was only afraid that the wolf would take his girl to his distant castle, and he would be left here alone. Yesterday he shared his concerns with Tatimir.
You're a fool, said the innkeeper. Why a fool right away? She's smart, hard-working, cooks, reads, chanting when he shouldn't, nodded the dwarf.
But that runs in your family. The dwarf scratched his beard and blew out a cloud of smoke.
Do you really think the alpha will fall in love and take her? He savored the end of his pipe and grinned sarcastically. Yeah, just wait and see.
They don't need girls of other species, don't worry. And these paupers don't have any castles. And if they did, they probably died a long time ago because they were uninhabited.
This pack is from the last ones. Poor mercenaries without a penny to their name. Not even able to feed themselves.
I bet the wolf will run away from here as soon as his friend arrives.
What kind of friend? More werewolves? Here? This news alarmed the orc seriously. What if they, he wanted to say, know the human scent, but corrected himself. Mad? No, they are just the same tramps. Our pack is just waiting for them.
See how they have been sitting in one place for so long. They are almost dozing off from boredom. And when others come, they will leave and go on together, to the dark mountains.
They have a contract. The dwarf raised his index finger with a smart look. Werewolves are strict about this. Once they give their word, they follow through. Mercenaries? So, sleep peacefully. He doesn't need your dwarf. He'll play around and then leave. Sven didn't understand then whether he was happy about these words or upset for his daughter. He even wanted to tell her the whole conversation at first, but something stopped him. Probably Burke's eyes, shining with happiness.
Telling her the innkeeper's assumptions would be like feeding us slop instead of a festive dinner. It was just swinishness and that's all.
He thought for a long time, racked his brains and worried. But in the end he decided that there was nothing worse than loneliness. Burke deserved her piece of happiness, even if it was short-lived. Today Sven wanted to move back into the house to spend the night. It had already been getting very cold outside this month. And even the orc who was used to the cold was starting to freeze. But after watching from the window how Burke giggled at the werewolf's parting jokes, he changed his mind. He gathered his blankets and demonstratively went outside. Dad, Burke looked from her father to Heliodorus in confusion. He stared insolently at the limping old man. He was getting ready to attack. I'm going to bed. The orc nodded to her with a barely noticeable smile and went to the stable. Chapter 18. Sponger. Returning to the camp, Heliodor unharnessed his horse, watered it, and let it out to graze with the others. The pack was diligently eating dinner by the fire, and he sat down in the circle of those resting, the closest to Zoran, let the bastard sense that he and the orc had it all. This was a new level. Now everything was serious. Now anyone who looked at her longer than necessary would be considered a rival. And he looked his sworn brother in the eye.
Congratulations, Zoran grinned respectfully.
The brothers understood and nodded. Why, you got a tough nut to crack, Gel? Tommy didn't share the general respect and decided to give him a brotherly kick. Apparently, orc nuts are very hard. Although not orc but orc dwarf, the pack burst into laughter. Yes, the little smesok was funny. None of them had ever met anything like it. No stronger than the elven ones, Heliodor boasted smugly. The girl had a woman's illness, otherwise he would have already laid her out. They always shared the details of their personal lives with their brothers. The pack is everything.
And women? Women are just temporary. And why get attached? Nothing good will come of it anyway. He'll want children and leave. There have been cases. Then suffer, break your heart.
No, it's easier this way. Play on, there are plenty of toys. They didn't sit for long. Little by little everyone wandered off to their tents and went to sleep. But not him. Something was bothering him. Why? After all, his body was filled with a satisfied satiety. But the mattress seemed hard today, the blanket hot, and the pillow felt like it was filled with stones. Tumit was snoring on the next bed as if nothing had happened. He wasn't snoring, but the quiet whistling sound with which the air came out of his neighbor's nostrils was incredibly irritating. He had completely lost the desire to sleep, unable to bear the stuffiness of the tent and the extraneous sounds. Gale got dressed and went out. Verdel, today's sentry, was planing something near the fire. Who's on kitchen duty? The Alpha asked, and began to pace around the fire, unable to find a place for himself. Savor, is he hunting? Why? There's plenty of meat. Verd squinted slyly at the leader. Someone provided us with it for the whole week. So what is he? He's sleeping, nodded Verdel. What else can I do? And what about you, Alpha? Can't sleep? Well, it's hot. Heliodorus couldn't explain to his comrade what he felt. Longing, melancholy, some kind of delirium. It happens to me too, Ward shelled sentimentally. When I come across a decent chick, I'm just drawn to her. But he's right. I'm literally drawn to her. I thought it would pass when the body gets its own, thought Gel. But he didn't admit it out loud. He just shrugged his shoulders. Not fully yet, he replied, trying to maintain an indifferent look. Not tired of it, so go. As if the sentry had given permission. Have fun while you still have time. Otherwise, any day now, the sharp tooth will show up and there will be no time for girls. We'll take off right away, right? Yes, as soon as the second flock arrives, we'll move right away. And so we've been sitting in this hole for too long, and after, will we return the same way? Vedder asked casually. And it was not idle curiosity at all. The whole pack made bets. Some believed that the Alpha had made advances for the smirk out of boredom. It was hard for Heliodor to tear himself away from the beautiful elf, so he replaced her with what he had found. But some werewolves claimed that the leader had a new passion, or even love. And there was something to argue about. Despite her pitiful appearance, the orc's daughter smelled tempting. What's more, she smelled delicious. It was not for nothing that Gel was furious, because each of his brothers was not averse to squeezing the greenwash. Maybe we should leave some of our belongings here so we don't have to drag them around. Ved continued to find out the plans of his superiors. The people here seem honest. Everything will be safe, and we don't need extra baggage on the battlefield. Let's take everything, Heliodorus waved his hand. He hadn't looked into the future after Smarak's arrival, and he hadn't once thought about what he would do with the girl. He had one thing for her, which he had just started today. He didn't know yet how it would turn out. He hadn't had enough yet, hadn't gotten a taste. Work remained from his old plans. To do the job, to get the remaining money for it. Eliridan. Yes, and he was also going to spend a lot of money on the elf. So, we won't come back here? I don't know, the sentry's questions were starting to irritate me. And the fact that I was now drawn not to the perfect body of the pointy-eared one, but to the unpainted greenery, was also infuriating. Smarak promised to find out about profitable deals. If he found out,
We'll go and get hired.
If we pass through the farm on the way, and if the work is in the other direction, why make a detour? We'll take everything and, as before, we'll move where the guiding star leads.
Okay. Verdel smiled broadly.
He bet on the elf, and now his chances of winning have increased significantly.
Heliodoro stretched lazily, and looking slyly at the female figure carved by Warder, made up his mind. I'll listen to her advice. What?
The sentry was confused, already mentally spending his winnings on new armor.
Break away while there's still time. Heliodor, with one smooth movement, darted out of the spot illuminated by the fire and headed towards the orc woman's house.
He looked in the window, but saw nothing. The colorful curtains were tightly drawn. Not a sound could be heard from the house. He sniffed.
The orc scent was coming from the barn. So the girl was alone. Yes, that's right. The golden stalk of her scent remained on the wooden door and was not stained by anyone else.
Alone and probably already asleep.
He didn't knock and ask to come in like some uninvited guest. He decided to act like the owner.
He stuck the tip of his dagger through the crack and silently lifted the hook that locked the door. He slipped into the room and threw the hook back into the ring.
Burke took a bath and lay down in bed. The candle standing on a chest next to the bed crackled, causing the light in the room to tremble and the shadows on the whitewashed wall to dance some kind of magical dance.
Burke looked at them with an unseeing gaze and thought over the events of the day.
Her lower abdomen was painfully sore, and her breasts, bruised by the werewolf, ached as if they had been thoroughly beaten.
But the orc woman did not regret anything. Quite the opposite.
A smug euphoria sang in her soul, and a sweet languor settled in her body.
It flared up at every thought of the werewolf and pulled at her entire insides with impatience.
He appeared from the shadows like a ghost. Burke was startled and screamed. She sat up in bed and covered herself. She didn't immediately recognize the newcomer. Not happy,
Heliodor, who had been expecting an enthusiastic squeal and arms around his neck, took offense and took a step toward the door. He made it clear that he would leave at the first request.
I'm glad. The Orchanka quickly jumped out of bed and ran barefoot towards him. Of course she was glad.
She reached out to him and found herself in a ring of arms. It was just unexpected. She got scared. The werewolf grinned smugly and kissed her on the cheek.
The floor is probably cold.
He picked her up in his arms, returned her to the warmth of the blanket, and began to undress.
As if he were at home, he laid out his things on the bench and climbed into the tub. The water was still warm and he enjoyed bathing. The whole pack of them went to the river every evening, but the water was already icy and the bathing procedures went very quickly. And then, Gel slowly wet his hair. Wincing, he soaped himself from head to toe. He didn't like the smell of simple homemade soap. In his bag were several wide bars of expensive elven soap. This is soap. He was
and the skin is soft from it and the smell is pleasant.
I'll have to bring it here, the werewolf decided and washed off the foam. He splashed around a bit and reluctantly stood up. Canvas. Burke pointed to a worn rag hanging on a nail by the stove. The werewolf slowly blotted the drops running down his body, unaware of how attractive he looked. Burke looked at him, biting the corner of the blanket out of excitement.
She greedily watched the perfect, handsome man.
Delightful, endowed with some kind of wild animal beauty, and his body, woven from muscles, moved with incredible grace.
You can't take your eyes off him.
Burke shifted slightly as Gel settled down next to her, placing his hand on her chest and immediately pressing his hips against hers, letting her feel his erection.
The girl winced, worry appearing in her eyes.
Does it hurt? Gel understood her reaction correctly. A little. Burke felt shy.
They were talking about a place that was not usually mentioned in words, but the werewolf didn't seem to mind.
Let's put it off until tomorrow.
He lifted her face and simply kissed her on the forehead.
Burke felt as if he was going to get up and leave, and with him the pleasant feeling of warmth and security would disappear. She convulsively pressed her whole body against him.
But if you want,
sleep, my sweet. Another kiss on the nose and he dozed off peacefully on his side of the pillow, the larger side of a small single-use pillow.
It turned out that her bed was softer, the blanket more pleasant. In general, it was somehow right to sleep here. This was strange for him, unusual. Previously, having had his fill, he left his lover's bed without regret. He didn't like it when someone's, often unfamiliar, body was crawling around nearby. Even the capricious elf was not good enough to keep him by his side for long. But with this greenish strangeness, what word could I choose for it? Alluring? Perhaps. After all, she really lured Gel with her smell, laughter, body. He was drawn in, like a bee attracted by the aroma of a flower.
The Orchanka caught him and drew him closer and closer to her. He clung to her, felt caught against his will, but enjoyed it and was in no hurry to break free from the tender trap. Not now. For a little while. And the sleeping werewolf squeezed her embrace tighter, afraid to let go of the fragile trap, even in his sleep. The morning started unusually. Hot, hasty, greedy, fruitful. That's why the mood was excellent. What are you going to do? Heliodorus asked, yawning. He asked out of politeness, to fill the awkward morning pause that arose while he was getting dressed. He himself did not yet know what he would do. It seemed like there were some plans for training, go to the hotel. Burke, in the last few erratic days, had completely forgotten how she lived before the werewolves arrived. The miners are supposed to come. Why? Heliodor froze with his belt unfastened in his hands. He didn't like this news. It touched his possessive instincts. Dwarves are a murky, narrow-minded people. Their heads are filled with sawdust and bad thoughts. They don't understand the rules of bed at all. But werewolves understand. They'll smell his scent on the smeska and be afraid to even look in her direction. And the dwarves? And among them is that scrawny fellow with the yellow broom. What? Why? Burke was confused. Why should I go to the hotel? Why would short people come there? That's how they always go, Burke shrugged. To have lunch. They bring things to be washed. Burke talked and bustled around the house as usual. She made the bed, grabbed the trough to drain the water into a bucket. Can't eat at home? Heliodorus intercepted the weight and freed the vessel himself. They take turns resting, and those who have a day off come to the tavern to have a drink and catch their breath. Is this necessary? Well, hotel, laundry... Not that... Nobody forced her, but money didn't fall from the sky. Come with me, the werewolf suddenly suggested. We're going hunting today. There was no hunt. 3 barrels were filled with meat. And the brothers would laugh if they realized why he was planning this. Let's go for a ride. On horseback. Do you like riding? The question was asked with a subtext. Burke, due to her inexperience, did not understand. This provoked Heliodor. He caught the orc woman and slowly kissed her. Let's go, he whispered in her ear, stroked her back. He knew she wouldn't be able to resist it. She would melt. Okay, yesterday she promised Polly to help pickle the cabbage, but I don't know how to do it. On horseback. The cabbage won't go anywhere, will it? And the money for the laundry? She'll run for the clothes in the evening and wash them tomorrow. I will teach you. Burke trotted along as if tied to something, next to but slightly behind the werewolf. She wasn't used to walking with anyone, and didn't know how to adjust to the wide male stride. Jael moved quickly, not noticing her awkwardness, and Dior had to almost run to keep up with him. She carried a basket in her hands out of habit, but she wasn't going to offer the werewolf's laundry. For some reason, she was sure that Heliodor wouldn't like it. She carried it more for show, as if she wasn't just hanging around the Two Faces, but earning extra money. The pack was having breakfast, gathered around the fire. The werewolves sat and ate hot porridge together. And then Heliodor thought for a moment and stumbled out of nowhere. What to do next? Lead the girl into the circle or continue hiding her behind the carts? Because of his connection with the orc woman, he continued to feel some kind of bashful awkwardness. What can you do? It's hard to call her a beauty. Of course, if it had been a she-wolf in her place, he would have proudly led her into the circle by the fire and introduced her to everyone as his mate. But it was Burke. Waving her towards his tent, he went to the fire alone. He was greeted in unison. There were small, understanding grins on the faces of his brothers. In the absence of an ideal pair, all werewolves constantly form more or less long-term relationships. Some chosen ones caused envy among brothers. Everyone dreamed of the elf gala. And some were downright terrifying. There were also average ones. Some ones were... For example, a Michit once dated a dryad. Green hair and brown skin are not the most common combination in the Wildlands. The dryad had a pretty face, but the werewolf constantly complained about his scratched penis. The skin of forest nymphs was like tree bark. You can fuck, but don't give your dick to your hands, he shared his experience. However, there were no other people in the pack willing to try such exotic food. Only the lazy did not laugh at Burke behind the leader's back. Small, green and ugly-faced, she evoked maximum pity. How Jella got hard on her was a mystery to everyone. What was even more surprising was that the alpha was clearly not indifferent to the little girl. He looked around jealously when she walked through the camp and constantly fed her. Every day he brought her something, porridge from the cauldron, apples, baked meat. He pretended that he would eat himself, but from behind the cart where they met, the orc girl's appetizing chomping could be heard. These possessive habits of the alpha amused the pack, and after getting used to it a little, the werewolves classified Burke as an average, strange, but tolerable relationship. Today Burke did not hide behind the carts, but waited in full view of the pack. Her new status and the night spent in the arms of a werewolf gave her confidence. Heliodor greeted her, sat down in an empty seat, and began to quickly fill his plate. "Hey, Burke." Cerus, the oldest of their pack, called loudly. "Come here," and he waved his hand, inviting the orc to the fire. Everyone froze. It was like a challenge to the alpha. The werewolves looked at each other. It was unclear how the leader would take the attempt to interfere in his relationship. Majel was silent, as if he had not heard the words of his brother sitting next to him. He calmly continued to put porridge on his plate. "Stop hiding it, as if no one knows anything, more quietly and only for Gela," Cerus said. Heliodor nodded and waved to Burke as well. His brother was right. He had won his prize, and now it was time to show it off. The other males were no longer perceived as rivals. She had his mark on her, and they were just brothers as before. They were the losers in this contest. And the prize was his. Look. Be jealous. And even if this stone was not a diamond, it was more pleasant to squeeze her breast in the palm of your hand than your own penis. As if by magic, the place next to him became free and the whole pack waved their hands to Burke. The alpha's strange passion was accepted and invited into the family. Not understanding the full importance of the moment, Burke timidly approached and modestly settled down next to her beloved. With eyes full of adoration and devotion, she looked only at him. Burke was not embarrassed by Heliodor's slightly arrogant and dismissive attitude towards her. He became her deity, her son, and the orc woman gratefully basked in his radiance, not claiming anything more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cerus," the troublemaker continued. "Burke," she answered quietly, and glanced sideways at the smiling man. "And I am Hesson," said the other, and handed her a spoon. "Hello," she waved back. "Spele, Amicit, Grosul, Ulex, Zavor." The men took turns saying their names. She gave each one a smile in response. "Tumit," the last of those present muttered. The impudent green girl clearly angered him. "Burke," the orc woman repeated with her mouth full. I remembered. Of course, he would forget her name. Because of this cutie, Tumit lost an expensive bottle of wine and part of his savings. Alpha literally took the money from him by force and bought a bunch of sweets from the cheerful girls for this little squeaker. Heliodor turned the bowl towards the orc woman and was the first to scoop up the steaming porridge with a spoon. Everyday conversations began around them, as if nothing had happened. The pre-storm atmosphere dissipated and gradually became relaxed. Burke ate with appetite, smacking her lips with pleasure. She did not forget to look at the men sitting around her. They were young, about the same age as Heliodor. Only Cerus was noticeably older, not a grandfather yet, but already an uncle. All of them were stately, tall, handsome, and each one was good-looking in his own way. They looked dashing, frivolous, like the robbers from her book, or pirates. The resemblance was enhanced by their bright clothes. Pants of all colors, from muted blue to bright yellow, densely embroidered shirts on which gold patterns alternated with silk, so skillfully that Burke would never learn to do. Expensive, beautiful. Each werewolf had an abundance of jewelry. Rings, bracelets, stick chains on their necks in several rows, pendants on cords. Or maybe these were some kind of amulets. She would have to ask Heliodor. Several of them also had earrings. And they all had wide smiles, and their teeth were large and white. Everyone's cheekbones were sharper and wider than on the faces Burke was used to, and their noses were a bit large and flattened. As if they were sons of one nation, they had common features. Something animal-like seemed to be in their movements, and showed through in the depths of their eyes. It was not for nothing that they were called half-animals. They looked at her too, but without the previous male interest. Just like a strange little animal brought from afar. So small, and yet she's always eating something, Tumit noted with admiration, and slipped Burke a round cookie. They immediately started poking him in the sides. The woman didn't like such dubious compliments. What if he heard and stopped eating? Heliodorus would probably get mad and give his adopted brother more slaps. "Get out!" Heliodorus didn't say, but growled and even snarled, snatched the cookie and put it in his pocket. "Tum, get out," the orc woman muttered, chewing with concentration, without thinking but out of habit, repeating after Heliodor. There was a burst of laughter. Spieler patted Tumit sympathetically on the shoulder. "Hold on, buddy, you've been shown your place."
Burke, will you come hunting with us?
Asked Tumit, looking at Heliodor.
What?
The orc woman was confused because she wasn't listening but was thinking about her own things. The hunt is underway. A 3-year-old deer was seen on the far edge of the forest. It could be a nice game, Spechler explained. Heliodor chewed a piece of meat slowly and looked at the orc woman. "You will go." He didn't ask, but rather communicated his decision to the pack. Burke nodded happily. She really wanted to see how werewolves hunted. They went to the forest on horseback. I thought you would hunt like wolves, the orc woman was confused.
It seemed to her that once they left the camp, the werewolves would turn into monsters and run on all fours.
"We will hunt with wolves, but it is inconvenient to carry the prey home in our teeth." Heliodor set the orc woman on the horse in front of him and hugged her possessively. There was more than enough room for two on the broad back of the heavy draft horse. Burke could have even danced on it if she wanted to, but she didn't want to. She moved closer, pressed herself against Heliodor's chest and hugged him, as if she was afraid of falling. "Hold the reins, turn her forward and hand her the bridle." "Why is this?" "I didn't want to let go of the man's embrace at all. I promised to teach you to ride a horse," he whispered in her ear, as if hinting at something. "I'm a bit scared. I'm nearby." Heliodorus put his hand under her blouse. The elastic hemisphere fit comfortably in his palm. "Ouch!" Burke yanked the reins sharply and began breathing quickly. The horse whinnied and spun around in place from the incomprehensible signal. "Be careful." Gale began to bite her neck, and with his free hand he held the reins to let the other hunters go ahead. The wayward beast did not like this at all, but the werewolf reined in the spirited horse with his heels. He turned into the thick of the forest, and having tied the horse to a thin tree, began training. He rode Burke thoroughly in the dry grass, then showed her how to ride. On him, not on a horse. Burke never found out what a werewolf looked like that day. Chapter 19. Escape. At night, he made her kneel and took her like an animal, from behind, so that it would be convenient to bite her by the scruff. Thin hands grabbed the back of the bed, raked the sheets and pillow under themselves, and he continued rhythmically pounding into her with the entire length of his member, holding her tightly by the hips with his hands. Burke moaned dully and bit the pillow into which she buried her head. She had no strength to move from pleasure, and he controlled her without need, like an obedient doll. He bent her here, turned her there, and took. Heliodorus had gone completely crazy. Drunk. With puppy joy, he could smell the bud of her scent unfolding, as if thousands of glowing flowers had blossomed on the golden vines that wrapped around her body. The scent beckoned and called, demanding that he possess her again and again. Sweat trickled down her tense back. Her body shook. Another push. More. Having plunged in for the last time, he released his seed into her, threw his head back and howled dully and long drawn out. A feeling of victory washed over him, as if he had won a vital prize. His feelings were overflowing. He wanted to share his joy, howl, scream, rub against her small, pliable body. He threw Burke onto the bed and kissed her for a long time. He took her like a master, raping her mouth with his tongue. There was not a single area of skin left on her that he had not caressed. From head to toe she was kissed, squeezed, and licked. He took her again and again, brought her to frenzy. He excited her so much that, having reached the peak, she scratched his back in a fit of passion and screamed his name so loudly that she became hoarse. And the last ones? Yes, she was already quietly hissing into his shoulder. Then she instantly fell asleep like an extinguished candle. Heliodor adjusted his pillow and settled in more comfortably. Well fed and pleased with himself, he dozed off. Over the course of several nights spent in the small orc hut, the werewolf had gotten used to sleeping like this, with the baby by his side. He had gotten used to hugging her tightly. He had gotten used to the annoying smell of old Svenos and the daily bathing in the wretched tub. He had resigned himself to the rough mattress stuffed with straw, the smoking stove, and the girl's habit of throwing things around. He had stopped noticing the goat smell that wafted from his fur jacket. It had gotten noticeably colder outside, and they had chosen health over beauty and health. The old girl had returned to her original appearance as a green gnome in a shaggy hat. This no longer angered him or seemed ugly. Rather, it amused him, causing a cheerful grin. Burke snored softly and turned over. Heliodor chuckled and brushed a lock of hair that had fallen over her face. He had persuaded Burke not to paint her skin, and her hands and face had noticeably paled in the last few days, almost washed off. Only a slight greenish tint remained on her skin. Now she carefully hid her face in the collar of a jacket if she met someone on the street, and wore mittens. Heliodor stroked the narrow palm. The lines on it were even darker, a more distinct green, like young tree branches. What kind of destiny will you have, strange thing? What adventures await you in life? From the obsessive caress, Burke's fingers trembled and clenched, like a cat's paw. She stretched in her sleep and kissed the werewolf on the shoulder. Affectionate. That's good. But why is my soul so anxious? Why don't my eyes want to close and sleep won't come? What's wrong? He heard the steps from afar. He slipped out of bed smoothly, as if the snake did not want to disturb the sleeping orc. The guest's hand had not yet touched the window glass, but Heliodor was already pulling back the curtain. Tumit, there is news, the brother said quietly through the thick glass. The sound of his voice was dull, but werewolves have excellent hearing. Heliodor nodded towards the door. He did not dress completely, only pulled on his pants. The conversation would be short, since he already knew the purpose of the visit. He went out, quietly closed the door and put his finger to his lips, ordering Tumit to speak quietly. Are we here? He rubbed his chest nervously. Yes, an hour ago. Tumit was excited and happy, filled with the anticipation of a good fight.
What do they say?
Heliodor leaned on a railing, but did not leave the threshold. He stood barefoot and shifted impatiently from foot to foot. He wanted his brother to simply say that it was a joke, a prank, and leave. Everything is in force. The contract is signed, Tom disappointed. The pack arrived in full force, purebred sharptooths all from one castle. Smarog as before is their alpha. Everyone is well coordinated, tested for many years in the same team. Will they take a break before the mission? If the sharptooths want to catch their breath, they can stay for a couple more days. No. They said they had had enough rest on the road, and their last place of service was not too stressful. I see, Gel drawled gloomily. When are we leaving? Stopping at this farmstead to wait for the second flock, he almost howled with frustration. Just think, spending 2 weeks in this stagnant swamp. It was like torture. And now, how quickly the days flew by. I see you're not happy about the news. Tumit's joy has died down. Don't even know. Do you want to stay? What about the contract? The pack? What? No, the alpha interrupted indignantly. I knew it. She's completely messed with your head, like a snotty puppy. Enough. And it's all her scent. It seems that it is special, that's why you are calling up. Tumit continued to express his indignation, not noticing that Yell was boiling from his words, like a kettle on the stove. And you know what I'll tell you, Alpha? He's not special at all. It's just that in this wilderness the air is clean and there is no other smell here. That's why it seems that her scent is better than that of other females. That's the only reason. With each word, Tumit's voice grew louder and louder. He was telling Heliodorus what had accumulated in him over the past few days. His worries poured out with his words. Shake off the spell and look around. What's so special about her? At least the elf was nice to look at, but this one, she doesn't have the stature or the face. Enough. The railings creaked under the alpha's fingers. Only the snotty gnomes looked at her, that's all. Even the orcs, reminding us of our rivals, was a mistake. Shut up! Heliodorus jumped up to Tumit and grabbed him by the throat, pressing him against the wall. Oh, Tum croaked in a choked throat. And you're acting like a fool. I'm going. Cut off Gel and unclenched my fingers. He shook his head. What's wrong with him? He really is like a ram on a leash. Tumit is right, he needs to break out of this mess. Refresh his head with a good fight, and everything will pass. Tumit gulped in air and looked at his friend in surprise. He had not expected such a quick retreat. Heliodor had been balancing on the edge lately and seemed ready to forget his own and stay with the girl forever. Wake me up at dawn. Gel stepped onto the threshold. Will you pack your things yourself? Tumit nodded. It's already done. Just need to roll up the tents, head dawn, and don't make noise. Heliodor carefully returned to bed. He was shaking after his encounter with Tumit. The claws on his fingers had not fully retracted. He wanted to growl and rip someone's throat. Kel forced himself to breathe more slowly and greedily hugged the small warm body. A feeling of happiness and calm immediately washed over him. Burke fidgeted, settling herself more comfortably on his chest. The golden scent wrapped around the werewolf like a warm blanket, giving him a feeling of serenity. He didn't feel like sleeping. Lying in the dark, Heliodor examined the profile of the girl snoring on his shoulder. When a green paint washed off, the pink spots and unevenness on her skin became more clearly visible.
There were a lot of them on her cheeks, under her eyes, less on her forehead and chin.
If she hadn't been related to orcs, who normally have rough skin, one might have thought that these were scars from old wounds, as if the girl had been covered in sores in childhood. Gel touched one, then another. Burke wrinkled her nose comically and smacked her lips. Her coquettishly curved eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she were watching some kind of vivid dream. Yes, not a beauty, Gel agreed with his brother's words.
But not ugly either.
He ran his fingertips over her lips, over the bridge of her nose. Funny. He picked the most suitable nickname for the joke. Mine. He gently ran his hand through her hair. The loose strands scattered across the pillow in a light wave. The werewolf could not resist and carefully wound a lock around his finger, thin and somehow lifeless, as if dried in the sun. Their uneven color always bothered him. At the roots, the dirty green, now it became clear that it was from the dye, gradually lightened, and the ends were already turning grey. But the color was still unnatural. As Burke explained, the dye washed off the skin quickly, but held tightly to the hair, and no matter how carefully you dye your skin, your hair still gets dirty. Heliodorus could not fall asleep. His heart was heavy and restless. The very thought of having to leave her tore at his soul. It was as if the werewolf was being turned inside out. Without noticing, he instinctively pressed the girl to himself tighter and tighter, the wolf's eyes burning with a mad yellow fire. Burke muttered something in her sleep from being hugged too tightly. Coming to his senses, he loosened his grip and carefully laid her down on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and did not touch her anymore.
There was about an hour left before dawn, when there was a quiet knock on the window. The werewolf rose from the bed in one fluid water-like movement.
His face had turned to stone, losing all expression. No smile, no sad grin. His eyes were frozen and filled with detachment. Now, looking at him, it was impossible to guess the feeling seething under his skin. Two-Faced had become the embodiment of calm and indifference.
He dressed quickly, pulled on his boots.
He brushed off his shirts, washed by Burke, that were drying on the line, threw on his jacket and gathered a few things that had migrated here from the tent recently.
He looked around, patted his pockets.
It seems I took everything. He tried not to look at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed. The picture was too tempting. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. But he couldn't resist, turned around and hung there for a good 10 minutes.
The knock on the window was repeated, louder.
Sobering up, he shook his head, pulled himself together, and a moment later the front door quietly closed behind him. If he had stayed even an hour longer, if, in the rays of the rising sun, the werewolf's sense of smell would have shown him a real miracle. Heliodor would have been able to see how the petals slowly flew off from the lush buds blooming on the golden liana of her scent. Like sparks, they flared up for a moment and died out, and in their place, like little rubies, the ovaries of wolfberries appeared. Waking up, Burke reached for the pillow next to her, but felt only an unpleasant emptiness. The mark of the werewolf's head on the pillow had cooled. She opened her eyes sharply and looked around. Empty. And cold. Heliodorus? Sounded quiet and plaintive. Only silence answered her. Apparently he left very early, without waiting for her to wake up. Probably something urgent. Something happened in the pack, Burke was worried. After they started sleeping together, he never left the house alone. All these days they were almost inseparable, and when it was necessary to leave alone, Heliodor always warned. Something happened, Burke muttered. She jumped out of bed, quickly washed herself, got dressed and ran to the werewolf campsite. She was empty. For Burke, it was as if the sun had suddenly gone out. Happiness, so close, so desired and already tangible, rang out in protest like glass that had been hit hard. This ringing Briam snapped right at the heart, but it was hit so hard that the surface rattled and, unable to withstand it, shattered into thousands of sharp fragments. The icy wind picked them up and, painfully wounding them, drove the sparkling edges, it seemed, right under the skin. Standing in the empty lot, Burke was instantly frozen to the bone. Cold, so cold. There was nothing warm or loving left here. nothing alive or desirable to her.
The Ochanka was shaking violently.
Her face had turned grey and capillaries appeared on her cheeks like a blue mesh.
The bitter realization that she had been abandoned was killing her.
Burke's body seemed to have died. How? She mumbled with lips blue from the cold. Why?
She whispered this quietly, not expecting an answer, but she wanted to scream and squeal. She wanted to fall on the grass dried by the cold and roll around on it like a madwoman.
She wanted to tear her clothes and cry. But her eyes were burning from the dry cold wind, and her body did not move, and continued to play the role of a dead garden scarecrow.
The girl stood for a long time where the camp had been set up just yesterday. Just yesterday, life had been bubbling and work was in full swing here.
Training, cooking, friendly laughter.
All of this now echoed in her memory. The werewolves had left no traces behind. Nothing, not even small trash.
And the place where the fire had merrily burned had been leveled before their departure, covered with squares of fresh turf. He left.
She was left with only an icy emptiness in her heart. I need to go home.
Burke forced herself to turn around, her frozen legs dragging as she slowly and unsteadily walked back. The house seemed eerie and empty, somehow alien and unfamiliar, unwelcoming. When Burke approached the bed where only a few hours ago she had passionately given herself to her beloved man, she felt the strength leave her frozen body and collapsed onto the bedspread. Without taking off her jacket and boots, she pulled her knees up to her chin and curled into a ball. The orc stumbled into the house, breathing heavily. He threw down the rod he had been using to beat the poor horse and limped to his daughter's bed. Burke lay motionless, her face invisible, silent, snoring.
He stroked her disheveled head in confusion and sat down on the edge of the bed.
What to do? What to say? Stinos had been expecting something else. Tears, screams, accusations. He was going to willingly assent, to condemn the traitor. But what if this was the case? Like a dead calm. What was she feeling? How could he console her if he didn't know how? He went into the forest in the opposite direction from the werewolf camp and did not see that the wolves had moved. If he had known this, he would have stayed home today.
And he could have guessed.
Yesterday in the tavern he heard about the second pack out of the corner of his ear.
The clumsy one did not pay attention,
decided that the two-faced ones were just chatting out of boredom. In his old man's stupidity, he did not attach any importance to it.
And today I was unloading firewood behind the tavern and met Polly. How is she?
The cook's cheeks are flushed with anger, her fists are clenched. Who? The orc was confused. Burke.
The gnome even stamped her feet in impatience.
So, they're sleeping. The orc shrugged his shoulders in confusion.
He hadn't set foot in the house since the werewolf had first stayed there overnight.
Did you cry?
The cook was genuinely concerned about how Burke was coping with her separation from Heliodorus.
Why? Stinos was surprised. His daughter rarely cried.
She snapped, she clowned, she was not crying. What happened? He threw the log off the cart and stared at the cook. Why was Burke crying? A werewolf? What could this furry wreck have done?
So they're gone.
Polly cried hotly. They've got away. At dawn.
Sven didn't even bother to unload the cart. He jumped on the front and whipped the poor nag all the way home. So what should I do now? How should I talk to her? He sighed.
He walked around, he groaned. He lit a fire in the stove, put a pot of yesterday's porridge and a kettle on to warm up. He brewed some herbs and poured them into 2 mugs. His huge one, more like a flower pot, dusty from idleness, and her neat one, made of white porcelain Tatimir had given her from
the hotel supplies, damaged, with a chipped edge.
You can't give one like that to guests, and it's a shame to throw it away. But for Burke, anything is good. She, like a magpie, is happy with even a crooked coal.
There was another iron mug on the table. At the bottom were dried tea leaves and a honey stain. Stanos immediately guessed who had been drinking from it.
He grabbed it. I wanted to throw it at the wall, but changed his mind. It would ring, roll across the floor, and remind him of the two-faced bastard. The orc quietly wrapped it in a towel and took it to the pantry. He tucked it under the bottom shelf behind a sack of sheep wool, out of sight. He returned and, picking up the cups from the table, approached his daughter. He sat on the edge of the bed and sighed sadly. He mumbled his lips, as if practicing a prepared speech. It was difficult for him to find words of consolation. The orc generally spoke little, only short phrases and then to the point. "I'd like to have some tea. he started from afar.
Silence in response. It's cold today. It's gonna snow soon. Probably. Burke didn't even move. Then he put the mugs on the floor and scooped up his daughter.
Burke twisted, discontentedly wriggling, but she couldn't cope and went limp. Stinos straightened her out like a doll and sat her on his lap. He hugged her and began to rock her, as he once did when she was sick as a child, stroking her disheveled hair. He will return, he confidently said, what the girl's heart longed to hear. No, Burke cried out sharply as if spitting. Why waste time on this snot? It's clear that Heliodor took advantage of her and simply ran away. He will return, the orc repeated confidently. He believed in what he said. After all, it is impossible to forget his daughter. She is special, incredible. What does a werewolf care about painted city girls now that he has touched a real miracle? No, if I wanted to come back, I would have warned that I was leaving. So a mercenary. Burke looked at Svinos with bottomless eyes, in which a question and a tiny bit of hope lit up. Her father carefully moved a strand of hair from her forehead that was getting into her eyes, raised his index finger and said, reverently, "Contract. Here it is." The serious word, spoken by Tatimir, was pronounced with difficulty. Once signed, there is no way back. Mercenary, no power over his life. The orc spoke slowly, trying to explain to Burke in simpler terms the nature of a hired warrior. Well, who is forcing him? The girl asked offendedly and sniffled for the first time. The agreement was first. You met after. Burke fingered the edge of her father's shirt and thought. Stinos was right. The werewolves had spoken of the work ahead. Not often and seemingly by chance, but she had heard about goblins and mines. He will return. The orc repeated confidently and nodded to emphasize the point. And a good portion of hope seemed to squeeze into Burke's heart. It began to expand inside her like yeast dough, displacing excess moisture from the eyebright. Water poured out of her eyes in large drops and was absorbed into her father's shirt, and her soul suddenly became lighter and warmer. The news of the two-faced departure flew around the farm in a couple of hours. It leaked out from the tavern, where one of the miners who had seen the departing caravan loudly announced it and spread to the surrounding houses. Neighbors specially visited each other and passed on the news almost word for word, not forgetting to mention that the werewolf had not taken the orc woman with him. This did not surprise anyone in particular. The pack was not going to the fair. Why would a woman's skirt be needed in a military brawl? But interest in how Burke would behave heated up the air. From her reaction, one could understand what to expect next from their relationship. Had the leader promised her mountains of gold, or had he abandoned her without giving her a penny? The interest was not simple, but in fact the gnomes had long been betting on the couple. Half was that Heliodor would come back for her and warm her up as a wife. Then the other half was that this was a one-time affair and now you can't find the wolf with fire in the daytime. Stinos knew about this, but the people did not condemn the boredom in the farm, and the gnomes had fun as best they could. Late autumn this year was unusually dry. The roads remained stale and dusty until the frosts, but the shoes were clean. Because of the rare rains, there were few mushrooms and the barrels in the cellars were half empty. The farmers collected only a few milk mushrooms and blue legs. They expected the river to dry up by winter, but the rain clouds that bypassed the farm rose to the mouth of the river and fell on the heads of the local inhabitants. The guests of the inn who arrived from that side said that under the great forest, the prolonged rain caused a rare autumn flood that flooded all the coastal meadows, several settlements, and washed away an old mill. Before the dwarven farm, the wave had managed to dry up considerably and only raised the water in the river to the very edges. But there were more fish, and Burke and Sven set nets again and again and managed to drive 5 bags of perch, pike, and other catch. Burke, she believed her father's words and carefully kept Heliodor's dagger under her pillow. After their owner's departure, it, forgotten or specially left, remained lying forlornly on the stove. Now, wrapped in a handkerchief given to her by the Alpha, the knife hid under the pillow during the day, and at night it migrated to the arms of the orc woman. She cunningly swaddled the dagger, leaving the handle with a large red stone open, as children are usually wrapped. Before going to bed, she studied the intricate engraving on the handle. It depicted werewolves, the most sacred moment of their lives, their transformation. No longer a man, but not yet an animal. The head of a wolf, and trousers and boots on human legs. And like small seals on the sides of the handle was a hand and a wolf's paw. And what a stone crowned it! Always, even in an unheated house, it remained pleasantly warm,
as if it were alive.
Burke felt as if the faceted stone was winking at her in the candlelight, encouraging her and giving her faith that Heliodorus would return.
Another gift for Burke was Heliodor's shirt, black, with a silver pattern embroidered around the neck and hem. Gel wore it on the last day, but Burke accidentally splashed honey brew on it and a sticky stain spread across his chest. He threw the shirt in the laundry basket and forgot about it. When the orc found it, she cried and pressed it to her face. Burke was enveloped in the best smell, the forest and her beloved man. The fabric smelled like a werewolf, and Burke did not wash the thing, only carefully washed the sticky spot.
At night she put it on a pillow and fell asleep, enveloped in the scent of Heliodor.
From the outside it seemed that Burke had overcome the shock. She went out every day to collect laundry as before, and returned to work as a waitress. By that time the miners had finished their summer shift and gone home. Only the farmers remained, who never missed a chance to pester Burke with questions. Each one casually inserted a question about the werewolf into the conversation. She did not answer anyone. Quickly walking around the farm, she hid in her house. And when she worked in the tavern, and there was no way to escape, Tatimir shouted at the especially curious, not allowing them to distract the girl from work. The Archanka withdrew, became thoughtful and absent-minded. When talking to Polly and Sven, she often answered inappropriately. She slept surprisingly well. Neither heavy thoughts nor nightmares tormented her. She fell asleep at any opportunity and in any place, but for some reason, she always walked around sleepy. Her eyes remained half-closed all day, and she constantly bumped into corners and furniture. Burke also developed an appetite. She was constantly eating something, picking up all the scraps from the tables. She even greedily gobbled up the scraps of raw meat that the cook left for the cats. When Polly saw this, she turned to Stinos. She advised the orc to give her daughter a blue chivitsa decoction to warm. The giant was offended by this remark.
Sven thought like this. Wolves eat raw meat. Burke hung out with a wolf. The wolf taught her to eat raw meat. Nothing surprising. An orc, that is, he, taught her to eat cabbage, although she did not want to. A dwarf taught her to read, a passing troll to play cards, and a wolf eats raw meat.
Burke is just smart and absorbs everything like a dry rag.
Chapter 20. 20. Skirmish. After 3 tiring days of travel, the wind-worn road became completely invisible.
Now the werewolves moved, orienting themselves more towards the sun. The forest wedges first narrowed and then disappeared altogether, leaving behind lonely trees here and there. The fertility of the lands had noticeably diminished. The rich black earth topsoil that covered the central part of the Wildlands was here interspersed with red clay veins and thick layers of stone and sand. The short, dry hedgehog of grass had thinned out, and the surface of the earth resembled the skull of a balding old man. There was more dust in the air, and there was not a single river or well, and water had to be collected from the thin, muddy streams that crossed the road. The earth heaved in places. Here and there hills rose high toward the sun. With every step one could feel the approach of the mines. The diamond grottos seemed to draw in all the energy of the land surrounding them. They sucked out life, regenerating it into precious stones and metals. The werewolves looked at this unfamiliar land with interest and anxiety. None of the 2 packs had ever traveled so far north, but they had all heard about the dark foothills. There were so many tales among the people about this place, so many scary stories. Even the horses, feeling the tension of the riders, began to get nervous, neighed impatiently, did not obey the reins well, ready to tear back at any convenient opportunity. The destination of the flock's journey appeared on the horizon as jagged chips of stone walls. First, in a narrow gap between 2 high mountains, as if in a magic window, there opened up emptiness. It seemed that the earth was breaking off here and the end of the world was beginning. Those riding ahead reined in their horses, and the stretched out line of riders huddled into a very heap.
It seems we've arrived.
Tumit reported uncertainly.
Heliodorus demanded a map. The alpha of the second pack drove up. They unrolled the worn parchment and peered at the faded drawing, checking the surroundings.
Exactly here, Smaragd nodded. Here are the 2 peaks that are now in front of us, and the passage between them. Further down there is a plateau and a dry riverbed across it.
The werewolves steered their horses toward the crevice. They moved slowly and carefully. It was unknown what awaited them in this hostile territory. The mountain pass was filled with the echo of horses' hooves. And then, all at once, suddenly, a view of the entire unusually deep valley opened up.
It was surrounded by high hills. In the very center, the pit of an abandoned mine gaped. From its very depths, a grey haze rose, as if something was boiling underground.
Next to the diamond mine, the ruins of a city stuck out.
The bare, yellow earth on which all this had been built seemed to have been trampled by giants. Not a patch of vegetation, not a single green spot.
It was as if a spell of gloom had been cast on everything around. And all this mountains, valley, mine created a terrible effect. Air whirlwind. Something like a water whirlwind that appears in drain pipes during rain. Only windy. The funnel swirled a grey foggy haze. The whirlwind whistled ominously. In the sky, as if repeating this cycle, scavengers soared and cackled, adding a dead color to the place. And the wind, and the stench.
It's somehow sad, Heliodorus sighed, sensing something bad was about to happen.
And quiet. Too quiet. Smaragd nodded.
Weapons at the ready, the Chartreuse leader commanded, although everyone was already on guard.
Heliodor adjusted his sword with his right hand, and with his left, out of habit, touched the small sheath of the dagger. It was empty. The family heirloom was left on the dwarven farm, with Burke. He had taken all his things from the orc hut except for it. Forgotten. Slob. The orc girl used it to whittle down a broken spindle before going to bed.
The neat handle seemed to be made for her palm. It fit so deftly into her thin fingers and obeyed, as if bewitched.
Burke fell in love with the dagger immediately, and at every opportunity begged Heliodor for an expensive toy.
He found it funny to watch the girl cut bread or apples with a combat weapon. Remembering this, Heliodor grinned, so she left it near her. He didn't feel sorry for the dagger.
On the contrary, his soul was warmed by the anticipation of a new meeting. After all, a dagger always returns to its owner, which means Heliodor will return to Burke. It's fate. It means it has to be this way. It means the dwarven farm will still be in his life. Maybe we should do some reconnaissance first, suggested Tumit. Reconnaissance is also possible.
Heliodor examined the black and uneven edge of the fortress wall.
What's there to scout? We'll go down and sort it out on the spot, Smaragd objected impatiently.
The settlement is in plain sight. What if the mine is filled with goblins? Not suddenly, but for sure.
What do you want from reconnaissance?
Even if the brothers find a herd of goblins there, what will change? Do you think they will start crawling out one by one so that we can leisurely remove their heads?
Well, we'll find out. Tum became embarrassed. We'll know for sure.
Surely, Smaragd grinned.
This is what I want.
We throw our belongings here, go down fully armed and stir up this rotten anthill. Right away, on the fly.
It's still far from lunchtime. If we hurry, we'll be done by evening.
Heliodor winced at Chartreuse' agility, but he didn't argue. There was logic in Smaragd's words. Entering a walled town quietly and suddenly attacking the goblins that lived there was a strategy for all time.
So that's how we'll act, Smaragd decided, taking the silence of the alpha of the friendly pack for consent. Pack, listen to me. We'll go down light, surround the entrance to the mine and smoke out the creatures. Is that clear?
Yes, the brothers answered, not particularly happily.
They didn't hide much, but they moved silently, as predators should. The leaders were ahead, the rest followed according to a planned pattern. Swords in their hands. Everyone was on guard. The shape of their bodies was basic. No one took on a combat hypostasis just like that, a very large expenditure of energy.
They walked silently, obeying only signs. The whole action was fine-tuned by hundreds of battles. Here are the walls. No holes, but uneven on top, as if a giant had attacked the town and broken them off. Pieces of fallen granite were lying around. The city could be entered through a single gate, huge even for such a significant settlement. 5 meters high, no less.
One door was slightly open. A piece of wall lay in the passage, preventing it from slamming shut.
The draft made the door sway, and the rusty hinges creaked unpleasantly. The stench was stronger here. The werewolves frowned with displeasure and covered their faces with scarves. They entered. The dwarven city was small, well-built, empty.
Only a sandy drift walked along the deserted streets, and the stench.
The mine, as the heart of the miners' city, was located in the very center. They quickly approached the failure. Here the road, paved with stone from the very gates, gave way to a wide wooden flooring, darkened by time and precipitation. Around the mine everything was built up with low warehouses. Several wooden lifts hung over the whole. The remains of ropes, platforms for ore and hooks dangled from them.
Apparently the rock was lifted up on block elevators. Interesting, amusing. So much work was invested in this place. It is not surprising that the dwarves still have not forgotten about it and are paying dearly for its return.
The werewolves looked in amazement at the wondrous structure that surrounded the echoing abyss. Enormous. They had never seen anything like it before. The mine must have been built in ancient times, and its architecture was terribly incongruous. Thick oak beams were driven into the steep walls, and a wooden road was on top. It spiraled down somewhere. Too steep, impossible for carts or horses to pass. 5 cubits wide. No railings. For safety, only thin boards nailed across so that those walking on it would not slip. The bottom was not visible. It was covered with a thick veil of fog.
It did not hang smoothly, but seethed like water in a boiling pot. It thickened, becoming black like thunderclouds, then melted, turning into a shaky transparent sheet, dirty and rotted to holes. And then it seemed that something disgusting and nasty was bustling about under it. Something like a handful of maggots. It was hollow. It was quiet. It was beginning to seem like the city was really empty. Only the stench. Now it became clear that the stench was coming from the mine. As expected.
Disperse, Marog ordered quietly. 1 dozen down, the rest watch and wait, Heliodor commanded, and went down the echoing flooring first. Slowly, testing the strength of each board. They say that the dwarven miners buried their dead right in the mine deadits, whispered Tumit, who was walking second. His words echoed in a quiet bass voice over the descending chain of werewolves. Tum didn't know anything about the shorties. He just made it up.
It was just that everyone was so tense that they wanted to defuse the situation, and the redhead was a master at that. Exactly.
I heard that Tuverder, who was the third to descend, joined the conversation. The grave was built on the spot where the pickaxe of the deceased struck for the last time. There were sarcastic and hysterical notes in his voice. It seemed that he was so excited that he was ready to burst out laughing.
And the dwarven soul remains forever in the dark corners of the quarries.
Someone from the sharp-toothed pack muttered from the top of the pit.
And if someone not from their pack pokes their nose in there...
Clan, Budan. Dwarves rub clans, his brother corrected, destroying the ominous atmosphere of the saying.
So, if someone not from their clan comes into that nook, that dead man will... slap. On the last word, Budan slapped his palm on the hilt of his sword. The quiet slap was picked up and multiplied by the echo of the quarry.
He'll eat it then, Ceres muttered respectfully, walking last in the 10 descending werewolves.
A little naive, he believed every word that was said.
Eat, snorted the amused Tumit. Why would a dead gnome eat someone? Think again and answer correctly. So what then?
Ceres was confused and even fell behind a little. He'll just scare the idiot to the point of wet pants.
Exactly, Heliodor chuckled, to wet stinking pants. So if anyone has any extra cargo, I advise you to dump it right here and now. Suppressed laughter, more like the snorting of a dog, could be heard in the viscous air. Suddenly everyone fell silent, dumbstruck by the eerie sound that came from the skeins of fog below.
The werewolves cowered and pressed their palms to their ears. The incomprehensible screech was so piercing. Those descending froze and began to peer tensely into the depths, trying to discern at least something in the floundering haze.
The screech suddenly died down. A pipe?
Heliodorus asked in surprise and shook his head like a wet dog, and again the screech, growing, as if the first time had been a trial run, and now the invisible horn blew at full power, hit the walls and recoiled, driving straight into the werewolf's ears.
This must be a goblin alarm, Smarog yelled. Get back up now! Let the abyss come out to us and show us its true face. It didn't take long to persuade them. 10 werewolves jumped to the surface in a matter of seconds and watched from the gangway as the grey mess rose higher and higher, acquiring distinct, ugly shapes. Look, Marion yelled, pointing downwards. There they are, those fierce creatures. Where? The others asked again. Apart from Marion, no one had yet been able to get a good look at the goblins. Over there, under the first turn, look.
And indeed, under the plank flooring, the edge of the fog retreated and, like a slipped blanket, exposed the bottom of the mine, and with it, its illegal inhabitants. They began to seethe below like slop in a drain, gurgled and began to rise to the surface, a lot, like a sea wave, foamy, angry, stinking, and fast. A goblin nest can always be identified by its smell. It follows them, curves in front and around them.
It can't be confused with anything else. Even dirty orc pants smell much nicer. Something about their smell was so disgusting to werewolves that they even had difficulty breathing.
Not only their clothes, but their entire skin was soaked with carrion, as if they had slept in a pile of carrion. Perhaps that was the case, who knows? Who has ever tried to figure out their habits? No one wanted to. Arms to fight. The two-faced thought they would win easily. Yes, there were hundreds of goblins, dozens of times more, but they were werewolves. They could do the impossible. And so it was, at first. The waves ceased, retreated downwards as a foul black liquid like the blood of these disgusting creatures, but immediately climbed up again. Hundreds of goblins, or maybe even 1,000. Huge like orcs, and short, smaller than gnomes, hairless like girls' knees and shaggy like bears, sullen with grinning mouths, and almost naked. Only small scraps of skin covered their genitals. Although some had put on the worn-out remains of someone's clothes, every now and then deafening screams were heard overhead, as if spurring the goblins on. They seemed to gain strength from it and become even more brutal. These screams threw the werewolves off balance, made them cower and clench their teeth. "This is some kind of signal," Tumit shouted through the ringing of steel.
Heliodor emerged from the pile of chopped bodies and shook his head. "It can't be. They are lower creatures. They obey only instincts. One of them just got hold of a broken hunting horn."
As the sun began to set, the werewolves began to throw away their swords and incarnate.
The combat form allowed them to heal faster.
There were no seriously wounded yet, but the bodies of the werewolves bled from numerous cuts. Fatigue was also slowly taking its toll. Fortunately, the goblins in this pack did not wield bows and arrows and could not strike the enemy from a distance. They only had axes, crude semblances of swords, but stone clubs were still predominant. And fortunately, this herd did not have a single silver blade capable of truly seriously wounding the two-faced. "Maybe the information is wrong?" Tumit yelled. To express his opinion, he retreated behind Sarah's broad back and returned to his human form. Each werewolf warrior carried an enchanted artifact of elven workmanship. When changing into another form, it kept all the items and clothes on the two-faced one. Without this trick, when returning from wolf skin to human skin, you would have to go naked. "Do you think the whole is true?" growled Heliodorus.
The mouth was not designed for speech, and the words came out slurred, like those of an animal trying to speak. "Yes, look down. They don't end. It shouldn't be like that." The depth the dwarves indicated couldn't accommodate so many goblins. They must have dug a passage to the main branch. Heliodorus thought quickly. Retreat to the Watchtower. The tower was the only more or less intact and tall structure in this town. It inspired confidence, as having steadfastly endured all the hardships that had befallen this valley. Even the massive doors were in place. The werewolves retreated quickly. Thanks to the moon for their beastly speed, the goblins couldn't keep up with them, although they, squealing wildly, tried to cut off the enemy's path to cover. But they didn't have time. The werewolves blocked the doors and fell to the floor in exhaustion, breathing heavily. It was already deep night. "I wonder if there is a well here." I was incredibly thirsty. "Over here!" I think it was Amisida's voice. "Here is the source." The water flowing out of the iron pipe and filling the broken bowl of the fountain was cloudy with dust and warm, but still tasty. They drank half of it and used the rest to wash their faces, stained with black goblin blood. A thin stream slowly, as if reluctantly, replenished the fallen level. "There is a staircase up there. It is rotten, but I will climb it," Ceres reported. He had more strength left than the others. While the two-faced were coming to their senses, he examined the tower. "I'm with you." Heliodor rose to his feet, swaying with fatigue. Jel suddenly realized with surprise that this had been the most exhausting battle of his life. For the first time, the Alpha had been so close to losing. "And me," said Smarog. "I also want to look around." A squealing lump of goblin bodies was seething around the tower. It was impossible to tell how many there were in the darkness, but it seemed that the number of pointy-eared ones had increased during the battle. From the tower to the very fortress wall, a black mass was swarming like a torn-up anthill. The goblins climbed the walls, howled, but could not enter the besieged tower. The doors, covered with iron plates, did not give in, remaining impregnable for the dim-witted creatures. "It's lucky the watchtower is intact," Ceres muttered thoughtfully, peering out between the battlements of the wall. In the dim light of the stars, the werewolves saw the disappointed blackness creeping past the city gates. It was seething and croaking, as if the goblins were discussing
discussing something. Then the stinking herd moved up the slope, right along the road where the two faces had passed. Oh no! They seemed to have picked up our scent, Tumit groaned. In the darkness from somewhere above, a frightened horse neighing was heard. The only good thing is that none of us remained in the camp, yes. Otherwise the guards would have come to an end. The horse's neighing became louder and more pitiful. It was a heartbreaking cry for help. It looks like they've reached our supplies.
Heliodor said as calmly as he could, although anger was seething inside him.
He didn't feel sorry for the food and household waste, but the horses, the animals died. Do they eat them? Ceres couldn't resist. Well, if you remember that goblins ride exclusively on lizards, yes, they eat our horses. The werewolves fell silent, shuddering and covering their ears, but they didn't have to listen to this torture for long. The animals were dealt with in a matter of minutes. They posted watches on the tower and fell asleep. Although they were terribly tired, it was far from easy to fall asleep surrounded by a howling herd. Night and nightmare merged into one dark spot for Heliodor. At dawn, the leaders assessed the situation around them. Look there and there, Smarok pointed to the mine and the gate. Wherever the werewolves turned their heads, goblins were scurrying about. They're everywhere, Tumit noted with horror. You can't even see the ground. The werewolves weren't going to just sit in the tower. And what was the point? They had no supplies, which meant both packs were doomed to starvation. Better to lay down their lives in a good fight. The days of tiring battles, sorties and retreats flowed by. It was like fighting the elements. Having rested for the night, the Two-Faced tried to get out of the encirclement, but by evening, exhausted, they retreated back to the tower. Day after day. The herd, to the werewolf's surprise, turned out to be intelligent, even seemingly organized. The goblins behaved like animals, but at certain moments, as if obeying an invisible leader, they turned in the right direction or ran exactly where the werewolves were going to. Break through? It wasn't that the Two Faces were losing, no. They could have fought like this for eternity. But they had no food, many were wounded, and this also required strength to recover. They almost wilted. Look! To Miel from the top step. They're leaving! Everyone ran to look, and there was something to see. The bright dawn's sun, blinding their eyes to tears, showed them. Low tide, whispered Smarog. Yes, exactly, Tomb supported. That's how the water recedes from the banks after a storm. The goblins quickly flocked to the mine, and within an hour they all seemed to be sucked inside. Wow, Zoran whispered admiringly. If you tell anyone, they won't believe you. We need them to believe us, and also to block the entrance. Remember why we are here? And what do you order me to do? As planned, we will blow this mine to the black abyss. We undertook to clear the town itself, no one mentioned the dungeons. And the gnomes can then dig themselves at least 10 new adits. That's their problem. Indeed, according to the contract, they were supposed to clear the town of goblins. The werewolves considered various options for fulfilling their obligations and took an explosive mixture with them so that in case of complications they could blow up the underground passage. No mine, no problem. Fortunately, the goblins were not interested in the inedible mess poured into small barrels. They remained lying among the wreckage of carts and gnawed horse bones. The werewolves climbed up to their ruined camp and came down together, keeping their guard up, ready at any moment to drop their load and run back to the safety of the tower. But the mine's surroundings and the wooden ramps were empty. Not a single goblin was encountered, only their corpses, left over from the battles. Down below, in the very depths of the crater, there really was a tunnel dug, just one, narrow and uneven. To be on the safe side, the werewolves searched all the piers and checked the passages, then planted dynamite, and only when there was a loud boom in the depths of the gaping mouth of the mine, they breathed a sigh of relief. It would take the goblins more than one day to reach the town on the surface. A huge cloud of dust rose up and glittered in the rays of the sun with small diamond particles. To hell with such work, Heliodor exhaled, and all the goblin spawn supported the Alpha Tumit.
The city was abandoned by a pack of wolves. The lean bodies of huge, shaggy creatures rushed silently across the frozen ground, and only startled birds gave away their route. They swam with pleasure in the first river, throwing themselves right in the water. They washed away the stinking streaks of black viscous liquid. On the cleansed bodies of the werewolves, the healed scars of recent wounds appeared from under the dirt. Heliodor scooped up some water and splashed it on his face. Tumit dropped to his knees next to him. You know, lately I've been constantly thinking, what's next? What's all this for? Looking at his hands, Gel suddenly confessed, and he decided I'll get together with her and settle down. Water flowed from his face, washing away all the dirt of these days. With an orc woman? Tom asked, not at all surprised. Although another will assume that the alpha was talking about the beautiful elf. With her. She is cute. There was a note of envy and regret in Tom's voice. The alpha's decision would put an end to their previous life. Heliodor would become attached to his kibitka and would be like a broken-in horse, domestic and obedient. Tumet also kindly envied the happiness the leader had found. She is good. Heliodoros did not try to find flowery words to describe his chosen one. He said the most simple and appropriate. The need for a family inherent in werewolves tormented him, as it did all his brothers. Having enjoyed freedom and been oversaturated with it in their youth, having become mature, they, driven by a strong ancient instinct, longed to acquire their own lair, wife, children. Most often they satisfied their sexual hunger with gnome girls, lured married women into cheating, for which the shorties disliked them. Destroyers of gnome nests is what they were called behind their backs in the cities. It was harder to seduce a young gnome girl. They were all old-fashioned and went to bed only after marriage. Wolves were ready to marry, but the fatties, although they looked at handsome werewolves, did not agree to marry them. Such unions were obviously sterile, and for gnomes, children were equal to happiness. Heliodor had spent only a few nights with Burke, and at first he had treated the little orc girl lightly, as a light entertainment. Only now did he realize that the time spent with her was what he wanted, and what he had instinctively strived for all his life. Almost physically, Gel felt the distance between them, and felt incomplete without Burke. Halved, torn in two. That morning, he had experienced his own departure from her so painfully, as if he were peeling off his own skin. And to dull this pain and the itching need to return, he had fought fiercely, killed goblins with malicious pleasure, taking revenge for what he had experienced because of them. Now that the contract with the dwarves was fulfilled, Heliodor was going to return to the farm to his girl as soon as possible. He would take her to the city. If she wanted, she could take the old orc with her, whom she considered her father. There was plenty of work for Gel in the city. He would be able to earn enough so that she would not need anything. He would dress her in silks and furs and spoil her with delicacies. He would give her lots of jewelry, all sorts of bracelets and earrings. Heliodor suddenly remembered that he had not seen any holes in her earlobes. It's okay, I can pierce them, he thought. But the thought of hurting her, of piercing her body with a sharp needle, made the werewolf's fangs grow longer with anger. Earrings into the abyss. Bracelets, rings, beads, and everything. She wouldn't have to paint her skin in the city anymore. He would introduce her as a dwarf, and let anyone try to speak ill of her. He would shove the ridicule back down the throats of the brave. Images of Burke flashed in his head, and the word "my" alone made his heart beat faster. Heliodorus had only one desire, to run to her. Heliodor, we all need to go to the city, said Smaragd, who had come up. We need to tell everyone what we saw. I don't need it. Gel had no intention of changing his plans. From here, he would go straight to the dwarven farm. Just as we were leaving for you, news came that in the north, the goblins had broken through deep into the broadlands. Smara was very worried. And what does this have to do with me? Let the residents take up arms and defend themselves. The werewolf was not going to listen to other people's problems. It's not that simple. Don't you understand? The people are worried. Something serious is coming. They are trumpeting in all the cities that the elves are holding a council in the Golden City. They want to clear all the lands up to the dark mountains of goblins. Let their lands be cleansed, answered the Alpha, not really listening to the words. Hell, there will be plenty of work, and they will pay handsomely for it. Think about it. It's the perfect place for a pack of werewolves. Smaragd threw in the bait. Brother, I'm tired of fighting. I've had enough. I'm going home to my woman. I put an end to the unnecessary argument, Gel. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Family is always good. But what about the blood debt? Whether you like it or not, the werewolf always remains a guardian.
Brother used an ironclad argument. You must attend the meeting of all nations and tell about this place, about the behavior of the goblins. It is unusual, abnormal. Do not pretend that you do not understand.
They were controlled. The herd of goblins behaved sensibly. It is hard to believe, but you and I saw it with our own eyes. And how to convince the other warriors?
They will laugh at us. But you are the best of the two-faced. They will listen to you. They will believe you. Heliodor got angry and looked at Smarov with yellowed animal eyes. How he hated reminders of the past. All those ancient legends about border guards. As a child, he dreamed of the revival of the former greatness of werewolves, of battles.
And now, my soul was squeezed. If the troops went to the goblin herd relaxed, perceiving them as dumb cattle, then everything could end very badly.
Smarog was right. We need to warn. And Burke? Oh, how untimely this all is. Okay, 2 weeks won't change anything. He clenched and unclenched his fists.
But I'll tell you right away so as not to give anyone hope. I'm done fighting. You can negotiate with my pack yourself. If one of the brothers follows you, I won't be against it.
But I'll go straight from Zargorod to my girl. Okay, Smarog rejoiced and went to tell the news to both flocks. You know what I find very interesting?
Tumit scratched his red head.
What? Gil asked absent-mindedly. If the goblins are being controlled by someone, then where are they all headed now? Chapter 21. 21. Catastrophe outside the window. Night reigned supreme. The house was quiet and dark. Burke, curled up, dozed on her bed. Although doze is not quite the right word for this state, which had become habitual lately, Orchanka seemed to be enveloped in a warm cocoon, dulling all feelings, did not allow her to react sharply to the events happening around her, did not let in sharp emotions and worries, a strange half-oblivion, alienation. She did not feel good and not bad, not cold and not hot. Only an anxious languor spread throughout her body. Premonition. Expectation. Burke's eyes were half open, and she watched the edge of the full moon peeking through the window. The golden light beckoned, drawing her gaze away from the night sun, and she watched and watched, not noticing anything around her. Something was going to happen to her. Changes. And behind the walls of the little house, something terrible was happening. A disaster. It flashed. A bright orange flame splashed across the dark farm.
It was reflected in the window glass, darted across the white walls of the room. Burke winced as if from a mosquito bite. Distracting. She wanted to see only the moonlight. It warmed and called. Somewhere in the distance, like an echo, a heart-rending scream was heard. Then another, the ringing of metal. Getting closer. With the sounds, anxiety approached, thick as jelly. It filled the entire dwarven farm and flowed toward Burke's house. Getting closer, hurried, uneven steps along the frozen path of the yard. Frost crunches under heavy feet. Someone, as if staggering, hit the wall of the house. The steps creaked pitifully, and the front door swung open with a crash, smashing the whitewashed wall with its handle. Burke instinctively cringed. It was all disturbing, tearing her from her warm slumber. No, I don't want it. Let it stop. Stop now. Don't. From the corridor, loudly, but somehow unnaturally hoarsely, Stenos called, Burke. Burke. She emerged reluctantly, with difficulty, from her sleepy stupor. Like a wooden doll, she rose from the bed and walked slowly to the door. In her old shirt, with oak leaves embroidered along the edge of the collar, and her pale skin, Burke, moving sleepily and jerkily, looked very much like a ghost. Wonder rose languidly and slowly. Why didn't her father come into the house? Why did he open the doors wide and let gusts of frosty wind into the warm room? Her bare feet immediately froze from the icy draft. The house was dark, but the moonlight made out the outlines of objects, and the hallway was a black hole. Only by the sound could one tell that someone was standing there. The darkness stirred, and the outline of Svenos' body appeared. He took a slow step forward and began to fall to his knees. And then it was as if the cotton plugs had been pulled out of Burke's ears. It was as if she had been doused with ice water. The cries for help and the sounds of battle finally reached her ears with all their loudness and clarity. The girl froze like a stone statue. Everything that was happening seemed like an unreal continuation of a dream, a nightmare. She saw, even in such poor lighting, her father's body, head,
chest, arms, all covered in dark liquid. She didn't know for sure, but she immediately understood. She felt that it was blood. What was happening? Goblins.
Goblins are coming.
From there, the orc spoke, swallowing hard. Where did your wolf go? My father staggered, leaned to the side, and leaned his right hand on the wall. He won't come back. Burke, Heliodorus, won't come back. Svenis's words were muffled and mixed with gurgling and wheezing, as if he was choking. With what? Water or his own blood? Run across the river, to the other side, Burke. Your people are there, on the other side. You will be safe. There. Her father's words were imprinted in Burke's head as if they had been burned with iron. They finally woke her up, and the girl came to her senses. We had to act. Save him. Heal him. The Orchanka shook herself and stretched out her hands to Sven, wanting to help him, to drag him into the house, to stop the bleeding, to bandage him. At that moment, from the darkness, as if from the other world, a crooked and dull sword, stained with something dark, suddenly emerged, invisible before, and cut off the orc's head, in an instant. The head fell and, bouncing like a ball, rolled under the table. Burke, not yet fully understanding what had happened, let out a deafening scream. A shadow flickered behind the fallen orc's body. The goblin who had killed Svenos appeared in the light of the rising flames. Tall as an orc. Jarko exhaled a cloud of steam into the frosty air, led red phosphorescent eyes, a gaping mouth filled with crooked teeth, sharp torn ears. He pressed them to his head like a dog, trying to protect his hearing from Burke's piercing scream. In his right hand, the goblin still clutched the sword from which Sven's blood was dripping, and in his left he held a spear. He swung it, as if wanting to drive away the unpleasant sound the orc was making, then swung it back, and almost without aiming, with ease, as if the weapon weighed nothing, threw. The spear at Burke! The tip pierced her right shoulder and threw her behind the stove like a rag doll. This was the last thing the attacker saw in his life. From behind the stove, silently, with such speed that the goblin did not even have time to realize it, a white wolf the size of a pony jumped out and tore out his throat. In one smooth leap, she flew through the corridor, leaving behind the dead. She found herself in the courtyard. Her entire huge, shaggy body was filled with rage. There were also goblins here. They stood there holding torches, confused. What they didn't expect to see in the ramshackle house was a werewolf. Where would he come from? Ugly, stinking creatures who made her life a nightmare. Revenge, bite, kill. She jumped towards the nearest one and tore his head off in one fell swoop. Sticky, hot blackness spurted out, steam rising from it. How vile goblin blood was. Not even blood, but a stinking liquid. She did the same with the third and fourth, so quickly that they did not even have time to raise their pitiful weapons. In an instant, they were finished with them too. In the small courtyard now lay only the disfigured remains of goblins, and a stinking puddle spread like a dark spot across the white blanket of frost. But then there were more goblins. They were swarming everywhere. They heard her, saw her, and squealed like pigs. Were they happy or scared? Shouts rang out. Werewolf! Werewolf! There was no joy in the nasal voices. The long-eared ones began to rush about between the houses in panic. Are you hiding? Too late. The white she-wolf rushed after them. Several crossbow bolts pierced her side. A couple of them got tangled in the fur, several pierced the skin shallowly. One caused severe pain and made her whine as it reached her ribs. The goblins rejoiced and howled, and they immediately paid for it. The werewolf quickly came to her senses, grabbed the shaft of the arrow with her teeth and tore it out of her side. The pain slashed like fire but quickly retreated. Now forward. The throw tore the gaping goblins apart, but their numbers only increased. Like dirty water, they flooded the entire farm. Silver, bring silver, the vile creatures screamed. The she-wolf gnawed at her offenders with fury, her rage forcing her to move forward. They stabbed and chopped her with swords, but the wounds on the wolf's skin instantly healed, and only bloodstains remained in their place. Pain and rage gave her strength, and the goblins lost their limbs and heads. Splashes of their blood and saliva flew to the sides. Their fight resembled a grappling pack of dogs, shrouded in steam from their rapid breathing. A huge goblin ran up. In his hands was a silver axe, heavily decorated with stones and engravings. The weapon was clearly of elven workmanship.
Taking precise aim, the big man abruptly lowered the sharp blade into the tangle of the combatants.
The silver easily cut through the fur, skin, and muscles along the bone.
The she-wolf whined loudly and instinctively jumped to the side, dodging the second blow. This saved her life.
She rolled over her back, thrashed about, trying to get rid of the pain. Her hind leg hung limply, as if lifeless. Feeling victorious, all the goblins rushed towards her with a loud squeal. The big guy swung his axe again.
"Run!" the Baji commanded, and the werewolf, escaping pursuit, dashed between the burning houses.
She slipped on a frozen puddle, and the pain, forgotten in the battle, exploded in her leg. She howled. She stepped awkwardly and fell. "Run!" Where? Chaos reigned throughout the farm. Screams, the crackle of burning wood, smoke. She choked on the stinking air, coughed, and spun around. Somewhere else they were fighting. It seemed to be at the hotel. Instinctively, the she-wolf rushed towards the clanging of weapons. Maybe they would protect her. She flew along a familiar path.
In a hurry, she jumped over someone's mutilated body, as if a broken doll was lying on the ground. Familiar colors. What did it look like? Polly's dress.
She saw Tatimir fighting near the burning tavern. Against the backdrop of the fire, he looked like a god of vengeance.
His face, always kind and cunning, was now distorted with rage, almost unrecognizable. In his hands was a huge sword, which used to hang in his room above the fireplace. Could the tavern owner really use it? But Burke always laughed at the owner, thinking that he had exchanged the weapon for a keg of beer and was simply bragging. There were multiple wounds on the dwarf's chest and arms. His expensive velvet shirt was cut and covered in blood. His once perfect beard was half burnt. Ragged exhalations of steam mixed with drops of blood flew out of his mouth. He was wounded. He was breathing heavily, like a driven horse. A she-wolf, limping badly, ran closer to him. 3 goblins against 1 dwarf is unfair. She attacked the one who had his back turned, killed him quickly, without regret. Tatimir cut down the second one, and the third, realizing the unenviable nature of his position, jumped back and disappeared around the corner. He probably ran for help. "Filthy creatures!" The dwarf spat and wiped his lips, from which rivulets of blood were flowing. "Thank you." He turned to the she-wolf and froze. He took a closer look. The werewolf flagged her tail, sat down on her healthy leg, and looking into the dwarf's eyes, whined. "Burke!" she squealed with joy. "Those blue eyes are unmistakable," said the dwarf, breathing heavily. He was mortally tired. His strength was running out. That's how it happened. The riding, and Tatimir shook his head in surprise. He wanted to say something else, but the goblins were approaching. The escaped one was leading reinforcements. "To the river, Burke."
"Run to the river!" Tatim shouted. "Save yourself!" And he waved his sword, showing the direction. The she-wolf whined pitifully and tucked her tail between her legs. "Come on, forward!"
The innkeeper ordered. "There's no help here. There's no help for me. Run! Live!" And he swung at her, driving her away. The she-wolf jumped back, squealing indignantly, but obediently trotted in the direction Tatimir had pointed. She limped badly, dragging her back leg. Blood trickled down her white fur, leaving hot drops on the ground. From afar, the werewolf noticed a crowd of goblins on the road she usually took to the river. Hiding in the shadow of the fence, she turned toward the mill. But she was noticed. Shouts, squeals, cries, "Kill, kill, kill!" Almost caught up, surrounded, outflanked from all sides. A huge mill wheel, covered with a crust of ice like a shell, turned noisily in the darkness, muffling the screams. In this place, over the long years of work, the pressure of the water had washed out a deep pool. It was scary to look there even on a sunny day. The deadly whirlpool did not freeze even in severe frosts, and now it was seething, twisting with darkness. If you fall, consider death. It will immediately spin and drag you to the bottom. A flimsy wooden railing with a border of small icicles. Quickly, don't think, a jump.
awkward fluttering of paws in the air. The impact with the water was almost inaudible. Everything was drowned out in the creaking of the wheel. But the goblins, chasing their wounded prey, stopped over the cliff and peered greedily into the dark, swirling water, holding their spears at the ready. Was she killed or survived? The arrows that had wounded the wolf and stuck out of his sides as he fled first floated to the surface.
A moment later, a girl's head emerged between them and the pieces of dirty grey foam, small, covered in white hair. Taking a deep breath, she dove again.
She hurried so that they wouldn't start shooting at her. A second later, the arrows flew into empty water. Too late.
A huge goblin in armor made of leather and silver, apparently one of the leaders, raised his hand, stopping the shooting warriors. "We're wasting arrows," he barked.
"She's a werewolf. Only silver kills them."
"Chase, chase!" the goblins cried joyfully. They wanted to continue the hunt. "No," the leader said.
"The she-wolf is badly wounded. Blood is pouring out of her. The water is icy. She won't get out. She'll die by morning, and we have things to do."
And the goblins continue to plunder the village. But a female werewolf is too unusual to simply forget about.
The leaders were told where the she-wolf came from, and before setting fire to her house, the pointy-eared ones searched everything thoroughly.
In the bed, which smelled of a couple of werewolves, the goblins found a dagger wrapped in a rag. Yes, to me. One of the elders snatched the find and sniffed it. He smelled very familiar. That werewolf, his personal enemy. A few days ago, Two-Face and his pack climbed into a goblin's favorite nest and gutted it.
Killed many of his brothers, broke up his squad, his personal squad, his pack, his family. Those with whom the goblin grew up and fought. Gorny had to gather his company from neighboring families again. In a fight, he had to achieve the position of leader. Well, he would keep the beautiful dagger as a souvenir of his revenge. What could be worse for a border guard than the death of a female?
The goblin believed that the young werewolf was dead.
Burke spun, grabbed and dragged down. Thousands of ice needles sank into her body like rat teeth. Pain pierced her.
Burke lost consciousness for only a split second and woke up in a human body. Cold. Can't see anything. Unclear where up and down. Where is the ground? Air? Her lungs burned as if on fire. Breathe! Her loose hair suddenly became thick and long. It stuck to her like fishing nets. It got in the way.
And Burke got caught in it like a fish.
She tried to swim out, to come up for air. With incredible effort she succeeded. Once. They waited. They took aim.
Dive into the saving depths. Down. Row. Row. Where?
At this point, the river narrowed considerably, becoming more turbulent and deeper.
Burke endured as long as she could, until her lungs began to burst.
Burke spun and emerged with her hair hanging back. Her face was free. Good. Breathe. Head above water.
Look around. The banks were high, almost vertical. The wave pushed and hit the ice-crusted ground. Scratched. Burke instinctively raised her hands and tried to grab the edge. Frozen sand crumbled under her fingers. Dirt flew into her face, got into her eyes, mouth. She had to dive, rinse the dirt from her eyes. She tried again. Nothing worked. The soil in this place was too dry and loose, and, as luck would have it, there was not a single bush in sight. There was no grass or trees above the water.
Come on, at least a branch or a log. Burke tried to get to dry land a few more times, but there was nothing to grab onto. There was no way to get out. This is the end. No, you can't give up. You have to surrender to the current. Surrender to the mercy of fate. Just relax. The water will carry you away from danger. That's even good. Forward.
Burke was moving away from the dwarven farm very quickly.
She was weakened by loss of blood and unsuccessful attempts to get out. The remaining strength was enough only to keep her head above water and breathe. In several places the river curved and raged. The waves covered the girl with her head. Water got into her mouth and Burke drowned, for real. At such moments something happened to her body and it itself became wolfish.
New strength came from somewhere.
Powerful paws rode and pushed to the surface, demonstrating incredible vitality. Then the human form returned. Fate took pity on her and sent a small snag. Burke hung on it, got caught and lost consciousness again. Just before dawn, when the sky was just beginning to turn pink, she was washed up on a sandbank. A large sandbank on the other side of the river. A forbidden shore. Her body changed again, helping her out of the water. And there she was, floating like a wrecked ship, shattered and broken, on a strange shore. Alone. All alone now. On the cold sand of Ludogit, a naked werewolf girl sat with her knees pulled up to her chin and looked at a strange trace. In the icy grains of sand, gradually washed away by the waves, a deep imprint of a right hand and a left wolf paw was clearly visible. It was she who had left it. Looking closely at the imprint, Burke said out loud, "I'm a werewolf? How strange." It seemed that only now did she understand the metamorphosis that was taking place in her body. Thick blonde hair clung to a beautiful slender body and framed a charming surprised face with a thin nose, huge eyes and plump appetizing lips. Not a single scar. The skin was smooth as porcelain. Having turned into a human, Burke cast off all traces of the terrible disease she had suffered in childhood. The werewolf blood brought her beautiful human body to perfection. But she didn't see it. It seemed she wasn't interested in her own appearance at all. Even the shameful nakedness didn't evoke any emotions. Her father's words kept spinning in her head about Heliodor. He won't come back. Merc slowly realized that her beloved was probably no more. The goblins had killed him when they met him on their way. Yes, for sure. There were so many of them. If Gel had met them and defeated them, they would not have reached the dwarven farm. So, Gel had lost. During the time spent in the water, during that terrible, incredibly long night, Burke physically felt that she was completely alone. A grain of sand. There was no one in the world that was even remotely close to her. Not even a familiar one. They were gone. They were all dead. Burke had lost them all. But she felt so bad that the physical pain drowned out the mental one, and her body wanted to live and forced her to think, to act. What do I do now? Burke raised her head and asked the sky turning pink on the horizon. Where do I go? She was so confused that she couldn't even choose which direction to move in. The sky was silent. In response, large flakes of the first snow slowly fell from above. The frost grew stronger, quickly turning her wet hair into icicles. The freezing girl's teeth began to chatter. Run. Across the river. To the other side, Burke. Your people are there. On the other side. You'll be safe. There? Father. What did he mean by that? What did he mean? Yours who? Werewolves? Were there werewolves on this side? Or was he talking about orcs? Maybe she didn't know something, and there were dwarf albino orcs here? It seemed so incredible that Burke snorted through lips blue from the cold. Stupid. That's Fenn's last words. Surely he wasn't delirious before his death. No, Burke exhaled a cloud of steam. Father wanted to tell her something important for her. Well, she would follow his last instructions. She had already followed them because she found herself on the other side. Now she needed to find her people. But first, you have to get up. Take a step. Chapter 22. Loss. Zlatgorod was seething. The capital of the Wide Lands had always been a noisy and restless place, but now it was as if all the nations had moved here at once. The air was filled with the delicious smells of freshly baked goods and fried meat, and the smell of horse manure and unwashed orcs wafted from the gateways. From early morning there was a hum of voices and calls from merchants. The streets were jammed with carts, horses, and armed warriors. The snow made the situation worse. The streets and roads were covered in a grey mess, preventing movement. Well, that morning, squeezing between two orc wagons, Tumit groaned. Two mobile homes collided on a narrow street and locked their bright tents together. Green families poured out of the kibitkas like ripe peas, and two huge drivers began loudly arguing about who was to blame. Yes, the place began to resemble the mouth of a volcano, about to explode. Heliodor nodded and abruptly ducked, dodging the orc's flying fist. The blow fell on a loud young orc, driving one of the tents. Who thought of calling all the camps from the plain here, to the city with all their relatives? Couldn't they have called only the main ones?
So many orcs in one place. The werewolves quickly jumped back, and the green giants fell into the open passage, smashing everything and everyone in their path in a furious fight. And the dwarves stared, watching as a dozen short men began to drag the orcs away. The peaceful intention quickly disappeared, and they themselves began to swing their fists, sparing neither their own nor others. Who was fighting for what was now unclear. The participants didn't care. The main thing was to have fun and be in a group. Yeah, it was a bad idea. Hopefully today it will all be resolved and we will finally leave this mess. We have been delayed for almost a month. Werewolves continued to make their way through the crowded streets. Just think, I wanted to move here permanently and bring Burke and her dad with me. After the quiet of the village, the old man would definitely go crazy from such a din. Heliodorus burst out laughing, imagining Stenos rushing between the houses. His soul was light. This journey promised to end soon. A couple of days, and he would be home. With Burke. The Peace Palace stood in the center of the capital. It was the oldest building, and it was from here that the city was actually built. The tallest, the most monumental. What a machine! Tumit raised his head and whistled. Yes, this is not a place for morning tea. Heliodor agreed and straightened his clothes. 6 floors, topped with 20 towers and turrets of varying sizes. Columns, arches, balconies, marble and stained glass. Not a palace, but a city within a city. Somewhere high above all this, birds circled. Next to such grandeur, the werewolf felt like a beggar dressed in rags. All the pack's property had been lost in the skirmish with the goblins. On the way here, the werewolves had managed to drop into the dwarves who had hired them, give an account, and get the rest of the payment. They had even bought a few things. But the new good clothes for this place were more than modest. Heliodor felt irritation and envy towards the well-dressed warriors passing by. Yes, elves know how to throw dust in the eyes, he smiled sadly. If only they would protect their lands like that, but at the slightest trouble they gather councils. You are wrong, young man, the shaggy grey-haired shorty spoke to him. An elderly gnome was climbing the stairs very close, but because of his height, he was not noticed by them. His clothes were appropriate for this place. Heavy velvet all strewn with gold embroidery and precious stones. The last time a great national council was assembled was at the Red Sea, the gnome explained moralistically. It can't be. Tum was surprised and asked good-naturedly, Plague? The one when they gutted the damned little man. How many years have passed since then? He scratched his hair. Enough for hotheads to cool down, the dwarf answered discontentedly, and turned to the left corridor. Show off, Tumit called after him, watching him go. Some kind of secretary, Heliodorus suggested. Library rat, Tum agreed. You can tell right away that he's not a warrior, he's never held a blade in his hands. Hotheads, Gel mimicked the dwarf. There was loud laughter behind them. The werewolves hesitated and fell into a tight embrace. Who do I see? The werewolf who had caught them roared. The boys from the Wildwind pack. Heliodor felt something forgotten. It had been a long time since anyone had called him by the name of his blood pack. Nostalgia stirred in his soul. Now the pack of the Black Beast Voizat, with slight sadness, corrected his brother and warmly embraced his leader of the neighbors, who had known him since he was a child. The huge seasoned werewolf hadn't changed at all. Heard, he kindly patted the backs of his 2 friends. Good rumors are spreading about you. You have become a good guard, my boy. Father would be proud of you. The eyes of those gathered filled with sadness, their heads hung. But let's hurry, the big man urged. They want you, otherwise we'll be late for this elven gathering. And he nudged the young werewolves in the back. And to drive away bitter thoughts, he spoke more enthusiastically. They say they will be making a noise about something important. Haven't you heard what the pointy-eared ones have planned? The huge hall with its booming, vaulted ceiling was filled with the noise of thousands of voices gathered. Everyone was greeting, hugging, arguing about something. Today's meeting was an unusual event. The event of the century. There was a wary nervousness all around. Those present were worried. Something great was coming. There was talk of war. Silence. The same gnome dressed in velvet called from the high platform. It's the big axe, the crowd whispered. Look, it's still alive. Redario, son of Garbet, ruler of the Misty Forest, will now speak. The dwarf continued to shout loudly. The Elven Council appointed him curator of today's meeting. What the hell? Came from the crowd gathered. Who do these elves think they are? Why is the Elven Council deciding behind our backs who will command us?
His objection was picked up, reproduced, and carried around the hall. The hubbub did not cease, but only grew louder. Quiet! A sudden bright flash of light flew like sparks above the heads of those gathered. Now the request was heard, and silence reigned in the hall. "Excuse me," smiled the elf, standing on the platform and rubbed his glowing fingers contentedly. "This is the fastest way to attract your attention, and always effective." They looked at him without smiles, discontentedly, cautiously. This did not bother the elf. He continued to look at the assembled people in a friendly manner with a kind, all-forgiving smile. His whole appearance inspired calm and respect. Handsome, like a fairy from a fairy tale. All inexpensive trinkets, a silver sword on his side. Tall. It is clear that he has pointy ears, and his absolutely white long hair is styled in such a way as to emphasize this. This is a distinctive feature for their people, a reason for pride. Elves consider the shape of their ears to be ideal. Raderail was surrounded by 7 of his kind. There were other dressed-up ones on the platform. Dwarves, a couple of werewolves, and the single confused orc was clumsily stomping around at the side. It was obvious that the green giant wanted with all his being to hide among his own kind. He was probably a representative of the entire nomadic people. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Radariel, son of Garabet, ruler of the Misty Forest. The elf continued in a pleasant voice. And I will explain right away. He raised his hand, stopping new objections. The Elven Council chose me as a curator only for this meeting. From now on, we will resolve all issues together. Today, each nation will choose a representative. From them, we'll form a military council of nations. There was a contented murmur, and the meeting began. They discussed goblins. First, the assembled were presented with a multitude of reports, detailed, extended. They read out piles of scrolls, showed maps. Long, boring, nothing new. Several of those who came even managed to fall asleep. Then the victims spoke. The ruined orcs briefly explained how they had lost entire caravans. Many small families, wandering separately, had died recently. They had been completely exterminated. He said that life had become unbearable, that they had to gather in huge groups, and that the pastures were suffering from this. Too many buffalo were gathering in one place, and the grass was not able to grow. Everything was explained briefly, incomprehensibly, incoherently. Orcs. What can you expect from them? Then the dwarf traders from cities that no longer exist, erased from the map of the wide lands, took the floor. They were more verbose. They shouted loudly the amounts of lost property, complained that the guards no longer guaranteed the safety of the outer settlements. The dwarves hastily abandoned their familiar places and flocked to larger cities surrounded by high walls, leaving behind gold mines, fertile fields, gardens. But what will happen next? There is not enough room for everyone behind the walls. What awaits the peoples of the wide lands? Famine? Then they called Heliodorus, as if he could explain everything. They listened attentively to his story at first. Then they asked many questions, many questions. They demanded the smallest details. It was more like an interrogation. "Why are you picking on me?" The tired werewolf was indignant. "As if I was the only one fighting the goblins."
"You're the only one who's seen them up close. You've been watching them for days, you know their habits. Your experience will be very valuable in battle," explained the armored dwarf. "No way. I've had enough. I came to tell you, not to get involved in someone else's war." "And what about the protection of the territories?" asked the elf Radariel. "These are not my territories. We all live in the wide lands. This is our only homeland," the elf insisted. "I did not swear allegiance to them," Heliodorus objected irritably. "And anyway, stop thinking of werewolves as guards, obliged to everything. My people have paid all their debts and paid the highest price of all of you. If of course you remember." "We remember this, and are grateful to your people." Radariel bowed his head with respect. "But the time has come to remember the old traditions and unite against the common enemy. Without me," Heliodor spread his arms. He did not argue anymore or listen to flattering exhortations. He simply walked down from the platform to his own people. The leaders looked at each other but did not say anything.
To fight or to sit behind the walls is a personal matter.
I do not judge. The seasoned werewolf standing with the elves continued the conversation. The first combined squads of volunteers have already begun to clear the territories.
There were several test skirmishes along the edge of the plain. Things did not go as smoothly as we expected. There are losses. There are few on our side, but...
These are losses. There is good news too. We have taken prisoners. Some have already been interrogated. Perhaps new information will make some of us change our minds.
Everything is much more serious. The barbarians have leaders. Yes, goblins with brains and ambitions and not just a hungry herd. They are leading them to the great forest.
The crowd exploded with surprised cries.
The goblins have united. All the mountain goblins have huddled together. Then perhaps the command is not as perfect as ours, but the goblins outnumber all of us put together, even by preliminary estimates. Their numbers are simply astounding.
And now the mountain goblins are not separate wild groups. They are a horde, strong and cruel, enormous, controlled. If the goblins are not stopped now, in a year the entire wildlands will be ablaze. All!
After his words, a deathly silence reigned.
Big Axe signaled to the guards and 3 captive goblins were dragged into the hall.
They were led through the parting warriors and placed at the platform.
A foul smell spread through the hall, forcing those gathered to step aside.
The 2 goblins were a pitiful sight. An executioner had worked with the captives to make them more accommodating. The bodies showed signs of torture. Heliodor shuddered.
Fighting in a fair fight was one thing, but tearing out the necessary information, along with the flesh, a nasty business, although necessary.
This was another reason to stay away from all this. I will tell you everything, the mountain man, the most whole of the 3, suddenly pleaded.
The executioner hasn't talked to him yet.
His face is caked in blood, but it's an old wound, apparently chopped off when he was captured.
The goblin probably decided to exchange useful information for a quick death. Smart of him.
Bring him closer, the elf demanded.
I will tell you everything, good sir. The goblin lisped and smiled ingratiatingly, showing his rotten fangs. The muzzle was cunning and untrustworthy.
His speech was indistinct, as all his relatives are so arranged, and he spoke too quietly.
State your name and tell me who is leading you, the werewolf demanded from him from the platform.
The goblin answered something but very vaguely. Maybe he said his name, maybe the leader's name, or maybe he sent everyone into the black abyss. Inaudible.
Louder,
shouted from the crowd. What is he babbling about?
And you can't see it.
Raise it higher, came from the far side of the hall. On the platform, Big Axe nodded to the guard. The goblin was suddenly grabbed and dragged upwards, and he began to squeal in a bad voice.
The prisoner's hands remained tied behind his back, and from one of them a dark liquid began to flow. From the sudden movement, a dried wound opened on the goblin's body.
The stench grew stronger. The elves turned away in disgust and walked away. Only Rodario remained standing. Untie him, he ordered the guards.
I think we can defend ourselves against a wounded and unarmed man, Rodario grinned, and began to carefully examine the prisoner who had fallen to his knees.
He won't do anything alone against all of them.
Heliodor came closer and also took a closer look.
There was something alarmingly familiar about this mountain.
Had he seen him before? Where?
Could this mountain be from the pack that had mauled them in the abandoned city?
Or maybe it was just the smell of goblin blood that reminded him of the recent skirmish.
The goblin was not an ordinary one.
He was wearing bracers and a leather breastplate made of cleverly fitted metal plates.
Everything was decorated with thick engravings. Good dwarven work. Expensive ammunition. For this set alone you could get a purse of gold. Apparently a trophy from the loot. It is not for nothing that the dwarves shout about losses.
When the goblin's hands were freed, he muttered something gratefully, still kneeling, then began to bow to everyone, to the guards who had dragged him onto the platform, those gathered below, to the commanders standing before him.
It looked unnatural, absurd and funny, as if a hired actor were performing before them, and not a formidable enemy. A wave of laughter rolled through the hall.
Here she is, the scourge of the wildlands, someone shouted with laughter.
Great horde, others echoed mockingly.
Continuing to bow, the goblin decided for himself who was the most important here and crawled to Rodario's feet.
I'll tell you everything, everything, he whispered like a madman, still bending low and folding his hands as if in prayer.
Everyone around was smiling casually, continuing to have fun.
The goblin suddenly jumped up, so sharply that no one had time to stop him.
In an instant, something shiny flew at the elf. The relaxed Radariel, whose vigilance was lulled by the goblin's performance, did not have time to dodge.
The blade pierced the elf's left torso, where the heart was beating, in the place where the goblin was aiming. Everything was mixed up on the platform. Don't kill him, the werewolf yelled, pulling the guards away from the goblin. We still need him. Take it off. The goblin was stripped of his armor and breastplate, under which he had managed to hide a dagger. Everything is fine, Radariel reassured everyone. He pulled out the dagger and took off his doublet. Silver chainmail glittered underneath, obviously enchanted because ordinary mail would not have stopped the blade. It saved the elf's life. The blade did not even scratch the skin. It was stuck in the tight weave of the metal scales. Well, that's what they laughed at, Wazat whispered, puzzled, watching the sly goblin being tied up. The mountain man managed it. He surprised even me. But Heliodor did not hear his words, although he was standing nearby. He was looking at the dagger that Radariel was twirling in his hands. Pushing aside those crowded at the steps, Heliodor ran up onto the platform. He stared at the blade, at his family heirloom which he had forgotten at Burke's. There could be no mistake. The red stone, as if happy to meet its owner, flashed welcomingly. As if in a trance, Geller reached out and grabbed the blade. He squeezed it with his whitened fingers so tightly that it seemed like blood would drip, and pulled it towards himself. Apparently something was written on Heliodor's face, because the elf did not resist and released the weapon from his hands. The werewolf turned around, took a few steps, and came very close to the tied-up goblin, who was thrashing on the floor. He thrust the dagger into his face, almost piercing his nose. Slowly and clearly he asked, "Where did you take this?" The werewolf's quiet, rumbling voice sent a chill down the spines of those standing nearby. Heliodor's eyes glowed with an unkind golden glow. They seemed to penetrate the goblin's very soul. There was a deathly silence all around. The girl. A smile played on the goblin's broken lips. He recognized Heliodor. His nose caught a familiar scent. Look how fate turned out. What a meeting. A little blonde bitch with eyes as blue as water. The mountain man's smile stretched wider. Heliodor looked at the goblin's satisfied face, and a wave of horror passed through him. For the first time in his life, the werewolf was paralyzed by fear. Could it be that the scoundrel was telling the truth? He had met Burke? Where? At the farm? A horde of stinking goblins had reached the dwarven farm? But how? It was in a completely different direction. And what had these cave-busters done to the defenseless orc? The werewolf looked and couldn't bring himself to ask a single question from the ones swarming in his head. Or was he simply afraid to hear the answers? And the pointy-eared one understood this. He enjoyed his pain and drank it like water from a life-giving spring. Silence reigned in the hall. No one understood what was happening. I killed her. The goblin continued after a pause. The werewolf's face was distorted by a flash of pain. I cut her throat from ear to ear. The mountain's eyes shone with joy. He was reveling in the moment. Yes, two-faced, Safar. Vengeance is done. A growl escaped Heliodor's throat. The werewolf's face was already changing, turning into a wolf's muzzle. The pupils dilated so much that the eyes went from yellow to almost black. Quickly, without asking any more questions or saying another word, Heliodor grabbed the mountain goblin by the head and lifted it up. The werewolf's fingers had already stretched out, grown larger, half animal. Heliodor squeezed his palm and his sharp nails dug into the enemy's muzzle. He squealed in a bad voice, but continued to smile even through the pain. And the werewolf kept pressing and pressing, slowly. The scream grew louder, and a moment later the goblin's head burst like a ripe watermelon. Blood and pieces of brain flowed between the werewolf's fingers. People started talking around. Heliodor was being shaken, asked something he didn't hear, he didn't understand. It was as if his head had been shoved into a huge bell and struck. Heliodor was completely stunned by the news of Perk's death. He could only mechanically put the dagger under his armor and turn into a wolf. Heliodor rushed through the halls and corridors of the ancient castle, knocking down anyone who got in his way. It would have taken him about a week to get to the dwarf farm, but the werewolf, going mad with grief, got there twice as fast. He stopped only to drink water and then ran again, not noticing the time, not feeling tired. He reached his goal when dusk was already falling. Falling from fatigue on trembling paws, the beast froze at the edge of the ashes that remained on the site of the farm. Some houses had not burned down completely and stuck out as stubs of a past life. The foe had smeared black mud over the snow. The wolf stood, not daring to take a step onto the defiled land. The whole way he had been haunted by the hope that the mountain man had lied and the farmstead was still there, untouched. Warm and clean, just as the werewolf had left it. And the blade the goblin had thrown, It just looked like it. A fake. It had never belonged to him. But the thought of stopping, shifting, and examining the weapon more closely, no, hope had lived, had nourished it the whole way here, and now she was dying. With every step Heliodorus took on the dead farm, walking on the scorched earth with human feet. Gel walked through what had been a bustling inn just a few days ago. Life was in full swing here. Here was a familiar path, thickets, and here was the site of her home. But it was gone. Only a pile of dirty ash remained. His knees went soft and buckled. Heliodorus sank to the ground. He scooped up some dirt, squeezed it until it crunched, and unclenched his fingers. Frozen coals crumbled, staining his skin. He took more. He threw it down furiously. He began to rake with both hands, as if trying to find something he had lost. A rag flashed among the coals. Gel shook his hands and picked it up. The piece of rag was burnt at the edges and soaked in dried blood. It's not scary. Everything here is soaked in blood. Who knows whose it is? But embroidered leaves were visible on the rag. Green oak leaves. So familiar. Heliodorus put the cloth to his face and inhaled the scent. Her scent came through the suit. No doubt it was the shirt Burke had slept in. Heliodorus screamed. It was terrifying, like screaming from unbearable and inexpressible pain tearing the vocal cords, and the scream turned into a wolf howl. The beast rolled in the mud, into which the ashes had turned under the rain, tore the earth with its paws, and howled, howled, howled. The strong beast cried, raising its muzzle to the sky. His pack watched him from the slope. Wet, shivering in the dank wind, the wolves were nervously tossing and turning, not knowing how to help their brother, and whining pitifully. How could they ease their alpha's pain? They were ready to do anything. They wanted to share his grief. But was that possible? The wolf's whining turned into a mournful howl, a song of grief, a prayer to the moon for the departed soul. The pack mourned the loss of their leader, grieved with him, lambing. That was all they could do, just be with him. To be continued.